Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 5th Wine Symposium organized by the Finnish Sommelier Association. I am very, very proud that this event is happening here today, and also notifying that we are at least 125 people who registered for this symposium, and from at least 45 different nationalities. So this symposium is definitely the biggest wine symposium organized by our Sommelier Association so far. This also is a special symposium because it immediately follows the General Assembly of the International Sommelier Association that was just yesterday and today held here in these premises, hosted by our association. This is why we have so many international friends and colleagues here with us today. But we are also, the symposium is also attended by a lot of wine professionals who are either part of the Finnish Sommelier Associations or other associations. We have a good Estonian crowd here as well. And of course, this is a professional event, so people from various wine professions are present here. Today's symposium, as you all know, today's and tomorrow's symposium's theme is biodynamic wines and biodynamic impact. What's modern about these 100-year-old ideas for agriculture and viticulture? The idea for this symposium came when I listened to my colleague, Master of Wine Romana Echensperger, speak about biodynamics in a couple of occasions, and I realized that she would be perfect speaker, main speaker for this event, especially as the event is hosted by a Sommelier Association and Romana is a sommelier as well. So Romana Echensperger, although she became Master of Wine in 2015, she's been in the wine trade for a very, very long time and has been working in many Michelin three-star level restaurants as well. So she is exactly the right person to speak also to the sommeliers. Romana's field, in particular in the wine world, is biodynamic wines, and I'm sure you will understand her comprehensive knowledge and understanding of this field within the next 2 days. So from Romana came an idea also to bring with to this event Dr. Georg Meissner, who is a leading biodynamic farming and wine growing consultant. He's been in charge of conversing a couple of famous producers such as Alois Lagede and Dr. Birkin Wolf into biodynamics, and also is, I believe, professor at the Geisenheim University.
Lecturer.
At the Geisenheim University. And how small is our world? We are on a Zoom call planning this event, and they mentioned there's a Finnish biodynamic farmer. I'm like, yeah, I know a Finnish biodynamic farmer too. And then I say, well, are you talking about Henri Murta? And they're like, yes, we're talking about Henri Murta. So tomorrow, Henri, you can raise your hand.
Where are you? Okay.
Henri Murta is one of the speakers also for tomorrow, joining Georg Meissner on the stage to speak about his background, and also, of course, as we are in Finland, we also want to hear what's possible in Finland. Our common background comes from the fact that I used to work for Restaurant C together with Christina, who is helping here today. And we used to buy most of our vegetables from Henri's farm.
Crazy.
Here you can see just a bit of housekeeping first. So here you can see the program for today. I know that we're a bit late, but I'm going to finish in 2 minutes, so we're back on time. Please be prompt when you come and leave the room. We also have people pouring wines for the session called the Question of Taste. As you can see, there's the wine list already in front of you. The wines will be poured from left to right in 3 flights. And between the flights, after you've tasted the wines, please help our pourers to empty your glasses into the spittoons that you have there. And whenever you want, obviously feel free to serve yourself the water that's presented. Now, this event wouldn't be possible without 3 major sponsors. So we have to thank Ocean Wine, Respect Biodyn, and Demeter International for supporting this event, helping with all possible arrangements that were needed to be done for this event. So thank you for those three major sponsors. And also we do have a couple of producers here today and tomorrow coming to present their wines. So I'd like to thank Romana, who's going to be here today, also Bianca Schmidt, who's going to be here today, and tomorrow as well we will have Franz Werninger in one of the panel discussions presenting his wines today. Tomorrow we will also have a couple of additional people in the panel, but I will introduce them later on tomorrow. One more thing about why did we choose this topic today. Some of the people in this room were actually attending the 10th International Symposium of the Masters of Wine Institute last weekend in Wiesbaden. And there was a couple of people who really kind of became my heroes there. And one of them is Mimi Castell.
Yes.
To quote her, she said, 98% of terrestrial life lives below our feet. So it's very important to think about the farm and think about the soil that we have, and I'm sure we'll talk about that a lot. Another hero of mine, Abby Rose, said that in one handful of healthy soil, there are more living organisms than there are people on this planet. So let that sink into your mind as we go along with this discussion. Another quote, not from the symposium, but from somewhere else, James Milton said, "We're not standing on dirt, but the rooftop of another kingdom." So with this short presentation, I would now like to hand over to Romana and Georg, and we'll start the 5th Symposium of the Finnish Sommelier Association. Thank you.
Yes, thank you a lot for the invitation. Maybe I present myself quickly. She did already. I live with my wife and our 4 kids in Alto Adige, in northern Italy, in the Dolomites. And what's driving me since many, many years is to teach and do research in biodynamic and organic, but mainly biodynamic viticulture. But what is needed is to do that out of a practical context. So to stay constantly, for me it's a big honor and a big task to work at the university as well, and to be in contact all the time with the young generation. And every year the questions become deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's becoming more and more difficult to answer them. So it's driving me to stay alive a little bit. What we will do within the next 2 days is, I didn't prepare any scientific talk. I could have done that as well. So I will try to give you some reflection and impulses all the time, and Romana will do more the technical part. And we have today Jean Ramona, fantastic. We work very often together, and he will be to talk to us as a practitioner. I think that's really important. Also for me, out of the university and research level, that we stay in contact with practical life all the time. That's maybe as an overview, and today what we wanted to do is to look a little bit, because at the historical time frame or the time spirit, what was there like 100 years ago, because next year in 2024 we celebrate 100 years of biodynamic agriculture. So what seems to me important is that we try to build up a picture, what is time spirit at that time, what was living then, because we are talking about 8 talks which were given in almost 100 years ago, and what is really, and we try to extract that tomorrow together with Henry, what is really modern about it. And it's for me, biodynamic agriculture, in its principles, if you try to understand them, it's one of the most modern forms of agriculture. So I'm getting a little bit sick and tired if I open Decanter or Vinum or all these nice magazines, and if I read always, I suppose you are expecting that as well. The biodynamic guys are the guys with cow horns and the lunar calendar. Yes, we also do that, and it's part of a more systemic or global approach, let's put it this way, but there is much more behind it, and we try to enter that picture. What we try to do today is that I will go with you quite far in the historical context and to try to build up a little bit what was building up slowly but surely, and if there are any historians here in that room, please forgive me. I will go very, very quick through the history, and I will do it out of a very Eurocentric level. So if there are people from other parts of the world, please forgive me as well. So I will try to do that, to come then to that year 1924 and what was happening there, and then have an outlook at the last 100 years in between. Where are we standing today? So to talk a little bit spiritually is, there are three questions for me. Who am I? Yeah, we can ask ourselves that all the time. I try to. And where am I standing at the moment? And where do I want to go to? So we are doing today a little bit that who am I question, or we try to, and I try to go with you a little bit into that kind of spirit. 1924, if you look at that year. Just try it out of your perspective. In your country. What was there? How was the time spirit? What did the people do? What happened? Yeah, I would have loved to live in that period of time. In Berlin, the golden 20s. Lots of art. Chaotic situation. It went in all directions. And I make it very simple. We just had a huge disaster a few years before that. I just flew from Lithuania this morning to Finland. I had a big meeting with the Eastern European Biodynamic Association there. So we still can feel, I just have been in Lithuania, I have been in the East Prussia part. So the whole, I'm not talking about old borders, but this whole hierarchical system, the monarchical system, crashed. And if you look at Germany, the 9th November of 1918, we had the declaration of two republics. The one was the communist one, and the other one was the capitalist one. Within one day. So we had this kind of building up during the 19th century of huge currents of thoughts, of thinking on the political side. And there was this clash as well. But I don't want to go too deep into it, and I really would like to look at that question of 1924 and what happened in agriculture there as well. But first of all, I maybe want to go a little bit further with you, and let's go back to the 14th, 15th century. And what happened then? And if you look at that cultural time frame, if you look at the architecture, how do we call it? We call it Renaissance. that means rebirth. And rebirth of what? If you look at the architecture, we very often can see now in the buildings pillars popping up. I don't know if you have that in your picture. Yeah. So we have these buildings with pillars. So all for a sudden this old antique thinking came somehow back into Europe. And I'm living, as I said, at the moment near Bolzano, and there was one important town not so far away called Venice. And how did Venice become big and rich? It was through trading, and mainly through trading with the so-called Arabic world. Yeah, the trading went to Egypt and to Constantinople or Istanbul. Yeah, this monopole. And the Arabic world then went deeper into the Asia and so on. We had all the spices coming over to Venice. I make it very rough now. So we had this trading and Venice becoming very rich through that. But we had not only the trading with spices and all those aspects, we had also a trading with knowledge. And I don't know if you're aware of that, all for a sudden, into, very often we are talking about the dark medieval times, all for a sudden this old Greek antique knowledge, the old antique philosophers came back into our European thinking current. Because that knowledge mainly, it was a little bit kept in Europe as well, but it was more or less forgotten. And it was mainly kept in the Arabic world. I don't know if you're aware of that. And through that trading, it came back into our European context, a fairly old but new knowledge, logos, Platon, Aristoteles, and so on. I'm not citing them all now. And slowly but surely got spread over Europe, causing huge challenges. I don't like the word problems. Questioning the old hierarchical systems. Until then we had mainly the church and the different kings and smaller kingdoms and so on governing the European context, a few families. And all for a sudden that whole religious thing became into question. We have the rising of Protestantism coming up. Germany 100 years later was largely destroyed due to a strong war because of this fight of religions. We have Kepler, Da Vinci, and all those people kind of all for a sudden going into this kind of new, how can we call it, yeah, maybe more scientific, materialistic thinking, the birth of science. And this birth of science questioning a little bit the hierarchy, shaking it a little bit. And don't misunderstand me, I don't want to be negative about it, I want to be aware of it and create this kind of awareness and go with you through a bigger time spirit frame. And then out of that, and I'm doing it fast now, we have England, we have the French Revolution, yeah, questioning the old family system, all for a sudden Medici, Habsburg, and so on, slowly but surely was more and more put into question, and we have the rising in the European context of nationalism that didn't really exist before. The creation of nations. And then out of that we have the famous 19th century. And on the German side, we have on the one side, we have Goethe, Schiller, Aufklärung, we say, yeah, in German, the clearance of the spirit. And on the other side, slowly but surely, the discovery, more and more discoveries on the pure scientific level. The steam machine. And then the Industrial Revolution. But on the political side, not only that we had the nationalism arising, all for a sudden us Europeans became somehow arrogant. And we were thinking, let's go into the world and bring our thinking everywhere. That's called imperialism. And that prepared somehow the First World War, a huge clash. That was clear that that would happen at some point. We didn't really know at what point, but it happened then in 1914 as a huge clash and bring trouble everywhere, a whole chaotic situation. So this is the political side, but it needs to, if one thing or one thinking stream becomes extreme, very often it needs to be balanced out somehow. Yeah, it's like surfing. So if you look at the arts movement in the 19th century, we have the Romanticism. So wow, we're going rather from this kind of logic, we are going to this beauty and this large landscape paintings. A lot of esoterical streams slowly but surely are being integrated if you look at the development of architecture, and I think Helsinki is a good example of this end of 19th century architecture. So that's a little bit it. And then this big clash, and then this huge chance. Chaos for me is not bad, it doesn't have to be bad. There was a lot of possibilities after this First World War. Unfortunately, German history went, and it's dangerous times, this kind of open, chaotic times. And we know about German history, it went in a very, very bad direction. And if you look at agriculture, there was one really important aspect, and we can look now at agriculture also from that context. Looking at the 15th, 16th, 17th century, and there is not much happening, but then there comes a big, big event, and that's the discovery of transport systems. The discovery of the steam machine and the railway system. And especially if you look at viticulture, it caused a huge, huge problem. And I'm polarizing now. We always learn, I don't know if you know about that story, that there was an English botanist traveling to the United States and having nothing better to do than taking a beautiful wine plant from the United States in a little pot. And he took that wine plant and he did bring it to England and he did put it into a little greenhouse. And unfortunately in that little pot there was a little bug called phylloxera. And that phylloxera had nothing better to do than to fly over the channel and to destroy within 30 years the entire European vineyard. I'm making a little bit fun. Here we know about the port of Bordeaux and we know exactly that where it happens and how that thing got spread. But are you aware of that? Yeah, that was a very short distance of time where this little bug had nothing better to do than to destroy the entire European until now existing viticultural context. And was it only that? I'm not saying that we don't have invasive plants, so I hate this word. Invasive plants or alien plants. I mean, we are living in a global world, so it's about exchange as well. But we had this little bug, but an animal needs a certain surrounding. Every single animal on this earth needs to have a specific surrounding to be capable to multiply and to survive. So on the one hand, we can ask ourselves, hasn't there been trading right before with the United States? And hasn't there been some changes being done in the European agricultural context in the end of the 19th or middle of 19th century? And I believe we can look at some correlations here. I did my PhD at the so-called Justus van Liebig University, and Romana will talk later a little bit more about Justus van Liebig. So this appearance of scientific, materialistic thinking also in agriculture, slowly but surely. And all for a sudden, and that's super important, until then, if I would have a farm here in Finland or in Germany, it doesn't matter, it was clear that I have to understand my surrounding. And today in research, we are talking more and more about these aspects again, and I'm very happy. If you talk about epigenetics or if you talk about microbiome, I don't know if you heard those words. I'm not giving you a scientific talk now, but it's super interesting what's happening at the moment in the scientific world. But if I go back into the historical aspect, 19th century still, before we had the possibility to bring in lots of things from outside, we had to somehow stick to what we have and understand the surrounding and try to build up a system within that context. And I'm not saying that we have to go back. Don't misunderstand me. And that's very often misunderstood in that, also in our biodynamic world, that we have to stick to 1924. No. But we have to understand what was good at that time and how can we bring it into the year 2024 as well. Anyway, that happened, and through that, I was giving you the example of phylloxera, but there's many other things like fertilization, and very often the rich farms, they could afford it. So I was responsible for the conversion of a big wine farm in Germany, 90 hectares in 2005. And if you look back at the books of another farm called, maybe you know, Basan Jordan, they have the books of the viticulture back to 1830s. And those wine farms, they had the money to afford already guano, nitrogen, brought from where? From South America to Europe, mainly for the weapon production, but sometimes also used in agriculture. With big success, because obviously bringing in now this pure nitrogen, we still had a living soil conditions, and that stuff worked very well. But slowly but surely, we had a decrease of soil fertility by changing our perspective, going out of this kind of life and interaction context into a pure substance-driven, mineral thinking context. That's what we learn at school as well. If you talk about Justus van Liebig, that's the beginning of the mineral theory in soil science. That's Justus van Liebig, mid-19th century. And what is interesting about Liebig, it's a super interesting person, in the history of agriculture, that he released his thoughts, and very fast after he released them, he changed completely. If you read the late letters of Liebig, you sometimes think, wow, this is kind of an organic or systemical approach he's thinking. So he's saying, yes, it's right what I'm saying, it's all this mineral theory, but please don't do it with the nitrogen. Please don't. If you do it with the nitrogen, you will end up in a big disaster, more or less. I'm doing it in my words. So he's actually announcing already the decreasement of soil fertility, knowing it. And then 1924, those, and I'm not going into the theory, we will do that tomorrow, those talks were given. Rudolf Steiner gave those talks. He was asked over several years, and we will have a closer look also at that person. I make it very rough. Rudolf Steiner, also a child of its time, born in the end of the 19th century, and he died then a year later in 1925. He has given more than 5,000 talks, and he gave reflections on medicine, education, arts. He was in contact with many, many artists as well at that time, and economy. It's very interesting, his thoughts on economy as well. Then this reflection, and we will present tomorrow the model. For me, he is giving us a model where you have to understand a certain thought behind, thinking behind, a model which you can extract and try now to use today. And if you stick to the history now, we have 1924. Maybe also, if you look at the agricultural context, I was several times in South America, and when I was there the first time, there is a big meeting of the big biodynamic and organic wineries. Every second year it's in Argentina, and then in Chile, and I was there twice. When I was there the first time, I learned, if there are people from South America, please tell me more, that there was a war at the end of the 19th century between Chile and Peru. And that war was because of the guano islands. And this guano was it was a lot of money, which was shipped then to Europe for weapon production. The first thing, and I will quickly do that as well, because it very often is related to the war, the first thing the Allies did during the First World War was to stop the ships from South America to deliver guano to the Germans and the Austrians, to stop that war, to stop the Germans from having nitrogen. And then there was a Jewish German scientist called Fritz Haber, and I'm from Mannheim, which is just opposite the BASF, a big chemical company. And he was developing a system how to produce nitrogen on an artificial level with lots and lots of energy. That was the birth of the artificial nitrogen doing, and that's how the Germans and the Austrians could continue that war. And after that then was released into agriculture, of course. If we look at the year 1924 in agriculture, we can say, and that's maybe on the social side also important, that 30%, and I'm looking at Germany now, about 30% of the German population was involved in agriculture in 1924. Today we're talking 2%. So if we talk about the birth of biodynamic agriculture 100 years ago, it was a completely different context than today. What I want to give you as well is, and I look forward now because I'm living in Alto Adige, and I have a lot of friends who are apple growers there. And for me, the main questions, and we will look at that tomorrow, is what does it mean to be a good farmer? What does it mean to be a good farmer out of the economical context, but also out of the economical context? And I don't want to point the finger on them, and I just want to talk about Alto Adige now to give you that as an example, because I think that's important to consider as well, because I don't like to put the finger on the old generation and say, you did everything wrong here. I don't like that. I think it's our generation today which has to understand and eventually look back into the historical context as well. That's why I give you such a broad picture, to understand what is our task today and what can I do during my lifetime when I take over that piece of land for the next 30 years maybe, to make it better. And not only on an economical scale. But I give you Alto Adige as an example. Many of my friends, they sit at this time of the year more or less every second day on their tractor. More or less every fourth or fifth apple in Europe is coming from there. It's a high intensive culture, and we spray between 30 and 40 times per hectare per year. Chemicals and so on. So out of an economical context, those guys are extremely good farmers because you can nourish a family easily with 2 hectares. Out of an agronomical context, if you created a field where you have to constantly give medicine, they create this kind of, if you talk about resilience today, if you're totally dependent on outside input on a constant level, and we all know about the increase in price of all those products, it's maybe not very sustainable. And if I do seminars with the young generation, what I very often do with them, and I will do that with you quickly now here as well, is that obviously we have more time than I have with you now, is that we really work on that question, how did your farm look like 100 years ago? And very often, almost most of the time, we get to the point that the grandparents or the great-grandparents have been extremely poor. Lots of poverty. At that time still, we are talking about the Schwabenkinder. I don't know if you have heard about it. That's the children very often were sold in Germany on markets over summertime to be cheap laborers. Or they had to go to Milano to work as cheap laborers there. So that was a reality. And then the grandparents' generation and the parents' generation, especially after the Second World War, they took the chance of industrial agriculture and they built up wealth on an economical level. But on a very, very uneconomical level, let's put it this way. They went fully into this industrial kind of agriculture. And the generation of today is questioning that. And the question now is, how can I also on an economical level slowly but surely go into that process of transformation? And there's obviously many ideas we could look at tomorrow. So what I quickly wanted to do with you is to go from Renaissance times, to make it short, to go with you on. We always have to ask ourselves this question of what is this time spirit? and what was the time spirit in 1924, and we will do that with Henry tomorrow, a little bit more. And what can be extracted out of those reflections, which have been super actual, once again, to today.
Okay.
Thanks for your attention, and I give the word to Romana now.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Georg. So, where is the... here it is. Okay. Let's put that here. Yeah, also great to be here. Thank you, Heidi, for the invitation. And I would like to pick up the talk from Georg and put it into a very concrete way into agriculture and viticulture. So what has happened before 1924? How does it come to this impulse of Rudolf Steiner? And what have arisen out of this whole thing of total renewal of agriculture? And for me, it was important because, as Heidi mentioned, I did a deep dive into biodynamics. And for me, it was not always important what is about the cow horn and all that stuff. For me, the very important question is, what growers who have studied most probably on the most important universities for viticulture in the world, what do they find on 100-year-old ideas? And why are they successful in it? And why are some aspects so interesting for viticulture and agriculture? And I would like to share with you my findings. This is also a very German perspective. And I think it makes also sense because in Germany there was a lot of things going on when it comes to agricultural science. And Georg mentioned already Justus von Liebig. He is here on the left picture. He was a very important figure when it comes to the industrialization of agriculture. He has made this kind of nutrient theory that he said, okay, the growth of plants, it's not only dependent on several forces into the soil. In the past, people always thought about different forces and had a very holistic approach on soil fertility. He said it's very important to have this, especially these three different main nutrients, nitrogen, phosphor, and potassium, and we will look in a minute where they come from. This is also very important to understand where do these products come from, what is the origin of these products. And it's only about that you have to have these nutrients, and when you have them in a balanced way, the plant will grow and you will have a lot of yield. This is in short the theory of Justus von Liebig and the minimal ton. We will I'm sure you know about it. And then also Mr. Haber and Mr. Bosch, they were inventing the synthetic nitrogen. They were able to synthesize nitrogen out of the air. 79% of the air is nitrogen. And it's very important in agriculture to bring that nitrogen into the soil that the plant can keep it up. We do that in organic viticulture with leguminose, with compost or stuff like that. But Haber and Bosch, they invented this ammoniac synthese with a lot of pressure, and in the very big machines you can synthesize nitrogen. And by the way, it's said that around 3% of the global fossil energy is used to produce synthetic fertilizer. And I'm sure when you heard about the war starting Russia against Ukraine, it was not only about the war, there was also a lot of discussion about agriculture, not only what happens when the corn of Ukraine can't leave the country, but also where do we get synthetic fertilizers? Where do we get that from? That was also a discussion, maybe you heard about it. And also this guy is a quite important person for the evolution of modern agriculture. It's Friedrich Erbo. And this is an aspect that we always oversee, also at the time, what we had just picturing at 1924, before and afterwards. It was that agriculture became also like economically seen, like when you have a negotiant business or when you have a grocery market. So the bookkeeping and everything was also gone to agriculture, and agricultural farm should do bookkeeping like some industrial people would do it. and they forgot important aspects, for example, rainworms, the work of rainworms, the work of fungi, and so on. It's a very simple principle in bookkeeping: without receipt, no booking, and what is not in the books has no worth, and it's overseen. So I will come to this aspect as well. Yeah, have a look at these three main nutrients that are super important when it comes to industrial agriculture, and where do they come from? Potassium comes from mining, which was state-owned. Today, a lot of potassium comes from Belarus and also from Russia. Then phosphor is a waste product from steel production. And also interesting, when you look in at fields and in viticulture in Germany, there is a phosphor oversupply, especially in those vineyards which are in the neighborhood of steel production. For example, in the Pfalz, there's Lothringen, Elsass, there were big steel productions, and then they sold this phosphor as a kind of waste, as a nutrient to the farmers, which they applied then to their fields. And nitrogen. And nitrogen was always very difficult to get. Georg mentioned guano. There was also Chile salpeter in the Atacama Desert, which is a raw material that you can take from the Atacama Desert. And it's only 1910 when Haber-Bosch invented this Haber-Bosch method to synthesize the ammoniac synthesis, that you could produce a lot of nitrogen synthetically. And nitrogen is in that case very important because it has two functions. First, it's for agriculture to grow, your stuff, but it's also raw material for explosives. You know, TNT, ACDC, like this kind of, TNT, this explosion dynamite. It's nitrogen. I'm sure, yeah. People from Lebanon know what happens in Beirut when the whole thing exploded. It was ammonium sulfate. Yeah, you can explode a lot of things with it. And it was interesting what Rudolf Steiner said about nitrogen. He said the nitrogen brings the wishes into the world. When you give nitrogen to the soil, you want that it grows. And when you want to kill somebody, you just look in your pistol and then you shoot, and the nitrogen takes the wish into the world. So just one sentence on that. So why does it come that the method of this kind of synthetic fertilizer and this kind of what I would subsummarize as agrochemistry became the hegemonial science in agricultural science? It was because they had a methodology advantage. When you do, let's say, a research on mycorrhiza fungus or on different bacteria in the soil, you are overwhelmed by the complexity. We heard Heidi saying that in one little bit of soil are much more things than on the people on the planet. So it's so complex. When you work with synthetic fertilizer, you can do a chessboard on your field, yeah, and then you throw on this part this amount of nitrogen, blah, 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 and then this and this and this, and where it grows the most, this is the winner, and you have the results. Okay? And this sounded so convincing. And you also have to consider at the time when this was done, it was the time when big discoveries were made. It was the time of Einstein, of radioactivity, of Robert Koch founding some bacteria, Röntgen, where you could see your bones through the flesh and so on. And the agricultural scientists were in the universities always seen, the guys pooling in the manure, they were a bit, less important. And all of a sudden they could do a chessboard and, weighing the amount of nitrogen, having a white thing on. So it looked very serious. And also this played a role on that. All of a sudden, the agricultural science have developed in the end of the 19th century, and immediately it came under in the hands of the chemistry. They did a lot of funding. Also, when you read the books from Geisenheim University, the Geisenheim University was founded in 1872. What was the focal point of research in the beginning of Geisenheim? This was field trials. about synthetic nitrogen. And there was always this mention, we thank August Biebrich company for spending so much synthetic fertilizers so that we can do our trials, for example. So this was immediately, so there was a connection. And also the agrochemistry also had a big impact on teaching. And I think that's what we maybe don't understand that much as sommeliers, but in agriculture it's very important who is organizing the knowledge transfer. Who is organizing that? And in the past it was a lot organized by the agrochemistry. This is a perfect example. The Deutsche Landwirtschaftsgesellschaft, it's the German agricultural society. They were formed in times where the emperor was still on stage. And they were always doing some, consulting to the growers, and they were funded a lot by the chemistry industry. Georg mentioned the different mindset that has occurred in the time. The people were as farms, and it was not always fun, as you said. There was a lot of poverty, but they were very connected to their piece of land, and were surrounded, and they made their own decision. And with this onset of synthetic fertilizer, chemistry, and so on, it became so complex. Also, today, the different parts of agriculture have become so complex. So when you are normally growing, for example, chickens, you may have difficulties to have some cows or sheep because, the demand to know about cows and sheep, also about, laws and what you have to do and blah, 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 is so complex. And people were always strained by the complexity, also what the knowledge became always broader. And all of a sudden, the knowledge comes from outside into the farms. And again, this kind of knowledge transfer, the person coming from outside and tells the farmer, you have to do this and this and that, and this is the solution. And it takes away the authority of the people. There's a very important sentence from a German author. She says, the next dictatorship comes in form of a service offer. This kind of, you get the service that you don't have to make your own decisions. Everyone is doing things for you, but in the end you give away the handling and you take it away from you. That's also, by the way, one aspect that biodynamics don't like. They want to get back into the responsibility and want to make their own decision. What's interesting is there were a lot of science at the time, also in other fields, not only about soil nutrition, about synthetic fertilizer and so on, but they had several problems. The problem was the complexity. They was overstrained by the complexity. And they had the problem that they couldn't sell a product afterwards. I mean, when you do a trial on soil bacteria, what can you sell afterwards? Nothing. If you do a trial on synthetic fertilizer, you can sell something afterwards, and you get more funding. And when you have more funding, you have more and it's this kind of constant circle. And then, of course, it's also interesting when we come to the lectures of Rudolf Steiner in 1924, there's also in Dornach a lot of research done what Steiner have read before he did the lectures. And Steiner had a super big library with state-of-the-art scientific works. And for example, at that time, it was already known that there are rhizobia bacteria in the soil fixing nitrogen, for example. There was already known that there is something like mycorrhiza and all these brands and a network that is feeding the plants and stuff like that. There was Charles Darwin. He was for evolutionary biology responsible, but he wrote a very highly respected book on rainworms, how they work, what's their work, how they increase the humus content, and so on and so on. What is their job in doing that? And Steiner knew all that. Also, Lönis published a book on bacteriology, a very important book on that. And also phosphorus can be mobilized by plants, and so on and so on. The list is very long, but however, it was only small spots, And it was so complicated, and people like to have this more simple solution. And I think if you look at the development of the industrialization of agriculture, it was always like that people preferred the simple answer instead of complex things. Everything what was too complex, it was denied, the knowledge was marginalized and was putting away. So this is really what this industrialization of our agriculture has driven. So how come that these lectures of Rudolf Steiner were in 1924? And I think it's super interesting to look at this time frame. You have 1910, the invention of the Haber-Bosch method. Synthetic fertilizer synthetic nitrogen could be made. All of a sudden, the Ministry of War was super aware, wow, this is super interesting. So they made a contract with Haber-Bosch, gave them 10 million Reichsmark credit, which was a tremendous amount of money. They could build these big machines and big machinery, and the German state gave this company a security that they will take the stuff and will buy it from them. It's called the so-called Salpeter contract. So they were able then to build these big machines and so on. 1914, First World War started, and the First World War started in summer. So just before harvest, so the men had to go to war. The women were alone at home with this very heavy work. They didn't have that much machinery. It was very, very hard work. So very quick, they came into a shortage of food. Very quick, there was a shortage of food. Also, what you already mentioned, the ships which bring salpeter from Chile were stopped. So there was very difficult. So they had a shortage of food, a shortage of power, shortage of labor. And then in Berlin, people from food supply professors came together, and they made a simple calculation. They said, okay, we have 25 million pigs in the stables in Germany, and they are in competition for potatoes and corn with their human beings. So let's kill 8 million pigs. And they did. Within 3 months, they killed 8 million pigs. It's the big pig murder from 1915. All of a sudden, the manure of 8 million animals was not there anymore. Okay? So this brought the total cycle of nutrients totally out of control. Also, the people planted a lot of potatoes and turnips, which eats a lot of nutrients out of the soil. You can't grow every year potatoes on a field because the field is then absolutely empty after a few years. So, but they did. So, First World War was over. It's also that some historians say that because of this decision, more than 300,000 people died of famine in Germany because of this decision. There are some historians that say that. It's really crazy. When I read that, I said, what the hell? I didn't know that. So anyway, First World War was over in 1918. All of a sudden, this synthetic fertilizer, who was before used for explosive and to kill other people, was then applied to the fields. The plants were not adapted to the synthetic fertilizer, so normally wheat is that high. If you use synthetic fertilizer, it goes higher and then it falls down. So you had problems with fungi and so on and so on. And also the soil became acidic. So there was an acidification of the soil. Then the industry came to the farmers and said, okay, you have to buy now lime to balance the acidity. And that also when the farmers became really angry because, you know, a farmer doesn't want to spend money on something, right? He always wants to save money. And if someone wants to say, okay, buy this, buy this, buy this, buy that, and the farmer said, you know what, I don't want to buy anything anymore. And that was also one of the things where they said, okay, we want to have a different idea. This with the synthetic fertilizer, we are not convinced. It seems to be a totally wrong idea. And that's how they ask Steiner, what can we do others and what can bring us a different perspective on that. And this nitrogen question and the question how to understand soil fertility is one of the major things in the agricultural course of Steiner. He always said the synthetic fertilizer, this is wrong, this is the wrong idea, don't do it, and so on and so on. It's about how to understand soil fertility was the major question in agricultural science in 1924, and to be honest, it is still today. That's also why people find biodynamics interesting, how they answer soil fertility. Not simply like it's just phosphor, nitrogen, blah, blah, blah. So having a broader perspective on soil fertility. So this is the first point I want to make. But we are sommeliers. So we are, of course, we have to be interested in agriculture, but it's also interesting to see, and this is super interesting what I'm presenting now to you. I hope you find it also as interesting as I found. I'm very excited about this. What happened in viticultural science? And, you know, all these viticultural schools were founded at that time, you know. Agricultural science had its origin, you know, Liebig was 1850. 10 years later, so then was a lot of agricultural science universities started in Potsdam, in Hochheim, and God knows where, or everywhere, also in Europe. But then, of course, the subjects became complex and more complex, so there were some specializations. So people were specializing on cow husbandry and milk and dairy farms. Some universities specialized on corn growing, whatever, vegetables. But we had also the specialization of wine growing. So Klosterneuburg, you see Weinsberg, 1872, Geisenheim was founded. And what was their target? What was their task? It was always how can we increase the quality of the wine and how can we increase quantity? That was the focus at that time. Here on the left-hand side, you see a picture from August Sander. He was a photographer in the Rhine River Valley. He also photographed farmers in the Münsterland, which is super interesting how they look and the face of the people. So very hard face. You could see how hard the work was. And this is a picture from, I presume, from the Rüdesheim mountain, and you see how the vineyards were organized. It was 27,000 plants per hectare. 3 vines, around 1 pole. And the soil fertility was done by carrying manure on the head to the vineyards. So not something you would like to do. I mean, it was very, very heavy work. Done by women, absolutely. Very heavy work done by women. So Geisenheim started in 1872, and the focal point was plant physiology, research on chemistry in wine, and of course also focus on fertilizer theory. And you see, they had no lecturer for the natural science department, so they asked Professor Dr. Neubauer. Neubauer came from the Institute Fresenius, and Mr. Fresenius was a pupil from a student by Justus von Liebig. So Liebig was a lot of people who really totally organized this new university were students from Liebig. And they brought again this chemistry perspective, what all follows then afterwards. They did a lot of research on training, trellising, and breeding. And because, of course, with 27,000 plants per hectare, you have very thin wood and so on. So they made half of it. They declined it to 18,000 plants per hectare. After mechanization, we are at around 6,000 plants per hectare. So it's crazy how this has changed also with mechanization, how the tractor width and so on then have decided what's going on and how do we organize and construct a vineyard. There was a lot of things on clonal selection and on Riesling and Pinot varieties. I come to it in a minute. And the idea was also increasing yield, and with these new clones, it was possible to have 2 to 3 times more yield. This is super interesting. What Georg mentioned, the onset of phylloxera in Europe. Phylloxera was discovered in Bonn in Germany in 1874. And the Germans knew already from France, oh, there's coming a problem to us. And there were some scientists going to Montpellier at the time, and they're bringing some American rootstock to Geisenheim. And Geisenheim had one of the first mother vineyards for American rootstock. So they started grafting. And it was super difficult to get the right material, also to cope with lime in the soil and so on. And they did a lot of research on that, and the problem was that grafting was state-ruled, and all over Germany they could do per year around 420,000 vines per year. They could produce grafted vines to offer to the wine growers. So during the Second World War, this was totally laying fallow. And after the Second World War, most of the German vineyards were destroyed by phylloxera. So it was really a huge problem. So the replanting of vines in Germany was especially done after the Second World War. And you see, it was then the nursery practices were privatized. And then all of a sudden, they could produce 15 million plants in 1957. And this mindset of these plants were 1957, yay, big yield, big volume, growing a lot. This was then, the mindset of that. So, and that's, I found that very interesting. This is a quote I found in this book, 100 Years Geisenheim. It's a jubilee book where they all said what happened in the last 100 years. And he said, Professor Becker wrote down that very proud, today almost 50% of all grafted vines in the Federal Republic of Germany are grafted onto Geisenheim rootstocks. Around 40% of all Riesling vines grafted for German viticulture are Geisenheim clones. So we funnel down the genetics totally crazily towards some single rootstock, or maybe 2 or 3 rootstock. At that time, SO4 was quite prominent. Well, I was recently in Bordeaux, and Mr. Neiberg, I'm a big fan of his work, he said, we have Merlot in Bordeaux is 2 clones on 1 rootstock. That's monoculture. And we heard, Heidi, Gaia, they do 300 different clonal selections because they are not a fan of these clonal selections anymore, because that's too funneling down 1 clone and so on to that, giving high yield and so on. But today we need maybe something different. This is also a very interesting aspect. In Germany, we're speaking a lot of drought problems, and everywhere it's drought. And that last year, 2022, we could almost walk through the River Rhine because it hasn't rained for 3 months, no drop of rain. And of course, the vines are struggling, and especially at the Rüdesheim mountain. But what is also part of the story is this here. We had, after the Second World War, a reconsolidation of land because we had the heritage law of physical division. When you are a family and you have 5 kids and 10 hectares, everyone gets 2 hectares. And after 3 or 4 generations, everyone is left with a little size of vineyard, but that's not economically viable. So there was this reconsolidation of land. And what they did after the Second World War, it was the onset of mechanization, so tractors were available. They reconstructed the outline of the vineyards. And they did it, Geisenheim, this is the Rüdesheim mountain, it was from 1970 to 1985, the land consolidation, Flurbereinigung. And the people had in their bones the super wet vintages of the 50s and the 60s. 50s and 60s were horrible vintages in Germany. Maybe there was 59, this was a super vintage, but mostly it were totally wet, raining like hell, rot like hell. So what did they do with the consolidation of land? Drainage. They want to get rid of the water. Today, we would do it differently. So look at the shape of the Rüdesheim mountain, small terraces. yeah, so on. Then they broke down these walls, everything straight, going with a tractor, direct in one line. And then, of course we have drought problems, but this is also adding up to the problems. You know, you have to understand that in a way. With the mechanization came also the economies of scale. Because when you are a farm and you buy a tractor that costed at that time that much as, you know, the whole harvest brings you money, you have debts. And when you have only 1.5 hectare, it's not valuable anymore, you know. With this mechanization and so on, this kind of circle economies of scale, getting bigger and so on, becoming more economic and so on and so on. Also this started with that. And you can see that in the statistics. So these are the statistics of wine yields in France, Germany, Italy, and Spain in a 10-year moving average from 1900 to 2015. And you know, when you look at the yield in Germany before the industrialization, also before phylloxera, when they had 15 hectoliters or 20 hectoliters per hectare, they were super, super happy. They spoke about, oh wow, this is a full vintage, we are so happy, and so on. In 2018 or 15, we had 100 hectoliters per hectare in Germany. And also you see this is really this kind of boom, it goes really up at the yield levels. And yeah, what I also found super interesting, and this will be also important for the tasting, what we are tasting now, because biodynamics doesn't stop at the cellar door, also in the cellar is going a lot on. When you look at the development of cellar technology during that time, and it's really interesting, Geisenheim was founded in 1872. The cellar department was founded only 90 years later. And the argument was, why should we have a cellar department? How stupid is that? I mean, we harvest the grapes, it's fermenting 2 to 3 years in the barrel, and then boom, we bottle it. Why should we need a cellar department, huh? So it's really funny. They only 90 years later, they started to have our own enology department. And until after the Second World War, as I already mentioned, and also it started with this analysis. When they did beforehand some things with whatever fermentation, they always had an organoleptic thing, and afterwards they started, you know, with this more chemistry research on that. Also interesting to the development of cultured yeast. You know, there was a guy, I'm sure you heard about him, Professor Müller-Thurgau. I'm sure maybe you heard about the famous Müller-Thurgau vineyard, and he was a famous professor in Geisenheim. And he did a lot of research on yeast. And he started to do this pied de cuvée, so, you know, where you have some grapes, you mush it in the vineyards, it starts fermenting, and then you do that in the barrels to get the fermentation running. You know what I mean, this pied de cuvée? So he was experimenting with that. And then he was inspired by a guy called Emil Christian Hansen in Denmark. He was a biologist who did research on yeast for beer brewing. They wanted to secure the process of beer brewing on a bigger scale, so really big volume, safely fermented. And he started also to do some cultured yeast for wine. And then they went to some congress, to symposium in Wiesbaden or Mainz, God knows where, and they wrote down in their books, you know, the practitioners, you know, the viticulturists, and, you know, they're also old-fashioned, and they don't want to have our cultured yeast. They only stick to the natural yeast because they always think with cultured yeast the wine doesn't taste that good. It's really written down like that. And in 1960, so the Geisenheim University had really a department for cultured yeast where you could buy cultured yeast, but it was not running. And in 1966, the officials from the state, you know, we have this kind of audit program where people look what happens with the taxpayers' money. You know what I mean? And they wrote to Geisenheim, you know, you have please close this cultured yeast department because it's not economically viable. But shortly after, the botryticide, you know, these fungicides to kill botrytis were developed, and all of a sudden people had problems to, you know, ferment, and the cultured yeast became common practice. and it's written down in this 100-year yearbook of Geisenheim. So cultured yeast is really something, the development, it's really funny to see that. Sterile filtration only in 1960, where it was possible to make cheap wines. Süßreserve the same. Temperature-controlled fermentation, research on materials, steel tank plastic, new construction of pneumatic presses, and so on, And also research on bentonite and charcoal. 1959 was a high protein level of wine, so they started all on that. Yeah, and also what is also an important part we always forget is accounting and market research. With this development of the European Union, the German growers were very afraid of the strong power of French, Italian, and Spanish wine growers. And in order to compare and contrast the numbers and the structure, they at Geisenheim University started with a market research and also accounting department in Geisenheim. And so there they've made really this labor input per hectare and the optimization. How can you do soil mechanization, soil cultivation, pest control, how to become more economically viable. It was only with 1956 that we had clear numbers on everything. You know, how much labor work, how much does it cost, how should you calculate it, how much give you advantage a tractor when you save that amount of labor work, blah, blah, blah. So this started with that. And you know, I put that, this is, by the way, a picture done by AI, so how's it called? Künstliche Intelligenz, artificial intelligence. It should be demonstrating rainworms because they are demonstrating to have their own tax number that they can write an invoice, that they are also important in the calculation, of course. Yeah, so anyway, this was a bit a perspective, a historic perspective on that. And so it's, for us it's important, or we wanted to show you where are we coming from, because I don't like when this biodynamic is always seen as, oh, cow and blah, blah, blah. It's so interesting to look at the history and look the development, what was before, was 1924, and what was afterwards, and why are we now standing there at the moment, and how can we develop agriculture and viticulture together forward, and what impact can biodynamic have? What are the interesting ideas there? And there are so many interesting ideas. Biodynamic is not the only answer. I mean, we see, regenerative viticulture, we see permaculture, agroforestry, and so on and so on. Everything is possible, and I think the target is to look. In biodynamics, you know, they have 100 years experience. Look what is good, what can we copy, and what can we scale also on bigger size. It's not, if a small garage winery is doing on 3 hectares something, okay, that's nice. But we have here a lady from Rotkäppchen Mumm. It's interesting what they will do in the future, and this has really an impact. And what can biodynamic can give, what kind of ideas can biodynamic have? And you see that we have some pressure. This is a recent pesticide atlas from Europe. It shows how much pesticides are used in agriculture. And it's like that in Germany, we have the example Germany, but you can also see that on other European countries. In Germany, viticulture makes not even 1% of the crop land, hectare-wise. But 20% of the pesticides are used on that 1%. And I think when we are aware of climate change, more sustainability, wine is a luxury product, and you don't need wine, right? You need some bread, you need maybe some milk, you need vegetables. So in the future, we have a huge competition about resources, and I think we can hardly argument that. So how can we become better? And you see that wine is really difficult. More difficult, as you already mentioned, is apples. Apple is even higher in the impact. And when you look also at the history of industrialization of agriculture, all these developments were made in a temperate climate. So a climate that covers this brutal soil treatment, you know? We could really work with the soil like idiots, but we had a very temperate climate. It was always raining and blah, blah, blah. It was okay. But this stops now, you know? It will not be forgiven if we treat the soils badly, if we mechanize, if we go plowing like hell and destroy the soil structure and everything. It will be not balanced anymore by a temperate climate. So there is time to act, and I think biodynamic can have some good ideas how we can combat that. So thank you for your attention. So yes, maybe some questions. Oops, sorry.
Can we please have the hand microphone, guys? So now it's time for questions from the audience, and I will run with the microphone if there are any.
No.
It's a shy audience.
It's a shy. They're over here.
Hi, my name is Lisa. One specific question. You mentioned that there became a problem when the pig murder came and then people started planting potatoes. Can you repeat what was the problem with having lots of potato crops?
Because potatoes, and maybe Henry, you are more into that, taking a lot of nutrients or energy out of the soil, and they make the soil poor. But maybe Henry is the better person to answer that. Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's just like Romana said, that it's potato takes a lot of energy, a lot of nutrients, and also it's a very you use it very industrial way. You farm it very densely, and yeah, it requires a lot of nutrients, like Romana said. And I guess that's a great example. I actually didn't know about this pig murder case. It's extremely interesting to hear about it. But I think it's a very good example also how you can see that if you take one part of the wholeness, that what actually happens somewhere on the other side of that wholeness. And imagine that's 100 years ago, and imagine what we do now globally, because that was a Eurocentric example. Now we have the whole world, which we can see a lot of these examples. For example, I think it was a fine example, but you said it very well. I think it's actually correct.
Yeah, no, I think also with there was a loss of the manure as well with the pigs, or 8 million pigs can make a lot of manure, I presume. And also the problem was that the ladies at home, they couldn't cope with this manure work. It's a very heavy, it was labor intensive you see how they brought the manure to the vineyards on their head. I mean, how heavy was that? And they couldn't take care of the manure, and there was also a big loss of fertility because of that. And this all led to a very destruction of agricultural fields in Germany, and really a huge famine. There was a huge famine in 1917-18. It's also said that Germany lost the war because they lost also the background from the people towards this war, and a lot of people died on that. Yeah.
I will maybe add something to it as well. It's what we all learned at school. At some stage, I suppose, is the famous crop rotation. So if you talk about crop rotation, it's not only about the physical figures, and that's what happened with the pig manure, that all of a sudden the nitrogen was not there anymore. If you talk about crop rotation, and that's what's coming out in today's science again, is that it is a whole complex system. So crop rotation means that potatoes, for example, is a high intense nitrogen sucking fruit. So to prepare that period, to have that in my field, normally I have 3 years of grain, and eventually 2 years of grain and 2 years of pasture lands, depending where I am, in which conditions I am. So to build up a different soil structure, but to build up also through the nitrogen input of other plants a different context on the physical, biological and chemical level. I think that's very important to understand. That most of the time, if we talk about soil, we think chemical. But we have soil biology and soil physics as well, which have to act in a good combination. So obviously by taking off that crop rotation which happened at the time and focusing only on that physical aspect, bringing from outside mineral fertilizers or manure and keeping the same crop over the years, we would lose on soil physical aspects and soil microbiological aspects. And that's what's happening in many, many parts of the world today. If you look at, for example, at maize and things like that, in the landscape.
Leora, you have a question.
Is there no need for crop rotation when it comes to grapes at all?
Good question.
That's a very good question. When I started, it's a very good one, and we can talk about it also in an economical level. When I started my technical degree in viticulture in the middle of the 90s, when you would take out a vineyard in Germany, you would keep the plant rights for 12 years. So at that time it was still by law that if you take out a vineyard, you would have the rights to replant the vineyard later. So you take out a hectare and then you have the right to replant a hectare of vineyards out of the regulations. So you would have had those rights to replant for 12 years. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Those 12 years are coming out of that old thinking of crop rotations. Because obviously you would have those 12 years and you could, depending on the crop rotation, you could make 3 cycles or 4 cycles of crop rotation to re-prepare that field for the next vineyard generation. If you talk economics today, most of even biodynamic growing wineries, you take out a vineyard and you replant latest after 2 years. And the soil is getting tired, of course. So this is a big problem, and we have an increase of disease like ESCA and all those aspects which can be related to this kind of decrease in soil fertility. Obviously, it is a culture which we can keep for. If I plant a vineyard, my aim is today I want to plant a vineyard which should be there still in 80 years' time. That should be the purpose. Today we take out a vineyard more or less after 25 years. And this is all the economical cost. That's one side, and on the other side, obviously within the vineyard we can do with cover crop management and all those aspects. That's another aspect. We can do some sort of crop rotations, but obviously not having a vineyard on my vineyard land for a certain amount of time, it could be very helpful for the development of soil fertility. So it's a very important one. And today you can't keep those 12 years anymore. That was taken away.
By law, you have to show that. Okay, there's another question.
Thank you. Hello, very interesting. Thank you very much for this. I'm from Georgia. 2 questions. First, of course, I understand that you use direct manure, and what you think and maybe you make some experiments to make a compost of manure with steams and with some plants, for example, and how many months you make fermentation of this. And second, what about the manure of different animals, not only pigs?
Yeah.
For example, cows, mostly cows, chicken and sheep, etc.
No, what we try to do now in this first session today is to make a setup of the historical circumstances. Of course we are talking manure, we are talking compost as well. And that we will look at it tomorrow as one aspect of, let's call it an agriculture for the future, that we have to integrate either through crop rotation or through good compost management, all those different aspects. And if you talk compost production, for me, the big art of this is to combine, this is basics of agriculture, the carbon with the nitrogen. This is old farmers' knowledge, and how to make this interactive, stable, and plant available. This is good fertilization methods in general, to make it very simple now. And one of it is composting, of course. Pig manure is definitely not the best manure for fertilization, we all agree with that. But out of this pure mineral, physical, nitrogen sinking, that's what I try to point out. Yeah, the substance is in there, but
you maybe have to work.
Farmers know that cow manure is something different than a chicken manure, and then pig manure, and then horse manure, of course.
But you have make maybe different compost. I mean, you just work with this different manure. I mean, chicken, the food goes full of chicken like it's very sharp, the chicken manure. You maybe have to work differently to make compost but it's possible.
And it's really, if you talk about the bird manure in general, it is extremely aggressive. Yesterday I have been in Lithuania at the Kurische Nährung. There is a cormorant colony in the forest, the birds. So the forest where the cormorants are is slowly dying because of this high extreme nitrogen input of bird manure. So yeah, to point that out as well, there is a big difference in the quality of the manure, where it's coming from and how I use it. Yeah.
By the way, human manure is absolutely the worst. It's really interesting, right? It's the plant is growing while decaying at the same time. Anyway. Not that I tried it personally, I know it from a friend.
We have potentially time for one more question, if one comes up.
Over there, okay.
It's very interesting. We will talk about the. I was thinking about the whole talk because we're talking about the biodynamics and also the natural wines thing. I was wondering if you ever conduct any research about before the revolutionary before that. I would say that the agriculture would be more developed. I would say in the way that it's more natural, it's more dynamic, and we talk a lot about the mechanicals developments and also the all the history going through is more of the technical things. But before that, I think before the rise of the trend we now on the trend with biodynamics, but before that, I would say it's already existing. So have you ever thought of go back in time and do some research about that, and then we connecting with the future time, if it's developed in the same way or it's have some interesting ones over there in the past. If you
I didn't fully get your question. Can you precise it?
So I was trying to ask that have you ever thought of conducting any research back in time if the biodynamics and also natural winemaking that already developed, and then we can do something on that to apply into the future.
But maybe.
Yeah, if I understand you well, you're looking back at the 19th century and taking maybe some interesting parts of it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we want to talk about.
Yeah.
Also doing the wine tasting. For me, it's not about going, because it's becoming more and more a fashion. You have to go back to old varieties, or we have to go back to the old. For me, the question is, how can I integrate old thinking methods and transform them and make them or integrate them in my system for the future. But and what we try to point out with that is, and I try to point out that is this kind of time frame of this extreme materialistic, one-sided, pure scientific materialistic physical thinking, which guided us a little bit until 1924 and even more until today. And it becomes more and more, even in science today, it becomes more and more clear. When I did my PhD, for example, I measured specific soil enzymes in the soil, so certain microorganisms. Today we are talking about microbiome research.
That's very complex.
That the one-sided enzyme shouldn't be measured anymore. It's still interesting, but we're talking now. The microbiome for me is one example where I measure the entire interaction beam of the soil, if you understand what I mean. So this is a little bit what we try to point out, the thinking which we had before, now having been transformed in our pure natural science thinking. And I'm not against science, and Steiner wasn't it as well. But how can we integrate it into the future? Maybe one example, but we can look at that during the tasting as well. I don't know how much time we have. We have one more minute. I always give that example. If you talk about wine making, if you talk about the Rheingau region, where Geisenheim is, Kloster Eberbach, for example, if you look at the pictures of the time of the harvest, like end of the 19th century, I don't know if you've seen that, you very often have a man standing in front of an old barrel, open, which is on top of an ox wagon. And then there is a crusher on top of it. And that ox wagon is standing in the middle of the vineyard in the summer heat. An ox wagon. And there haven't been tarred roads at that time. So that stuff was filled up quite slowly, crushed, and then eventually that ox wagon would go.
There was some skin contact.
Down the hill to Kloster Eberbach, and then if you look at the pictures in front of Kloster Eberbach, you would have a big
traffic jam
of ox wagons waiting to be pressed.
I would like to see a
so
traffic jam.
So if you talk about Riesling made at Kloster Eberbach like 100 years ago, we can talk about mash fermentation a bit, if you understand what I want to say. So we have that kind of historical understanding. So those wines have been full of phenols. They haven't been cold pressed and in a nice, beautiful Bucher pneumatical press. And I'm not against the pneumatical press. But I just want to point that out, that we have this, and how, for me, the question is how can I integrate that knowledge into our today's winemaking process, which is, yeah. And there's no black and white. For me, there's always, how can I find my own inner balance within those polarities? So we'll look at that maybe during the tasting a little bit. If that's answer to your question a little bit, I don't know.
As you all figured out, this was just the introduction to this day and a half of a symposium, so we will definitely dig into the topic much deeper. Those of you who received the Wine Symposium badge, there is a QR code that actually gates you to the program, so you can follow that. The program is available on the Finnish Sommelier Association's website. ASI delegates who were here for the meeting, your QR code will take you to the web page, but you will need to find personally the Biodynamic Summit program. So we now have a break. We will restart at 4 o'clock. There are water and toilets that way. There might be a cafe open on the other side of the building if you want. Okay, so it's 4 o'clock and it's time for the second session. The
Schon
question
startet.
of
Ah, ja, du hast den
taste,
schon, ja,
and
genau.
as the name
Ja,
indicates,
oder?
here we're going to have some wine too, okay?
Okay.
Hello, hello. I just want to build the bridge now. We started now with that historical aspect, which creates a base, and tomorrow we'll go to the principles of biodynamics. And I hope you can go home after that with a deeper understanding of biodynamics. And now I play the ball to a very important person who is carrying that movement in his heart, and that's Georg Meissner. And he is showing us as somebody who is doing that in his practical life a little bit what one can do and what one can do through enthusiasm. It's not, we heard a lot of figures now, but we will see that more as well. It has much to do with my own consciousness and my own behaviors. So thank you, John, for being here.
Okay.
Thank you, Georg. Thank you very much, Heidi. Thank you very much, Romana. I'm sorry for my English. It's not so good, but I try. And today is a special day for me because I like very much Finland. I am a good father from Frida in Jyväskylä, and I stay with all the people, sommelier, that it's a very nice opportunity. Okay, I start with 3 minutes from one video, and later we can try together for the tasting, okay?
Mi nombre es Georg Meissner, quinta generación de la familia Romana, elaboradores de vinos y vinos espumosos en la zona del Penedés. Zona óptima para la elaboración de este tipo de vinos, con un clima mediterráneo moderado, a unos 300 metros de altura, y cultivamos pues, el viñedo junto con nuestros pastos para alimentar a nuestro organismo granja, a nuestros animales, y también cuidamos de nuestros bosques. La biodinámica es una palabra que se define por sí misma. Bios, vida, dynamis, fuerzas, las fuerzas de la vida, esa energía vital que diferencia este tipo de cultivo de todos los demás. Hay una parte física, una parte técnica y una parte cósmica. Si sabemos entrelazar estos distintos elementos, tierra, agua, aire, fuego, junto con la planta, raíz, hoja, flor, fruto, sabremos que realmente el trabajo nos puede llevar muy lejos. Llegamos a la biodinámica en Romana después de no encontrar una respuesta, de no encontrar una luz, de no encontrar el sentido de todo el trabajo, de todo el esfuerzo, de toda la energía que aplicábamos para intentar sobreponernos a ese cambio climático y de resistirnos a dejar de elaborar esos vinos espumosos que durante toda una vida se han elaborado en nuestra zona. A partir de aquí uno se da cuenta que mira en la dirección equivocada. Ahí nos damos cuenta realmente que es en el suelo, en el trabajo del suelo, a devolverle al suelo todo lo que nos ha dado, que hay un camino enorme de recorrer. Sí que es cierto que en el 2012 nosotros empezamos, 2014, 2015, poco a poco nos vamos certificando, pero es un sinfín. Es decir, nosotros seguimos ahora en nuestra labor, en nuestro descubrimiento, en ir más allá desde nuestro rebaño de vacas de la aldea, recuperando ese rebaño, nuestros caballos para la tracción animal, de ese organismo granja del cual pues hemos podido crear nuestro propio compost primero animal, después un compost vegetal, combinarlo con la escasez de lluvia, que nos dificulta también ese proceso. Y bueno, el hacer las cosas a veces te dan una explicación de los resultados que uno quiere tener, que no siempre son mesurables. Y al no ser mesurables, muchas veces uno se puede poner en cuestión, o le pueden poner en cuestión si lo que está haciendo es lo real. Pero cuántas cosas no son mesurables y son evidentes y que existen, como los sentimientos propios. Y ahí es donde realmente, pues, en la biodinámica, independientemente de todas las formas que hay de medida, como pueden ser las cristalizaciones, hay algo que es intangible, pero que todavía nos da más fuerza para seguir trabajando en esta filosofía que es grande y no tiene límite. La biodinámica en la viticultura, en la elaboración de nuestras uvas.
Okay, it's just now I change.
Okay, should I help you? Okay, I'll do it.
Okay. I try to explain that okay, we must in the viticulture, organic, biodynamic, this big way, this job, it's important, but for me it's very important to the sustainability in the cave, in the cellar. The sustainability, it is for the water print, the footprint, that's it's we try in the winery for the geothermal, with the photovoltaic, with the recuperation, all the water, the raining or the sewage, and everything. This is more important for to complete this working in the vineyard. Now we working with the green hydrogen production, and this one slide is all of the process, like when we start in '98, like to now, organic, biodynamic, Emma's wine made for climate protection, and all of the different steps by step. It's not a short process. It's very long, like the life of the people. This slide is very nice because it's Romana when show this presentation and with the worms.
Yeah.
And now when I have in the life under the heart with the Claude and Lydia Bourguignon, that she I studying in Burgundis, and 30 years later I return in Burgundis, because it is not only enology but the viticulture and the studying of the soils is very, very important. Here I try to understand the soils, and sometimes you see only the plant, and when you understand that the big part it's under in the soil, it's a big start. Sorry. Here you have the ships, but if you see this slide, the lamb, the sheets, it's eating the grass, the dry grass, and not eating the leaf. And this is it's not Rassenheim. It's the university. These lambs go to the University of Barcelona.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry for this joke, but
university sheep. University sheep. Okay, cool.
Later we can explain this project. Okay, the cows. It's for me the cows. It's a special animal. It's very special animal in different sense, but of course for the 500 preparate, for the Mariatun preparate, and I think that's in my forest. They are this animal. We have four horses for the traction animal, because it's for the compacting, and the animal with the vegetal and the mineral. For me, it's a perfect triangle, right? Because the animals need the vegetal, and the humans need the animals, because the one plant can stay over there, and one time per year, maybe 1 minute per year, when you running, you can look this plant. Okay, but one animal, it's 2 days, 2 times for the day, for to give lunch, and if you don't take care, we have a problem. For me, it's a proximity, like this observation that when we explain of the biodynamic, it's very close to the plants, very close to animals, and together with the organismo granja. It's everything that's one tiene un sentido. Okay, Mariatun, of course, preparate examine with the horn, with the plants, the compost. Every place, every country have a compost different. At home it's bovine, ovine, horses and grape skin, but everyone take a different composition, of course. And we working with certificate with Demeter 2014, and with Biodynamic. And for me, it's maybe the best important this slide, because Alianzas para la Tierra, it's one group of 12 viticultures, like working together in biodynamic. It's a more important surface in this moment in Spain. It's 500 hectares of biodynamic producers, and all of the grape from these people come in Romana, and we can absolutely all of the production with the bubbles, with the traditional method, like you're tasting now. It is with these people. It's very good job with this. Of course, today I can explain for the heroic viticulture, but in 1,300 meters we go with the varieties in the Pyrenees, because the reality climate, it is there are many things to do, of course, but in my mind is always go in 20 years later, maybe we must go in this way. Okay, working together for a better future. And now the wine that you have in your glass, Romana told me that I can escape. Okay. No, if you got all. I think that's all the people meet the traditional method, of course, but this wine, it's special because when you bottling this wine, you can use this is okay, the crown cap, or you can use the cork, the natural cork. Okay, this one it's for 14 years aging on lees with the natural cork, and this process when you taste this wine, it's not only the autolysis and the process, enzymatic process in the wine, but it's very important the touch of the cork with the wine, and another thing that it's not only the ethylvanillinas or the lactonas that like the same when you put the wine in the barrel, the wood gives these smells. The natural cork, it's a small contact with the wine, but it's very long time, you know. Yes. And in 2012, le comité interprofessionnel de vin de Champagne, donc, explain that all the people like continue with this process. You can have very old wines like 2009 that you have in your glasses. It's a very long time aging on these, but it's not tired. The color and the nouns it's just the ellagic tannins like you have in the polyphenols in the wood help this wine, and that's this process of aging. Okay, that's one thing very important for this wine. And the second thing it's autolysis. Autolysis is an enzymatic process when the yeast after 9-12 months later to tirage. Here you can see the evolution. That's it's dead, and in this slide you can see that one yeast you have un nucleo, una vacuola, and inside you have a different enzyme, proteases, good proteins like peptids and acetaminase. This is a precursors aromatic like you have in this wine, but you have you have in the nucleo as ribonucleases. It's another enzyme that could los ácidos nucleicos, nucleic acids, ADN, ARN, and it's more longer on the time. It's 12 years older. For the proteases is 5 years older, and every of this process you can have in this wine. Thus, sometimes you can see the toast, the dry fruits, cacao, mocha, honey. If you see this yeast, you have a difference cicatrices, no sé cómo se dice. And this one is from taumatina. Taumatina, it's a protein 2,500 times more sweet than the sugar. This wine, it's brut nature, it's zero of sugar. And when you taste, in the mouth, it's dry, but it's not secante. You have something that the tasting and the contact of the monoprotein you have inside. This, for me, the biodynamic process in this wine, it's coming, because this is 2009, it's not 2040. It's the first vintage that it's certificate, but it's when I tasting this wine in my head, it's possible to go to the biodynamic, because it's a physical, only physical. But this part, etheric part, that's Georg explained, and I learned a lot of things from Georg, that it's when many sommeliers ask me, this wine, what is the difference, like this wine and the next one when it's biodynamic? What is the difference for the taste? Of course, I can explain you a lot of things for the minerality, the extract, les très secs, les cendres. I can explain technology, but I think it's not the more important thing. This is one wine that's es un vino que tiene alma. ¿Cómo es alma?
Yeah, the soul. The soul. Yeah.
Es un vino que tiene una energía vital. Somos lo que comemos y lo que bebemos.
Ricardo, can you translate? My Spanish is not there.
This wine is not only the tasting. It's the tasting, of course, but I think it's an opportunity that contribution with the landscape and the contribution because this wine for the health it's something like very 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 interesting. I'm sorry for my English.
You're great.
The last
You're
one
so
is
great.
maybe this crystallización sensible. This is sometimes it's not only this for my way, follow my way, but it's for me it's I make at home and Margaret Chapelle in Puy-l'Évêque. It's a woman make a lot of years these crystallizaciones, and it's for me I can sleep better if I have some, because of course I have experience of my grandfather, my father. I have 61 years old. I have experience now. The next generation is coming, but something like this expression of the crystallizaciones. Maybe tomorrow Georg can explain like this. It's good for me. Maybe it's not possible to quantificate, but it's very good because when the cristal is puro, that it's a guarantee. Okay, I am sorry, Romana.
No, you're perfect.
Maybe
You're perfect.
Stress
No.
for the time.
Take your time.
But I don't know if I have a lot of things to explain. But I think that the best thing is the wine.
So,
enjoy.
thank you. Thank you. Maybe a question to you, Homer, because in this tasting we would like to ask, does it make a difference, biodynamic wine? And the answer is, it depends. And we wanted to start this tasting with sparkling wine, because sparkling wine is the most manipulated one. It's 2 times fermented, you add sugar, you do whatever, aging in barrels, Solera system, God knows what. And what is the major difference? Is it when it's when you taste Tissot, for example, the first one that you have in the glass, he fermented 2 times with natural or ambient yeast, and he doesn't add any sugar. He just takes the juice of the next year and do the second fermentation then with the juice. Is the yeast different when you do biodynamics? And you taste then after autolysis, is the taste different then?
Yeah. Okay. Many years ago, I tried the first fermentation, like a spontaneous fermentation, and that's not good result because I like the biodynamic, but I like the good wines. I like good smell. I good shave.
Yeah.
Clean. That's physical. It's not the more important thing, but it's okay.
Oh, it's important, you know. Thank you.
And 10 years later or more, like I start with biodynamic process in the vineyard, the yeast that sits in the skin. It's evolution too, because when we work with a lot copper, a lot of sulfur, a lot of products, the yeast, when arrive a moment of the maturity, and you now yeast go and make the best wine. Now 10 years later or many years later, the yeast, I take care, because I take care of my vineyard, my grapes. And now it's, please, you can help me with my fermentation? Maybe yes. The relation, it's
Yes.
reciprocal.
Yeah.
And that's the way in this moment I take the personal yeast, and I can do with, of course, with a special place, because not disturb too much the bacteria and something like that. The second fermentation, it's more complicated.
Okay.
The method, it's only one exception from the traditional method. You can put one yeast, not commercial yeast, but one isolate yeast, because when you put in the tirage the vino base, the wine sugar, for each 4 gram sugar is 1 bar. Imagine 24 grams for 6 bars, and the yeast, and you
Close it.
it's finished. The intervention, because the sparkling wine is the wine that's not the minus sulfur head, because if not, it's not possible. This yeast, it's a stop after 3 bars, and you need good job in the first of the second fermentation, la prise de mousse. But and my job now is one of the yeast of my terroir, my vineyards, Fond de Juillet, like you have in this bottle, Fond de Juillet. That's my vineyards that I work with traction animal. Now I use for the second fermentation. And this yeast, it's a slow yeast. It's not very quick, but it's slow, but it's the best for the autolysis. We need more time for the autolysis, not for the aromatic from the green apple or from the young fruits. Of course, the sparkling younger, it's very good for the aperitif and everything. That's for me, it's one wine, maybe gastronomic, or maybe just 5 o'clock in the evening, with like now, or with one book or nothing, alone. And I think that that is the process with the yeast. I am in my first period of a winemaker. The yeast, it's my obsession. And now I need all of my experience. I am a 34 years professor in the university, in Universitat Rovira i Virgili, and now I have all of my theory for non-use, everything that I learned in my life. and I have for my son, now it's 29 years old, and it's coming, and I am very happy, because it's not easy for me now explain you that the 6th generation is coming, but it's very, very strong. But I think I think that some people here meet rock, that it's a passion man from the wine, and it's more strictly like me. And that it's a good news, because the way it's continued.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this wine. Yeah. Also, I don't know what you think about these 2 wines, about these 2 sparklings. Any idea on that? Someone wants to talk? Maybe. Thank you, thank you. No? Maybe I show you also the Tissot wine. So first of all, thank you, Homie, for this great wine. This is your super premium wine, 14 years on lease. That's absolutely gorgeous to taste this wine. Yeah, the Crémant de Jura, it's a blend of 50% Pinot Noir, 50% Chardonnay, 40% Pinot Noir, then a little bit of Pulsar and Trousseau, these indigenous varieties of the Jura. The first fermentation took place in 300-liter barrels, and it's only done with indigenous yeasts. And the second fermentation with juice from Vampaille, so with this kind of straw wine. And it was 15 months on lease and dosage zero. And I think here you also get the quality of the yeast flavor. It's also a quality in itself. So, yeah, thank you. This was a bit the first tasting. I would like to ask the colleagues to pour the next flight. I don't know if they are here. Yes, we can pour the next flight. So just put that here, okay. Yes, please, baby, you empty your glasses. Yeah, this tasting, so thank you, Homie, also for the introduction. We want to hear also the practical side. We also have later on Bianca Schmidt on stage. She will talk about her Riesling, and which was also aged under floor yeast, which is a bit the latest thing about Riesling and the winemaking, even Riesling under floor yeast. So we will hear more about that. Yeah, does biodynamic wine taste different? And the answer is it depends, as I already mentioned. Biodynamic wine can taste like a Sauvignon Blanc from Cloudy Bay. You can do that, of course. Or a Riesling from Julian Meyer. We will have also tasting a wine from him, which he has a total different approach. So everything is possible. And first of all, we have to make us clear what influences the taste. It's the terroir, it's the grape variety, but as Homer, you already mentioned it, it's also the person and the soul that you give in it, and also when it comes to biodynamics, the change in perspectives. We have maybe also some direct effects. Maybe Georg, you can talk about that in a minute. But I think also these indirect effects have an impact, that you think about the planting material, about the clonal selections, that you make thoughts about, can I do the second fermentation under cork or a screw cap or whatever. This all has an impact. And so we will taste now 4 different wines. These are, we start the first flight, is our indigenous varieties, and we pick out several aspects on that. But first I would like to ask Georg about what his opinion is. Does biodynamic has a direct effect on the taste of a wine, in your opinion? Because it's very difficult to answer.
If one wants to look at a direct effect, you cannot generalize, first of all. And as Jean mentioned, for me, one first direct aspect and I'm traveling the world, is very often this kind of human consciousness, this kind of inner relationship back to the soil, to the plant, and so on. So that's a very important one. But if we talk biodynamics, we very often talk life again. So today we were looking at the historical aspect, and we were looking mainly at physical figures. And if we make a wine description, very often we talk physical. And I just give you one example, a very simple example. Just imagine you take a fresh salad out of your garden early in the morning, when it's beautiful and crunchy, that salad. Yeah? And just imagine you make a fresh salad for lunch with that salad. It will be crunchy, and you will not only have the physical taste, you will have this kind of perception of crunchiness and vitality. And if you take this salad now and you put it into your fridge, and you leave it in the fridge overnight, how will be the salad the next day? Yeah, I think we all know that that salad will not have this kind of crunchiness, this perception of vitality. It will be fluffy. So, but if I look at that salad from the pure analytical side, it's still the same salad. There will be maybe a little bit water left, and water is life. If you can follow what I want to say. So this is for me one perception, also looking at the plants, looking at the performance of the plant, and looking at the decision-making process for harvest, for example. There are varieties like, for example, Sauvignon Blanc. Many, if you go to the southern hemisphere, for example, it is very clear that it can be a question of hours that I go in the vineyard and I taste some of the grapes of the berries, and they are having this kind of crunchiness and vitality perception, and sometimes within hours, or at least within a day later, the thing hangs down and has a flat perception. Is it understandable? So on the analytical level, the pH and the total acidity and all those important aspects still will be the same, making a wine with that crunchy state or making a wine with a fluffy state. But on the perception side and on the behavior within the vinification process, there will be a big difference. And you cannot generalize that biodynamic wines always are the crunchy ones and the conventional ones the fluffy ones. That's not the case. But you can very often see that this kind of trying to integrate the outside impacts inclusive, and Jean was pointing that out, the relationship of the human being to the plant, we will look at that tomorrow, can have very often, and I did a lot of scientific comparison trials, this capacity of holding back this kind of vitality aspects, even, or this capacity of having a certain adaptation to environmental factors and to deal with this, if you talk climate change and so on, that's something you very often can observe within a biodynamic context, especially in vineyards.
I think what growers, or I don't know what your experience is when you interview growers, but mainly also the organic and the biodynamics tell you that the physiological ripeness and the sugar ripeness goes more even, that you can harvest earlier ripe grapes with then of course less sugar, less alcohol in the end, and a higher acidity and a lower pH. And this is also quite important for the microbial stability, for example. If you have a lower pH, your juice is more microbial stable, and you are more, maybe it's easier than, for example, to do a wild ferment. You have less risk, for example. So if you look, if we are assuming that everything is connected to each other, and when you look and when you say, okay, biodynamics doesn't stop at a cellar door, and you want to do like this hands-off winemaking, you have to produce grapes that are from its ingredients and its ratios like that, and also with its microbial population like that, that you can make from these grapes, maybe only with a little addition of sulfur, a comprehensive wine. I think that's the magic of organic and biodynamic winemaking, to leave out these things. Leora, yeah. Yeah.
But will yeast develop differently from year to year? Of natural yeast on the grapes, will that impact the flavor of the wine eventually?
Not only from year to year, from day to day. There is big cycles in the vineyards of the yeast population. Every day it's changing. So there is a big impact of the day I'm harvesting my grapes. So the yeast population is a constant interaction process with all those environmental factors. So this whole story about my own vineyard yeast is, at what point did you harvest your yeast?
So you can't cultivate your own biodynamic yeast.
No, of course you can, because
no, but then it won't be consistent.
it's never consistent. Life is never consistent. I mean, if we are talking Dionysos, and the Dionysos, the representative of Dionysos was the snake. And why the snake? Because you cannot catch the snake. If you talk about life is in constant movement. And that's about yeast as well, in the vineyard. But we can catch a certain amount of yeast. If it's in my vineyard, it's still my vineyard yeast.
Okay, so we have now 4 different wines. So I hope you have maybe already the first wine. I think they are pouring it. And we want to point out different things. First of all, the subject of indigenous varieties. I mean, when you look at papers and when you read Chances Robinson's fabulous book on grape varieties, I think actually no one knows how many grape varieties do we have. Some state 2,000, some state 3,000, some say 30,000. So absolutely tremendous diversity of grape varieties. But when we look at our wine lists, our wine menus, then you see that maybe only 20 grape varieties are widely spread and have taken global majority. For example, Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc, and so on and so on. My theory is that those grape varieties maybe can cope best with industrialization of agriculture. So when you do, for example, with a Riesling, this Geisenheim textbook winemaking, so you do, first in the vineyard you do synthetic fertilizer, blah, 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 you do higher yields, you do machine harvest, then you bring it to the cellar, you do stainless steel ferment, cultured yeast, temperature control, fining, clarification, blah, blah, blah. You still have Riesling in the glass. And it's of decent quality, we like to drink it. But when you do the same with the Silvaner, you get a super boring, lame asparagus wine. What we drink for asparagus season, which is totally super boring and no one wants to drink it. Which is one tastes like the other. You will have no differentiation, and Silvaner can taste like Gavi, can taste like whatever. It takes away a bit the personality. And also, what you can see is that different grape varieties have lost traction because of the circumstances, how they grow, how can you harvest that. And one is this Frühroter Veltliner. I spoke to Martin Diewald, and he told me that Frühroter Veltliner in Austria has only 300 hectares anymore. And the problem is that it grows so inhomogeneous. And so it grows in all directions. It can be ripe and unripe and so on. And maybe, Georg, you can give us a word about a selection target in clonal selection, about homogeneity and how it was maybe perceived in the past and how you would perceive it today.
Yeah, I think in general, if you talk about all varieties, and if you talk about it, once again, the question was asked earlier about how can we bring things from the past and transform that into the future. So for me, all varieties, they have a reason to be there, and they have been selected over years and very often replaced by our common Merlot and so on at a certain point. But we have to test them again, and what we very often can see, if you talk about what just Romana mentioned, we can very often see that. I myself have a very old Carignan vineyard, which was planted in 1899. At that time, they haven't had clonal selection, so the one wine has lots of grapes and the other one just a few, and the ripening processes are completely different. So we have that kind of inhomogeneity, which sometimes can be even kind of good for wine because it gives you not the uniformity, it goes towards biodiversity also in the taste. So we have to look at that question: do we have to stick to this kind of uniformity aspects, or can this kind of interaction process sometimes be a quality element? For example, with Pinot Noir, if you go to Burgundy, it becomes more and more clear that if I have sometimes this inhomogeneous ripening process, it can be a good point for the entire Pinot Noir production. I give you that as a example.
For the freshness.
But that doesn't mean that, generally speaking, all varieties are the better ones. If you talk about, for me, if you talk about the future, we need varieties which have the capacity, and that's what we do in other, if you talk about biodynamic breeding in other plants like grains and many vegetables, it has been done already, and the main purpose is not to go back only to the old varieties. The main purpose is to have plants who are capable to adapt in the most possible way to certain contexts. So this capacity of adaptation also in this kind of future processes seems also for me as an important context. And if we look at viticultural breeding processes, there's not much done within the last 100 years. Definitely not in that kind of direction of adaptation towards all those different aspects.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think that's very interesting. Or Heidi, you have a question? Maybe the audience can also pour the podium here. Sorry.
The speakers have the wine springs as well. So just one quick housekeeping thing. But we apologize for the smell of gas. So the restaurant just put the grills on, barbecue on for tonight's gala dinner. They said that the gas and smell should disappear very soon, but it's not. You're not going to die, okay?
Don't. If you're not smoking. So, yeah. Did you? Sorry. Yeah.
You know, we've got a crossing.
Yes. No.
We've got a crossing here of Rotavellina and Silvana.
It's a natural cross. Yes.
So I'm just wanting speakers' thoughts. I mean, isn't this change?
Isn't it
development and change in the 20th century?
How it's crossbreeding is done, or what do you mean with that?
Yeah, I mean, just a statement that plants are capable of adapting to certain contexts. Is this an example of that?
It's a good one. No, I mean it has to be. If you look at breeding in general for the future, that's what I wanted to point out. In my opinion, it's not only to go back to the old varieties, it's to have the future in mind as well. And if I talk about plant breeding, it's not something which I do this in 2 years, it's a lifetime project. But I think we need to look also in viticulture at that kind of breeding process. But then I come back to what was pointed out earlier, I have to look in the past. And very often, if I look at the so-called autochthon varieties, they have been selected for this kind of surrounding, for this specific surrounding very often, and they could adapt in a certain way compared to other varieties, or very often in a better way. And very often it's all a question. I mean, we don't have time now to go very deep into it, but it's very often it's a question of quantity as well. Yeah.
I think quantity is also the issue here in this wine. I have chosen it because it's also not the most expensive wine. I think it costs a retail price 12 euros. And I spoke with Martin Diewald. He said he wanted to replant this Rotavellina, and it was very difficult to get planting material. There was only one clone available. So he did a sélection massale from his very old vines, and now he has planted it on a cool plateau. It's difficult to harvest by machine because the berries are totally stick to the stems, so you have to do hand harvest, otherwise it's not possible. It is very inhomogeneous, and also it differs from taste profile very much from year to year. When you have a cool year, you get a totally different aromatic, so you get more this floral peachiness. 22 was a hot year. He says it almost tastes like cheese from the mountain cheese, with some herbal topping or something. And of course, we want, at the customer normally, you want to have always the same taste. So when you have a certain taste, it should every year taste the same, which Früher oder Veltliner is absolutely not. And also you have to adapt your winemaking towards the year and how the fruit is showing. What he really appreciates on this variety is that it's very low in alcohol. It's only 11% alcohol, 11% alcohol. He says you have to be careful because it's low acidity. It's only 4 grams per liter acidity, and it did malolactic fermentation. So you have to have tannins to balance and to get structure to it. Otherwise, it is too flabby. And so that's why he fermented in stainless steel and added 1% whole berries to it, a fermentation, to get a bit of a structural element. And he also said he didn't filtrate this wine because when there are phenolics, he doesn't like to filter because it destroys the structure, the inner structure in the wine. He has the feeling to it. And that's why we have chosen this wine as an example that with a more aware winemaking and an aware look at different grape varieties, you can detect new characteristics and new things that you find all of a sudden stunning, Everyone says, oh, Früher oder Veltliner, forget about it. And I look at a different way to it and say, wow, this can have interesting characteristics. So I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah? Just a little question.
Yeah.
I can see the principle about, the good idea behind going back into the past and trying to see how cultivars or varieties can adapt to modern time. But here we look already at the one, low alcohol is very good with global warming, but with very high pH. To make the wine, you need to give it some character by skin contact, which is messing up more with the pH.
Yeah, that's a
typical. Very unstable wines in the way the weather is going.
Yeah. He planted it on a higher plateau, so he says, okay, also to be able to do it in the future, so on higher elevation. And I don't know, what can you add, Georg, onto this question? Because, it's low pH, the skin contact, maybe a bit difficult for stability, or what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, you mentioned it already. It's not only skin contact. For me, it's the phenols of the bunches.
Yeah.
As well.
Could also then add some interest and keep the wine a bit more interesting. Yeah, but absolutely. I think Roter Veltliner will not be globalized the world, I'm sure. But I think it's interesting to look at all different varieties. And next wine is a Silvaner, which I would like to point out. And I wrote my Master of Wine research paper on Silvaner, so I be aware I'm totally obsessed with Silvaner. And I think one problem that Silvaner is so misunderstood also among the sommelier community is this. This is the clonal selections. Silvaner was very early, super successful in German vineyards. And was one of the first varieties where clonal selection was practiced. 1876 was coming the Fröhlich selection on stage. And then also in the 50s and 60s, and you see on the left-hand side, these clones that made in the 50s and 60s. The problem, it's super tightly packed, big bunches, big berries. So when there is some rain, the water stands inside the bunch and it rots from inside out. So, which is not very helpful when you want to make a good wine. So if you want to work with that wine, you have, with these left clones, you still can make a good wine, but you have to make this kind of, you have to cut away the tip. You do bunch dividing so that you have the tip away and the water can run through. Another thing is, Silvaner is very high in pectins. So actually this is super good for in times of climate change, because when the Silvaner is unripe with this very hard grape, to be honest, you can kill someone. You can shoot and you can kill someone. It's really super hard, you know. You can you can throw it on it, and so when you have it's like 2022, where you have 3 months no drop of rain, and then all of a sudden you have 100 liters. Silvaner had no problem because it's so. Also, the skin is thin but very elastic. So when other grape varieties, and in 2022 we had the challenge, 3 months no drop of rain, then a lot of rain. So for example, Pinot Blanc is swallowing up. The Oxley degree went backwards, and boom, they were crushing, and then you have these problems with disease. So a challenge in the past was that Silvaner, you know, when they used all this potreticide, fungicides, they had still this super green color. And then the skins had the super unripe, and they were unripe, the skins were unripe, phenolic not ripe. And then in order to get something pressed out, because it's so hard to press because of the high pectins, they used pectinase, this enzyme, to get to soft and everything. And then you released unripe tannins. And then you had, people added some 5 or 6 or 7 grams sugar. And you can imagine, this is not what we as super funky, super sommeliers want to drink, right? We say, oh, what the hell is that? I mean, it's just whatever. So, and the interesting thing is with Silvaner, that Silvaner is a grape variety with a super low phenolic content. So it's perfectly used for orange wine. So when you want to ferment skins, you can have the super aromatics there, but you don't have, and you get a very good texture to it. So Silvaner, with this new movement of orange wine, have become a second life. It's you get this kind of really interesting flavor profiles. Yeah, this is Silvaner from Franken. We both, Georg and me, we really appreciate the family Knoll, which is behind this wine. It comes from a single vineyard, Stettener Stein. No, maybe you know Würzburg, Würzburger Stein, very famous single vineyard site. Stettener Stein is a bit northern. It was always cooler and always a bit less exciting as Würzburger Stein, but with the times of climate change, I think Stettener Stein is even, you know, better because you have the super limestone. It's like a riff. You have very thick layers of limestone. Silvaner likes limestone. It gets always this smoky touch on this soil type. And you know, when Riesling has 8 grams acidity, Silvaner has 6 grams acidity, so it's lower in acidity. It's bone dry. I think it's super important to have a bone dry Silvaner, otherwise the sweetness tastes immediately cloying. And here, this was a wild fermentation in concrete eggs, and you had 24-hour skin contact, and you had also old vines, and also reducing a yield here.
There was one question.
Yeah? Okay, who's
So, my name is Joseph, and I always forget what I asked, but I'll try to ask Georg, I think. So in many wineries, when they have field blends, like they have all the plants growing together and they don't know which one is which, they get a really harsh wine to make. But some of them think that they could do that by some carbonic maceration or chemical maceration, and then we get a juicier and easier wine to drink. Others do super dry Moscatel wines in Portugal, for example, by picking a week or 10 days before. So my question is, will the grape adapt, if we're talking about the adaptation and the climate changing and all that thing, do you think the grapes will adapt in terms of phenolic maceration and sugar maturation in some place and get a better or continue to grow the same grapes in the same regions? I don't understand my question. Yeah, great, thank you.
I mean, for me, there is not one answer to that. The one question is how long can we extend to use certain varieties within my context, and how can I work on the environmental factors, on the microclimatical conditions, and there I have possibilities. For example, planting a forest or a hedge. I just give you that as a very simple example. Yeah, how can I change within my micro and if many people would do that, I can change very fast. So that's one point. The other point is, I was pointing that out, is that the breeding process should be continued. We are sticking, in my opinion, to old varieties for a very long time, which is good. But we must, and I'm not talking only the resistant varieties, I'm not only talking the cross between European and American. Yeah? So that's one way, but there are many other ways. How can we actually open up the field for something completely new? I know that the market will be difficult and so on and so on. But I also can say that in the observation point of biodynamics, if you want to have a direct impact, the pictures Romana showed us from the different clonal selection is, if you have a more loose grape bunch structure, that means that there is more sunlight very often. Yeah? Sometimes we can explain that with the phytohormones, it's gibberellin, it's related to sunlight, and then you get a looser bunch structure. A grape bunch outside the canopy is more loose than a grape bunch within the canopy. So this kind of changing the structure, or what does mean a ripe grape? Yeah, Romana was pointing out that many biodynamic farms can harvest earlier. Yes, sometimes you can pick earlier because the fennels are riper and the sugar is not as ripe yet. That's one condition. But the other condition is that sometimes, and there's not the right or the wrong, sometimes I can extend the ripening. Yeah, because I have a slower ripening process as well. So working with biodynamic methods, and especially here with the biodynamic preparations, can have an effect in both sides if I know how to use them and in which direction I can use them. But to give you, I cannot predict if you can continue grow Riesling. Romana was pointing out the Rüdesheiner Berg. If that's still suitable for Riesling in 30 years' time, I cannot tell. Or if we look at the physical parameters, you better plant Grenache now. Yeah, I'm quite clear about it. Or I have my experience out of when I was working in Alto Adige. I was responsible for a big winery there. We started the harvest the 16th of August every year. I would have loved to start earlier, but I was in the Italian context. So if I would have started before the 16th, Ferragosto, the
people would kill you.
Put me on the wall. Yeah, because it's the most important holiday day in Italy. So there is the social factor as well, but I'm talking some parcels of Chardonnay, 16th of August.
Already ripe.
Total acidity of 4 and a pH of 3.8. So do I continue in that context to plant Chardonnay, even though I make my money with Chardonnay?
Good question.
So or do I have to somehow adapt and change the environmental factors, or do I have to adapt and eventually evolve also in the variety context? But there is not one recipe in that context, but for me to put yourself into that global understanding process and try to make a plan.
We have to speed up a bit. So we have to speed up a bit. So the next one is about this planting a forest. It's agroforest project in Roussillon. It's 100% Macabeo. So Rum, you also know about this grape variety Viura. It's named in your context. And it's. I think I would like to speed up also a bit. We have selected that, but I think we answered that with this question with planting a forest. But I would like to take a bit more time on this Teroldego, which is from the Trento region. It's just south of the Alps, and it's from Foradori. Elisabetta Foradori was really one of the pioneers also for organic and biodynamic farming. And when she started in 1985 and taking over this winery, Teroldego was only one clone available. And this was a mass-producing clone. And she wanted to make a wine like this fat Bordeaux. It was the time of the golden, Bordeaux, Robert Parker, whatever. And then she started from this point, and she said, okay, with this material, I can't do anything. So she started to find old Teroldego vines. And now, Georg, this project, they even start to make plants out of seeds again. Even normally, a grapevine you can propagate only vegetative, because grapes are not genetically stable. So when you take a Riesling seed into the soil, you will never get a Riesling plant again. It will be something else, right? So you only can propagate Riesling, for example, when you take a twig and you make more plants out of it. But if you don't go through the seed process, you maybe you take away the chance to adapt to different surroundings. We do this kind of propagation of vines since hundreds of years. And if you look at the genetics, it's maybe like sending a Neanderthal person to the Oktoberfest. Because he has this old genetics and should cope now with his, gems and whatever is running around at the Oktoberfest. I'm not so sure. I don't want to go into that. But maybe can you say a few words on this kind of Teroldego through, just going to the seeds?
I mean, it was the husband of Elisabetta Foradori, Rainer Zierock, who already 30 years ago was thinking a little bit in advance, and not only a little bit much. And he did that, and he did that not only by himself, also supported by certain universities and research stations. So if you look at the seed process, it's a chaotic process, and what they did by then, they selected the plants who had a look which was Teroldego-like. I think in today's scientific world we can actually adapt a little bit earlier. If we want to stick to the pure physical aspect, we can also on the genetical side make good analysis today to say, okay, this is sticking to Teroldego if we want to keep and have a renewation process of Teroldego. So that's one way, how can we keep those varieties and maybe get them through a process of becoming something new or going through that chaotic genetic process to create a new genetic within Teroldego. But for me it's also important that if I do that, in normal breeding we talk about populations. And a good breeder once gave me a good example, I maybe share that with you. He gave me, just imagine a population means there are all different kinds of individuals. You are a population here now. Yeah, if I talk about a clone, there would be one and the same sitting in front of me here now. And he gave me a beautiful picture, and I think that makes it clear. Just imagine that would be a kindergarten. And your purpose of being, I've got 4 kids, the purpose is to try to give, that's what I can do as a parent, to try to give those kids a space to grow in the best possible way, to prepare them as good as I can for the future. If I look at the kindergarten, I have to do that as well. And I hope that eventually there will be a few individuals which will be strong enough to keep on going in the future. So I have to, as a breeder, eventually work with populations and hope that eventually within my plant population there will be a few individuals which will be eventually plants which are capable to cope with situations in 2050. That's understandable. But if I don't do that, if I don't let the chaotic and uncertain process take place, I always stick to the past. I cannot predict it, and I'm not letting in the future coming into that kind of interaction process. So I use the English term no risk, no fun. Yeah, so it must be about fun as well. It must be about enthusiasm. How can I actually create those spaces, in my opinion, for the future or for the adventure?
So yeah, this Teroldigo is the basic Teroldigo. So the winery is 30 hectares size and 80% is planted with Teroldigo. So they have different lines. The top is the Granato. I'm sure you know this wine. And Emilio said, okay, yeah, Teroldigo is related to Pinot Noir, but maybe has not this elegance of a Pinot Noir, but also Marzemino, Lagrein, Syrah, and Refosco are in the DNA of this wine. And what you feel here, he says, you are at the Dolomites, so you have this Alpine freshness, but you're already south of the Alps, so you get some glimpse of the Mediterranean already. So it's somewhere in the world in between. And it's fermented in concrete vats and open top fermenters to keep the fruitiness, 2 weeks skin contact and wild ferment. I think, yeah. Also, we had chilled it and we put it out of the fridge, 3 or 4 hours ago. And I think it's good to drink it a bit cooler. So I would like to ask that you, when you have tasted Emilio's wine, that you rinse out the glass. You get now a flight of 4 different wines. And I would like to ask my sommelier colleagues to not forget the podium here, that we also get the wines. About the aging of the wine, let me check. What did I write down? It was also in big barrels or concrete vats for 10 months. It was only 10 months aging in concrete vats and all big wooden barrels.
What would you consider for ageability of these wines?
Ageability for these 3 wines, I think the most ageability, in my opinion, has the Silvaner. You will be surprised how good that can age. And I think the Rota Veltliner, Annemarie, what do you think? Very young. Yeah. Yeah. Very tight at the moment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Rota Veltliner can be a charming. Oops. Heidi, super. Yeah. So.
I would recommend the Rota Veltliner to store.
Yeah.
For me, it's very young, so the aromas have been very tight in, not so open. There is so much more potential in it, and the low alcohol is not a problem for storage.
Yeah.
For storage, and Wagram is a very interesting.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of lost soil, so the fruit is coming out a little bit later.
Yeah.
Give it time, and you have.
And so you also, I don't have that much experience with Rota Veltliner, but you say you should wait. But I think it's surely not a wine for 20 years aging or something.
But by 2-3 years.
Yeah.
And then you will have a different picture of the red wine.
Yeah. For the Silvaner, I can tell you, you can really age it quite long, and it can have almost a Burgundian feeling to it. You know, that you have this texture to it. I think this Macabeo, it was good right now. I would like to drink it now. And the Teroldigo, I don't know, Georg, do you know a bit of older Teroldigos? 5 to 6 years? So what do you guess for this red wine, for aging? Any ideas here? No, for the Macabeo, for example, what do you think? Yeah, aging, yeah? Yeah, 4 to 5, yeah.
In the Roussillon, on the French side, not on the Catalan, Spanish side, they tend to give them no more than 10 to 12 years.
Yeah.
Unless it's made in a natural, fortified wine, then it can make something magic.
Yeah, absolutely. What I found on Viura so interesting, so I tasted as a young sommelier the simple Viuras from Rioja, it was so boring. And then I tasted, I think Tondonia is also Viura, how the reductiveness of these wines, isn't it? So they can, or Viura, they can keep the freshness in a totally amazing way. That was my experience. I don't know what your experience is on that, Viura, or...
I'm not that familiar with Rioja.
Okay.
It's more
the French Catalan side.
It's much warmer.
Yeah.
That's why it goes only on a red clay.
Okay.
On the schistic soil, sometimes Macabeo struggles a bit.
Okay. Okay.
The Danish company.
Yeah. Thank you. So we continue. So we have now 4 different Riesling, and I have to say, I have chosen a bit, this kind of funky wines or special wines. You can do biodynamic wines. Birkelin Wolf, Georg Meissner, you did a conversion from Birkelin Wolf to conventional to biodynamics. Peter Bernhard Kühn, and they are super classic Rieslings, whole bunch pressing, straightforward, Olivier Umbrecht or so. But I have chosen now 4 a little bit, bit more, special ones, if you want to say so. It's difficult to find the right word. And we would like to show you the different phases of Rieslings and the different phases and ideas of winemaking there. So we start with the Nikolaihof in the Wachau region. They are in the beginning or the end of the Wachau, depending how you look at it. This is the oldest biodynamic estate in Austria. They are biodynamic since 1971. And it was because they didn't have money to buy chemicals. That's the legend. I don't know. They always say it like that. And the estate is super old. It goes back to the Roman times. So they have the super old cellars, and they are known for releasing their wines super late. They keep the best wines up to 10 years in barrels on lease. And this is now a Federspiel, which is among the Wachau classification, the mid segment. And this was 6 years in contact with the lees. So very long yeast contact. And also in this big wooden cask. And our theory is here, or why we want to show you that, is that when you do, this vineyard work and you have this kind of special yeast population there and so on, and you take care of it, that you can have also a quality in the yeast taste. The yeast taste, and Nikolaihof, for me, it belongs to the terroir and the very specific typicity of the wine. I don't know, Georg, you want to add something to the wine, to this discussion with him? So about the Nikolaihof, we tasted it, and you were quite surprised. You were afraid that it may be too fat, Wachau, but you were quite surprised. It's not. Yeah, a bit more fresher. A very beautiful Riesling. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 So, would you like to so ein bisschen so diese Yeast, Hefegeschmack hier oder no, some yeast taste? Yeah, the yeast flavors here. I mean, what do you speak about the autolytic character? Only about after 6 years. Yeah, so. Yeah. No. Mm-hmm. No, okay. No one wants to talk about this wine. What do you think about this Riesling?
You wouldn't know it's a Riesling in a blind tasting.
You would not go for Riesling in a blind tasting? Okay. Why? It's because of the lees. Okay. But from the acidity, right? I think it's this freshness and this purity, this pristine character. Yeah. It's gravels, the minerality there. Yeah. It's definitely a beautiful wine. So let's keep it in the glass, and maybe you taste back and forth. The wines will develop very beautiful. Yeah, in the second glass, we have a very special wine because Julien Meyer, Patrick Meyer, Georg, you know him very well. He is one of the pioneers for biodynamic viticulture in Alsace. And it was really funny because when I prepared for the tasting, I wrote him, I think, 100 emails. Can you give me the details about the wine? I was calling. His wife always said, I will call you. He will call you back, and tomorrow, tonight, this afternoon. And he never came back to me. And this, at 1 o'clock, I called and said, if he wants to say something, you should do it now or never. And then I got the information. So Gritta Matte is the single vineyard site. It's just next to the Grand Cru Mönchberg. If you know a bit, Patrick Meyer, Mönchberg is the really icon wine of him. It's a bit of deeper than the Mönchberg is on higher elevation, the Greta Mate is a bit lower. It has much more humidity in the soil. It has much more water in the soil than the Mönchberg. Mönchberg is super, super dry. And his idea of winemaking is he leaves it 2.5 years in 600-liter barrels without topping up. Because he says sandstone was his very explanation. Sandstone is very crystalline and stable and it can't move and it needs air to soften. This is his approach. So, and this wine is maybe a bit out of the box. If you had maybe something from the wine control in Germany to taste this wine, they would, I don't know what they would do. But, and he said, it's also, I hope we have a little bit time to taste back and forth, but this wine is totally changing constantly in the glass. It's really a lively wine. So it gets into oxidation, but it's not really oxidized, and then you get this browning, the color. When we opened the wine was the same color as the Nikolaihof, and now it's changing into this a color. Let me know what you think about it, because it's a wine. Some people will love it, some people will hate it. Heidi, did you taste it?
Sure, I did. To me, the acidity is a bit too much on the sour side for my preference, but I could definitely see this wine being used in gastronomy. I think with a certain dish, it would really make it fresher.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of something a bit roasted, like almond soup or something like this as well.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's sometimes difficult to work in a restaurant with these wines because they are so shooting in all directions. And that's also for us maybe a challenge. Should I decant it, yes or no? That's a bit a question. Would you decant it? What do you think? No? 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 You think it's over? You think it's done?
It probably changes in the glass so quickly.
You don't need a decanter. Okay. Which glass would you use? A big one?
Yes, bigger than this one.
Bigger than this one. Okay. Yeah. Tanya, can I ask you? No? It's too special. You don't like this wine? But maybe Bianca, maybe you, because you visited Patrick Meyer. What is your opinion on this wine?
Yeah, so our visit happened in 2012 and found his energy and the soul of his vineyards.
Yeah.
And this experience there was also like one of the first steps which brought me and my husband Daniel to this way, what we are going on since 11 years now. So my opinion to this wine that generally 2018 was a very warm vintage.
Mm-hmm.
So we also need to know even that we talk about the Riesling, but the pH level is higher than expected.
Mm-hmm.
From my side, the amount of volatile acidity is a bit higher, but I also know how Patrick deals in the cellar. So, and I also know that this kind of side of Riesling is allowed to happen in his case. So this is my opinion. It's also probably related to experience. I do recognize the variety. I know that this is like not the taste of the Riesling grape what
you expect.
Industry actually programmed.
Yeah.
And like all of our minds that this is the way how the Riesling needs to taste. Actually, the world is open and diverse.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like I think a very important message if we talk about Rieslings, and I'm also very happy that you have chosen like 4 different ways of Rieslings from great producers, very talented colleagues, because it's actually the best example now to show like how diverse and how different Riesling as a variety can be, and then maybe like after this you start to think about what is actually the honest face of the
yes. Yes. Yeah, maybe it's a difficult question to answer. I like the minerality. The aftertaste is tremendous. You know, when you take a sip, or Georg, I found it, the aftertaste is amazing.
Just to understand this wine, you must meet Patrick. All the time is a masterclass when I stay with Patrick. I stay eating and I sleep in our house. And this is something special. I am a very small person when I stay with Patrick. And this is un hombre valiente. Because he meet the past of the familia mayor and the change, the very change of a style. Hay que ser muy valiente.
Yeah.
And I think that is a
special
wine. In fact, it's a special person.
Thank you.
I only can join Jung. For me, it's going to Patrick. It's the same experience that you have. And we're talking really about a pioneer who goes and who develops his individual way, and who is a source of inspiration. We could listen to you as well for many, many people. And of course, the wines are polarizing, but there's not just a wine left to whatever. There is really a deep, deep knowledge and a deep guidance behind it, and a deep idea behind it every year. And so for me also, it's to talk with a lot of respect. And we have to, if we talk about the wines of Patrick, we have to look at them. I looked at them from the research perspective as well, because he is really concerning the use of sulfur. He's a pioneer as well. Today we all talk about not using sulfur anymore. He's doing that since 40 years, more or less. And not on a dogmatic way. And here we are talking about using potentized sulfur in that one as well. So there is not on a physical level sulfur added, but there is sulfur on a potentized way added that would extend our conversation by far too long. But it is, I did several trials looking at the wines from Patrick, sulfured, potentized sulfured, and unsulfured. He did that for many, many years, and it is really, really interesting, and it's an interesting personality with the biodynamic.
Okay, we stopped the discussion here. I think this wine is one of the examples. People love it, some people hate it, some say, okay, I want to present it in my restaurant, some, oh, that's too complicated, I don't have 20 minutes time to explain it to my customer. But it's maybe, if you have to visit this winery. Just a short perspective on the next wine. We just selected this wine because it was 49 months fermenting. And this is one of the examples how the terroir of the Mosel has an effect on how a wine behaves in the cellar. Because if you know the super steep slope on the Mosel with this slate soil, they're super poor in humus on organic matter. So not much nitrogen. And when you don't have that much nitrogen in the soil, you don't have that much nitrogen then in the juice. And then the yeast ferments much slower and makes different products and makes a different taste profile. So you never get normally on the Mosel tutti frutti wines, except you add the ammonium phosphate. You know, when you add yeast nutrients, you can make even out of a Mosel Riesling, tutti frutti, larifari, whatever wine out of it. So I think that's a super extreme example. So don't adding nothing and giving the wine time to find itself, to clarify, and so on. And you decide if you like it or not. But I would like to use now the last, sorry Heidi, 5 minutes. We need 5 minutes. Bianca, would you like to come on stage? Because big welcome to Bianca Schmidt. Bianca is one of the new kids on the block, and the sommeliers, can we have also wine number 4, please? Stay on the stage. We don't have Bianca's wine yet. Yeah, maybe you tell me, where are you from, and where are your winery located?
Thank you so much. So first I will place this glass here, if you do agree.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yes, so my name is Bianca Schmidt. I'm a Hungarian winemaker, doing wine with my husband in Germany. So we are located in Rhine-Hessen wine region. So especially when industrialization put a big effect also on viticulture, Rhine-Hessen was like a huge hotspot of this. So this is the reason why, even that we are the 4th generation continuing the property, the previous generation was focusing on something else, something different, which took us the benefit to have a totally clear basis to realize ourselves. That means we took over with my husband a 12-hectare property like over a decade ago, which we could convert to organic, and then after we could start to work after biodynamic principles. So nowadays we grown to 17 hectares with like 1/3 of our surface. We are located in Flers am Dalsheim, which is like 60 kilometers southwest of Frankfurt. And then 2 our neighbor villages carrying the last 2/3 of our surface, which called Monsheim. This is just the border to Palatine, and Kriegsheim. So yes, the wine what you taste from us today is a single parcel, it's a single vineyard Riesling from Goldberg. Goldberg is next to Frauenberg in Flers am Dalsheim. The elevation is in this case about like 180 meters. There we have a calcareous soil which is covered by this, and there we have also a higher mountain of quartz in the soil. As I mentioned, I learned as a winemaker in Hungary. So in Hungarian wine tradition, from the Tokaj wine region, we have a wine which is called Sommelierit. Sommelierit was actually, Sommelierit used to age under floor yeast. For me, during my time in the school, it was something very fascinating, in this case working with floor yeast, because if you don't think about this, you use the protection of the floor yeast, which is actually an oxidative method. Through micro-oxidation, you use it against directly oxidation. I mean, how amazing is this? And I was like, okay, so let's learn more about it. Let's actually practice a natural, let's say like a natural way of conservation, a traditional way of conservation in the cellar. Normally, of course, like nowadays in the school, especially my husband comes from the German winemaking school part, so there, of course, the situation in the school was also different than in the Hungarian winemaker school. So there was everything like focused on conventional winemaking. The technique in the school was very high level, on a very on the newest quality level. So it means as well, if you learn normally in the school, if floor yeast appears, you should be careful.
Yeah, you should kill yourself.
Exactly, yeah. So for my husband, it was also like very funny when I first time told him, okay, so this is now really what I waiting for since a year to have the opportunity to try it. So I wanted to do it, and of course I was like, okay, no problem, let's do this. So to work with floor yeast in a secure way, it's important to have several effects. Like for example, have a nice phenolic, which is important for stability of the wine. The pH level. So it's nice to have a lower pH level than a higher one. That means Riesling is actually perfect for this because we have a higher acidity. Of course, also Riesling has a thicker skin, so there we have the phenolic part. To use also these phenols, of course, we decided to leave the wine on skins. So here we have about like 3-4 days maceration time, which is actually enough for Riesling. The first vintage of this wine happened in 2017, which was actually a cold vintage. And yeah, there are like, I think, winemakers, especially learning from experience, it's a thing that there are like 2 ways to start. You can start in a very extreme way to learn from your experiences, or you can start learn very carefully. So we were like more on the extreme way. That also means our first vintage in 2017 spent like 4 weeks on the skins. So for Riesling, it can be like can affect quite unbalanced. So that's also the reason why we gave this name Wood Doll, which is actually reflecting the first vintage. Nowadays, of course, the wine became more elegant. So the packaging doesn't even give you back, or doesn't even reflect the wine what we have inside. But it's a very personal story for us, a very personal thing. I mean, every different wine for every winemaker is like, just part of their family. Is like
your own baby.
Exactly.
Okay.
So yes, what else can I say? Exactly. So after these 3 days we had on the skins, by the way, we talk about a late harvest. Even that the alcohol level is lower, we harvested end of October. So before we were like talk about ripeness and the sugar level, linked to biodynamic practices. To be honest, we are, for example, on the opinion, like after our experiences, our ripeness is like more later. So that means when we just start with the harvest, our colleagues around us, surrounded by us, are almost finished. So our harvest times are like starting in the middle of September and go till end of October, sometimes beginning of November. So here we had the end of October harvest time. We destem, of course, all the grapes because the technique of the stems would make the whole process again like bring it out from the balance. After this, we have a barrel aging. So it's spent about like 15 months in 600 liter big oak barrels or small oak barrels, because our average size or normal size of our oak barrel is about like 5,000-6,000 liters. So 600 liters is like smallest what we have. And there we were of course waiting till the malolactic fermentation happens after the alcoholic fermentation. After the malolactic fermentation, the left of the CO2 is out as a side production of alcoholic fermentation, of course. And then we have perfect conditions with a high humidity in the cellar for the floor yeast to instead on the surface of the wine. So we leave our wine, our Riesling, about like 6-7 months under floor yeast. To be honest, this process of extending the floor yeast is quite quick. Again, because of the high humidity in the cellar. So the outside humidity do not suck out the water from the wood. So in the cellar we have a high humidity, and inside of the barrel we have also high humidity between the barrel inner surface and the surface of the wine. Yes, we regarding sulfites, because I mean, of course, now we talk about the low intervention wine, you probably recognize, but we are still strongly standing behind this philosophy. Even that we talk about the low intervention wine, it's important to recognize the variety and where the wine comes from. We do add sulfites. The amount what we add is like always depending on vintage and variety. It's like between 5 and 15 milligram per liter. So it's a small amount, but still enough for us, in our case, to protect the wine and also give nice aging potential.
So thank you very much, Bianca. It's a very special wine. Thank you. Okay, so that was just a tasting. We wanted to give you an overview. Does my biodynamics difference in taste? We leave it up to you to make your own decision. You have your own brain. And I think maybe you keep in mind we have chosen maybe something a bit freaky stuff. You could also see super elegant, classic Bürklein Wolf, whatever, great Burgundies. Of course, also this is possible. So everything is possible. But we wanted to point out some perspectives in the production process that can maybe make a difference and that you have an eye on. Yeah, thank you for your attention. And I think Heidi is happy that I'm shutting up now.
Thank you, everybody. My heartfelt thanks to Romana and Georg, of course, for the discussion. All the producers who sent the wines for today, but of course those who came in person here as well. So gracias, Jaume, Bianca, or Köszönöm, Bianca, like you say in Hungary. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. After every session that includes wine, I will celebrate Soms who deserve a big hand of applause. Without them, this would not be possible. So after every session today and tomorrow where we have wines, they will put the wines on the table at the back. So on your way out, you can always take the photos. We would highly appreciate if you tag our three sponsors, so Demeter International, Respect Biogin and Austrian Wine on them, and of course the Finnish Sommelier Association as well and ASI. Thank you for today. We will start sharp, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So enjoy the night and see you soon.
Okay. That's okay, this tasting, oder?
Good morning, everybody. I'm surprised how many you are. I heard there was some action last night at the 7th floor of Klaus K. I wasn't there, obviously. I went to bed. And I think some people also went to see the fantastic bar of Erottaja, which is another story. There, are we filming? Perfect. So welcome to the second day of Wine Symposium, Biodynamic Impact. Here you can see the program for today, and as mentioned yesterday, if you received the Wine Symposium badge, you can also scan the QR code to see this program throughout the day. Those of you who were not here yesterday or didn't receive the badge yet, we do have them, but they're actually lost at the point. So we will try to find those badges to get them to you, but it's not really a big deal, it's just a piece of paper and some plastic. We will start the day with Dr. Georg Meissner and Henry Ulrich, and as you can see then afterwards there's a bit of an introduction to lunch wines. The first tasting is during the lunch in the cafeteria area or in the hallway there, and then we carry on here with panel and all of that. I hope you all have an exciting day. Please be prompt with the timings and enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I look forward to do that with Henry. We work together in a circle from the biodynamic movement, which is an international one, so it's really fun to do it with a Finnish farmer together. So I will play a little bit this morning the theoretical guy, and then I play the ball to the farmer. And I just want to look back to yesterday. Yesterday with Romana, we tried to build up a picture. What was the circumstances? How was it? How did we get to the point in 1924? And what evolved out of that? And now I just quickly want to give you a short introduction, and I call it a model. Yeah, if we talk about in science, we talk about certain models, and a model gives us an orientation where we can eventually stick to or be inspired and try to individually develop our own system. And the model is, we are talking about anthroposophy. That's what Steiner is coming from, and I will not talk too much about it. But anthropos means the human being, and Sophia, the wisdom of the human being. So wherever we go in Steiner's work, he's taking the human being or his view on the human being into consideration, and he's building up then a model how we could work with it. And I try to build up that model on agriculture. And I just start with a few words, because I like to play around with words. Humus, humanus, and humor. So, as you can see, humus, humanus, humor, it's all based on the same basic word. So as a farmer, we need a lot of humor to farm. Are there any South Africans here? Yeah. In South Africa, there is a common saying between farmers, boere maak 'n plan. That means on the one side, as a farmer you have to make a plan, but the plan never works out, so boere maak 'n plan. So you have to permanently surf the wave and somehow balance out the situation. Boere maak 'n plan. To look at that, we can go to the old Greeks, and I will stick to the old Greeks because we have been at the old Greeks with anthroposophia, and just to stick to that kind of surfing model picture. If you look at Delphi, you may have heard of it, we normally think about the Apollon temple. Yeah, and on that Apollon temple was written Gnotis Auton, that means get to know yourself. But not many people know, and that's very important for us winemakers and sommeliers, that Delphi at the same time was the most important holy place for Dionysus. And Dionysus is the full opposite of Apollon. Apollon is the hierarchy, the order of the sky. And Dionysus is love, eros, ecstasy, chaos. And what the Greeks came out with is that every individual, I have to be sometimes a fantast and be in the love situation, in the arts and in the fantasy and not being grounded. Yeah? And what the Greeks trying to build up in between, that every single person, and I'm individual, I'm different than Romana, and I'm not better, I'm not judging here. They call it, and I think it's a beautiful word, to find your inner balance between the two, between Dionysus and Apollon. They call it the individual aesthetics. It's beautiful, huh? The word individual and aesthetics. I have to find my own inner balance between those two worlds, and it's never stable. If it's stable, this is now the Christian, we know the cross, then we are talking about, it's kind of a death situation. So if you talk about life, I like the slack line or the surfboard. It's a permanent Burumaka between those two sides. So, and let's maybe stick to the creeks. And because I think if you talk about biodynamic agriculture, and if one would ask me, I'm getting a little bit sick and tired that normally people come up with the cow horns and the lunar calendar. Yes, we also do that. But for me, the most important thing, if it's really a theory out of anthroposophy, is that in the whole theory of biodynamics, we don't believe that the human being is bad. So if we open the news today, we constantly get information, climate change and so on. The human being is some sort of disease for that earth. And it's bad. And we feel bad. But I believe, and I really believe so, that the human being, by being capable to understand and being consciousness about it, can take over the responsibility and actually be very good within the earth. So that we can call it a co-evolution between human and earth. Is that understandable? So it's very much about, once again, interaction, knowing each other. I have to know you to understand how I deal with you. Sorry about it taking you. Yeah, I need to be interested. Who are you? And then I eventually can go in the digniteful, I use the word dignity here, in a relationship. And now we look at the Greek word of a farmer, and I take my name. The German version is very nice because you can play around with it. Yorgos, Georg, George. Yorgos in Greek means the farmer. And I just use the German version. Can you see over there? And it's very simple. We can make it like that. And we have the word, you may know the magazine, Geo. And then we have .org. And in between we have the O, the and it's kind of this. So it's not in German, ich mache mir die Erde untertan. It's not I'm pushing you earth. It is a true interaction between the farmer and the earth. Is that understandable? It's fully in that word. That's the human being and that's the circumstances. That's the earth. And it's about, and I'm very clear, it's about co-evolution. It's about understanding each other. Maybe that as a base. And if we look now at the German word Landwirtschaft, we have the English word agriculture or agriculture en français. There we have the word culture. Culture, at its base, I don't know if you're aware of that, culture means I open the soil. Ackerbau in German. The original word culture means Ackerbau, the farmer. So cultivating the soil means, or doing culture means, I have to destroy somehow nature, take over the responsibility, be aware, be responsible, and try with all my knowledge to create an artificial landscape surrounding of health so that there can be a development of my crop, of my animals, but also, of course, of the earth. So to be a good farmer, for me, it's not the question I'm a biodynamic farmer, I'm a conventional farmer. The main purpose of being a good farmer is to have this kind of inner perspective. So agriculture, Landwirtschaft, in German it's agro-business, Landwirtschaft. But Wirtschaft, that's very important for you sommeliers, at the same time in German means the restaurant, der Gasthof, die Wirtschaft. And we have der Wirt in German is the host. Ich bewirte dich means I invite you, you are my guest, and I will create you a beautiful space. And if I invite Romana, I will maybe create the space at my home differently than if I invite Henry. Maybe I will put a flower for Romana and for Henry rather a nice little rock on the table.
Of course.
So once again, to host somebody means I have to be aware, I have to know that person, and I'm hopeful. Because yes, she or he is coming, and how would it be, and yeah, and I can create this kind of. It's about trying to create a space, so I can make a plan once again. And sorry, I will be very fast with you, and I just wanna go a little bit, stick to the philosophical aspects. There are actually two words in many languages, I don't know how it is in Finnish, but in French, for future, we have two words. I use the French now, we have le futur et l'avenir. So we have the future, or futurum stream in Latin, futurum, and adventus. Futurum is the future which is coming from the past. This is what we are planning to do. We planned to meet here, but we had no clue how it would happen. So we could create that space, but we had no idea what would happen eventually. So this is the future, this is what we are planning, our timetable, our calendars, our smartphones, and so on. But at the same time, there is a different future, in Latin advenire. To add, advenire means something comes towards me, and I don't really know what comes. We also have the English word adventure. Hoo-ha! I'm going on an adventure. So if I go on an adventure and if I know what will happen, it's not an adventure anymore. Is that understandable? So I need to have that kind of adventure space where something new can somehow incarnate. Is that understandable? And adventure means very often uncertainty and fear. I go now into the Christian mythology. The darkest day, and here in Finland it's really dark. The darkest day of the year is Christmas. The preparation time for that dark day. And what does mean darkness? If I'm alone in a forest and there's a noise here. Yeah, so and I lose complete orientation. So to get into that space of adventure, it means a little bit of courage sometimes. Advenire, and the time before Christmas is Advent. To prepare on this darkest day. So, but there is something in between. In German it's called Gegenwart. Gegen means confronting each other, and wart, it's old German, to be awake for those both streams. To be really present means I'm aware of those two streams now. I'm in the flow. Can you understand? In English, it's also very nice. It's presence, pre-sensing, präsentiere in Latin. So I have to presence. To be present means I have to be aware of the past. We had that yesterday. Pre-history. But I have to be aware of pre-sensing. What is coming towards me? And that's basically what I have to do as a farmer. I have to be a host. If I look at the year 2023, we just were talking about as farmers, wow, it's dry outside, not much rain, hey? So I only can prepare the soil somehow. I can try to be a good host. I can try to create the circumstances in the best possible way, but I cannot predict the weather. So as a farmer, I'm permanently, my daily life is I'm in between those two parts. Now I want to come to another point, is what we are calling this individual aesthetics. And one very important point in Steiner's work is, or in the agricultural course, that he's pointing out that he sees each farm as its own individuality. And in winemaking, we still are aware of that. We are still talking about Grand Cru. We know that this vineyard there is special and different because we talk about terroir and all those different influences. In general farming, if I look at carrots, we are not maybe as aware, but we could be. If we talk about milk, there's a huge difference having milk from a limestone or from a silicate place concerning the herbs those cattle were eating. We still have some leftovers in the French cheese culture, where it's totally forbidden to bring in for certain Appellation Grand Cru cheeses food from outside, because they have to eat the herbs on that place. Is that understandable? To have this kind of individuality. And I want to point that out, and I want to come with a modern scientific world. Maybe I put it here. If you look at, and we were talking about what is modern about biodynamics, because I'm working also at the university, if you look at the scientific world at the moment, especially since COVID, there is one big word coming more and more into science. It's called One Health. You can Google that and you can see a lot of scientific publications. What does mean One Health? Basically, that the health of the human being is strongly correlated to the health of the earth and the other way around. Georg. And at the base of that biodynamic movement, when Steiner was given those talks, his intention actually was that he created a school, a university-like high school, which is still existing today, and there was the medical section. So his intention was agriculture, farming has to be part of medicine, because it's strongly related to human health, not only on the nutrition side. Henry will talk a bit about landscape and so on. It's super important for our health. If you look at city development, I had a beautiful run this morning around that lake. What would be if that would be only concrete? Yeah, I just give you that as a point. So I just want to give you now and build up quickly the model, because I have to look at the time. For me, it's a super modern model. It's fantastic, and you will see, I hope. I try my best. How to develop agriculture. I maybe do one last thing that's also, I stick to the Greeks. They're quite smart, because it's about life and it's about co-evolution. And if you talk about life, the Greeks have two words of life. And the representative of the eternal life is Dionysos, of course. And Dionysos, the animal representative for Dionysos, is the snake. Because the snake is representative for life, because life you cannot grab. The snake is always... Yeah, and you have that still in the medical side at the Merkur stick, you have the snake. And in the Greek mythology, we have two words. We have, the one is, we all know. I do the other one first. And I paint it like that. The one is bios, biology, you know. And the other one is zoe. And zoe is the eternal life. It's the life itself. It's the soul life. And bios means I have a birth and the death. So we talk about biography. We're talking about my time of birth and my death. In zoe, there is no such a thing like death. In zoe, it's the eternal thing. So if we talk about the science of life, today we talk about biology. But we actually, if it's the life itself, we should talk about zoology. You know that? So if we talk about zoology, we integrate the soul, the animals. I just give you that as a hint. That what I'm trying to build up now, Steiner didn't develop something completely new. He developed something out of an inner logic, understanding those circumstances, and I'm trying to build that up now. But what seems to me important is, especially, the wine plant is a perennial plant. For example, so we have in zoe several bios, several biographies, several years following up. And as a winemaker, I have to know, for example, now, it was just flowering time. I don't know if you're aware of that. What we can see now in our vineyards is representative for what happened during flowering last year. So what I can see now is and what's built up now, or like a month ago, is the sleeping eyes. So the circumstances of the outside are super important for the next year's crop. Is it understandable? So we have this interaction between, and so I have to. I am Georg Meissner. I'm an individuality, and I will build up that model quickly now. And I will take myself as an example, and I will not try to say I'm the best and whatever. So I'm building up now, Steiner is building up several theories about the human being. He has a threefold system, the fourfold system, sevenfold system, and I will take the fourfold system and try then to use that as a model for farming. I'm Georg Meissner, and I have a physical body. 2 legs, 2 arms, I have my inner organs, I'm in front of you now, and I'm a human being. My physical basic preconditions, my physical organization is the same as yours. My heart is at the same place than yours. There is a little difference between female and male, we know that. But if not, I'm a human being. Though these are my physical preconditions, but we are not all the same, so I'm pretty much, dependent on my parents' genes, which they gave to me. So I'm carrying in myself the physical genes, now we come to science, genetics of my parents and my grandparents, we know that. Is it understandable? So I decided at one stage to incarnate in that body, and I can now go every day in front of the mirror and say, shit, man. I have to deal with that. So my leg is like it is, and I cannot really change it. So I have to stick to that. I can do more sports and all those things we know, but my preconditions are pretty mineral, stable, physic. And they are difficult to change. Is it understandable? That's really to understand. But when their science today becomes really interesting, we have a new way in science called epigenetics. I don't know if you heard about that. Epigenetics means that the surrounding where I live can have, and we know that today, a direct impact on my genome and can be transmitted through the germ cell through the next generation. I don't know if you're aware of that. So I might carry in myself still certain genes of my grandparents and their surrounding, like 70 years ago or so. Is it understandable? And I have to deal with it. So if you talk about war, if you talk about hunger, if you talk about happiness, it can also be transmitted within the physical side. That science knows today. So there is also, it's not stable, there is also some sort of evolution, and it's super interesting, the outside is important. We know today that if the grandfather was a strong smoker, the grandchild could have the tendency to become a little bit bigger, body-wise. And all those things. And we know about the soil adaptation of plants. I will not go too deep into that, just to give you that. So, but I want to stick, and you have to retain that, the physical preconditions, they are like they are, and I have to deal with it my whole life. Then I have a rhythmic body. And I'm talking a lot about rhythms, but I'm not living a very rhythmic life. So imagine you travel a lot, or you make a permanent party, and then eventually your rhythmic system gets out of balance. And especially our liver, yeah, you should know that, is very, very dependent on a good rhythmic life. The liver is super dependent on sleeping and being awake. So what I want to point out, if I become sick, if I talk about disease now, it could be that my liver becomes sick, but the reason, and I use this picture now, that the reason is not a physical one, the reason is an imbalance in my rhythmic life. Is that understandable? So I use from top down, so the footprint of an imbalance in my rhythmic life could be in a sick liver. Then I have a soul body, depending on how I am, on my soul level. Yeah, maybe I had a nice talk on my phone with my daughter yesterday, or I'm really touched about the beauty of that city, or I did see a nice flower, or I was really deeply touched by the news from Ukraine or Russia or whatsoever, or I'm overworked and it's not stopping in the evening, you all know that. So depending on my inner soul state, if I'm there in balance or not, that obviously could have a strong impact on my rhythmic system. I sleep maybe not as well. And through that, also, once again, there could be a footprint down to the physical. So eventually, I will become physically sick, but the reason is not there, it's here. And then I'm in front of you, and I'm talking about Georg Meissner as an individuality, and I have a biography. I'm 46 years old, I've got 4 kids, and I had a good life so far. I could travel a lot. 2 years ago I was different, in 2 years I will be different again. So due to my biographical circumstances, I'm like I am today, and I will maybe react on a soul level different than Romana, and on a rhythmic level as well, and on a physical level as well. Is that understandable? So if I talk about my individuality now as Georg Meissner, it's an interaction actually between those different bodies which create that guy in a blue shirt in front of you now. An interaction between those different bodies. And it's in evolution. It's not, I'm different now already. Yeah? So, what if I take this model? What is the physical preconditions which I cannot change? And now Steiner, that's what he's doing. He's taking this model and he's putting that picture on the farm. He is saying that every farm has to be seen as a self-enclosed individuality. So if I take that model, what are the physical preconditions of my farm which I cannot change? And very often, we winemakers, we know that, we talk about terroir and things like that. I make it very fast because Henry still has time. So normally I would ask you and I would collect now, but I will do it. So we have down below, so the earth, the silicate stones, rather here in Finland, the limestones, it's a big difference if it's sandy soil or lime. So the geology, but maybe a little bit the water as well, the water holding capacity. Then maybe the microclimatical conditions here on Earth, the drainage, the water holding capacity, and so on. But it's not only that, we also have an above. I make it like that, and I put some stars here, and the moon, and maybe a little cloud. Light quality. Quality of light. I've got my own little vineyard in the Roussillon. And if you look at the paintings of Salvador Dali, you may know, you have these extreme forms in those paintings of the sky. I don't know if you're aware of that. And I just tell everybody, please come to my vineyard and have a look when the sun is setting behind Canigou. And then you understand why Dali was painting like that. He's coming from there. So the light quality, obviously, in the Roussillon or Provence, very often where we have these special light qualities, the artists coming. And it's different there, and I was in Lithuania, and I'm living in the Alps, so I have big mountains in front of me everywhere. And it was so beautiful now for me to be in Lithuania. There was this extreme, there was only sky everywhere. And a complete different light quality. And obviously light quality has a strong impact on ripening processes. But I can extend that obviously, and I can look at the planets, but I can't clap in my hand and say, Mars, stop for 5 minutes, please. So those guys will move on. So there is, as deeper I know here as a farmer, that impact, and as a deeper I know this impact. These are my physical preconditions here as well. I cannot change them. I cannot say the clouds, today I don't want to have gray clouds. But it has an impact. But as more I know about the circumstances here, and as more I know about the microorganisms here and so on, about the interactions, microbiome and things like that, as better it is for me to know who I am on the physical side. Then as a next step, and I make it very fast, so this, I call that now my physical preconditions. And I cannot really change them as a farmer. I cannot make out of that vineyard here, which is full of limestone, a pure granite vineyard. Doesn't make sense. Is that understandable? I have to stick to those preconditions. And I have to really good know them. Then I was talking about the rhythmic life. And if we talk about the rhythmic life, we have to look at the beings on our farm which are totally dependent on natural rhythms. They can't move. And who's that? I painted it in a certain color. It's the plants. The plants are totally dependent on light. So if I look at the vineyards at the moment, they are full of leaves. The canopy, at least in our northern hemisphere, the canopy is full of leaves. And how did the vineyards look like 3 months ago? Not so many leaves. Just starting to grow. And just to give you that, I take you a little bit in the thinking process. Where do all those leaves come from? Which you can see now. Most of the time, if I do that with students, they tell me it's coming from the soil, all this nutrition and water and stuff like that. Yes, it is true, but the bigger part is coming from here. Photosynthesis. The plant is capable to make out of light, air, warmth. She can create out of that new substance. This interaction here, the plant is capable, she is creating permanently substance. So that leaves, we can see now on our vineyards, is substance which didn't exist 3 months ago on this earth yet. It's new substance. So being created through a selfless giving being. So there is a fantastic book. It has nothing to do with anthroposophy. It's a philosopher called Emanuele Coccia. Please read that book. It's called the English version, Die Wurzeln der Welt in German, The Life of the Plants, I think it's called. And the fantastic thing is this guy is bringing the philosophical aspect together with the newest scientific aspects. And we have to understand, if we talk about soil, most of the soil is plant-made. The plant, and I want to stick to that, the plant can create new substance. Permanently. She's permanently a giving being, a selfless, unselfish giving being. And I can use that as a farmer. And I can understand it. So I call her the creator of substance. And then I have, because I have to, the soul level. I was talking about my soul level. And if I talk about soul, very often I talk about movement. I moved. Or about relationship. I'm related to something. There very often comes the zoological aspect, the zoe, this interaction of movement. And this is the animal side. The animals on my farm, they can move. They can create these interactions. And each animal, that one has to understand, has a need of very specific preconditions to be capable to survive. That's the big difference between us human beings and animals. We somehow did free ourselves up of those, so we can live in different, we can adapt. For an animal, very often it's much more difficult. I cannot put a horse into a chicken stable. That will be difficult, I suppose. I just give you that as a picture. Or just look at an earthworm, and an earthworm, they very often do very specific things in an ecosystem. The earthworm is taking a leaf up there, bringing it down into the earth, eventually taking some of the minerals, making a mix, and something else comes out behind. Is that understandable? But it's not only on the physical side that we have this movement. We have it on many, many different examples, and I always use one example. This is that giving picture of the plant. Steiner is very clear in the agricultural course, the plant is giving and the animal is taking. And I just use one example. We took over an alpine hut on 2,000 meters, my wife and our 4 kids. And before that, there were 400 sheep. And when we took over that hut like 8 years ago, the field before was like Heidi, yeah? This beautiful flower field, lots of flowers. And now the flowers are disappearing, and slowly but surely a steppe grass is taking over. And that's basics of biodiversity. What is the missing part? Just imagine you prepare a present for a really loved person, and you put all your love and energy in it, and you make it very nice, and put a flower on top of it. And then you put it on the table, and then the person is not coming. It stays there. That's hurt, no? And then eventually next year you do that again. I put all my love. Put it on the table again, and that person is not coming again. It makes me almost cry. Huh? And I maybe do that the 3rd year and eventually the 4th year, and after the 4th year I will say, and that's what's happening in nature. If all those flowers, they need to be taken by somebody. They are prepared for somebody, for an animal to eat it or to suck on it or whatsoever. And if that interaction is cut, they slowly but surely will disappear. But also the other way around. If you reintroduce animals, for example, in your vineyard, most of the wineries who did that, they will see very quick after 1 or 2 years, wow, there's lots of flower, I didn't sow them. Can you understand that? So it's not only a physical one that there is some manure coming out, there is this interaction going on as well. Also on the ripening in grapes, I can give you many examples. If you would have a short animal impact or a long end, you don't need to have the animals all the time in the vineyards. And it's not only the big cattle, it's about butterflies and everything. It's this whole interaction you have to understand. So the animal as a creator of movement. And I forgot what the plant is doing. The plant is actually creating that interconnection between here and there. And the animal now can create that interconnection between those. And now as a last one, I call it the intention or the impulse. That is now the human being, the farmer. I have to understand all those different aspects, all this potential of my farm, and I have to understand now how can I create out of that space now a space for the future, a space of evolvement. How can I make that space not only definitely on the soil fertility level, we have that task as farmers. But also on all these other levels, how can I make out of that space a space of health? And I can be extremely creative and try to connect all those different aspects and create that space of health. And obviously, I give you just one example. If I talk about fertilization, I can work on a mineral fertilization side as a farmer. I can work on a green manure fertilization as a farmer. I can work on a soil fertilization or animals as a farmer. I obviously can also work on the human side. Social aspects, super important today in farming. And if I take those three here together, we call that compost. And it's totally, I can be super creative. I can take a little bit more of that or more of that, and I can play around depending on what I want to have. So it's much about this understanding, jungling, surfing process, this co-evolution process. And to finish, and then I shut up and I give the word to Henry, is to come back to medicine. I want to point that words out quickly as well. We have two words in medicine. If we talk about health, and I make those, it's getting difficult now, I put it in here, pathogenese and salutogenese. If I look at health, once again from the medical side, pathogen, we all know that by now, means it means to suffer, pathogenese, pathein means to suffer, and genesis is the origin of the suffering. So if I go against disease with that kind of pathogenetical point of view, I want to do something against the disease. Is that understandable? And I put that, both circles are important, but at the same time, I need to look at the salutogenetical aspects. Salus salutis means health, and genesis, the origin of health. So I myself, my task is to look for myself in such a way that I find an environment which is healthy for me. Then I can stick healthy. I don't need so much of that stuff, hopefully. And this is the really modern aspect. Steiner is not telling us pathogenetic. We still can spray sometimes as biodynamic farmers if it's needed. But the big task is, and he's giving us lots of impulses and recipes on that side, and the big task is for us as farmers, but for us as human beings as well, is that circle becomes bigger and that one smaller. That's it. It's as simple as that. And it's not dogmatic. I just try my best. And sometimes I have to do that if I don't have another choice. But if I stick only to that in my tunnel, so how can I develop my farm in such a way that that will happen? I play the ball to you now.
Thank you, Georg. You made my work very, very easy now after your presentation. It's a brilliant overview of biodynamics and Steiner's anthroposophy. Few words maybe about myself. My name is Henri Murto and I'm a Finnish biodynamic farmer. My professional life is actually quite interesting if you compare it to my social life. From my mother's side, I'm a 6th generation Helsinki-born person, so I'm really a stadilainen, as we call it in Finland. But my life made a nice turn when I was 17, 18 years old. I discovered biodynamic farming. After that, I want to travel around the world. I went to travel all around the world, New Zealand, everywhere, to work with biodynamic farms. And eventually, I ended up in oldest biodynamic farm, which is also one of the oldest organic farm of Finland, Rekola farm near Tampere, Kangasala. And I worked there 14 years as a professional market gardener. We developed the farm very nicely. And now I've moved on with my wife's family farm near Lahti. And we have a small farm called Lehtosarven Tila, which now we're developing more in a way of education, training, and research. But the interesting thing is that I'm quite, as a Finnish person, I'm quite an extrovert. I like to talk. And I always make this joke, as Georg said, that you will incarnate. And I was always make this joke that I was supposed to incarnate in France, but some silly way, last minute, I chose to come here up north. And for me, working on Rekola farm was such an amazing experience, because I learned from my mentor, Kalervo Rekola, who has a extremely good farmer, has an academic background, but also did practical work 40 years. And also this idea that you're a farmer in Finland, it's quite amazing. If you don't do it now, but do it in the coffee break, if you take your mobile phone, you take your Google Maps or Apple Maps, and you take the map of Finland, and you zoom out, and you see the globe, and we know that these lines of how north we are, they're actually elliptical. And if you look Finland, what you see, you go to east, you see very north Siberia. There's no farming there. There's, animals, reindeers. Then you start to go to the west. You see Norway, Sweden, very north parts. Usually the agriculture is located very south Sweden, south Norway. And if you continue to very, very west, you become North Canada, North Alaska. There's no farming there. There's caribous. So what we're talking about in Finland, we are talking about the world's most northernmost agricultural country. And that is mind-blowing. That is really mind-blowing. So because we can have agriculture in Oulu, in Rovaniemi. I have now a colleague, very amazing young woman, and she's having a small farm near Oulu in Ylikiiminki, and she has a brilliant market garden there. Very, very, very well organized operation. So it's amazing. It's a miracle to have a farming in a place like this. And before the wars, we had over 90,000 small farms. Nowadays we have roughly 20,000. So the world is changing. And like Georg mentioned, and for me also when I discovered anthroposophy and biodynamic farming as a very young person, for me it was very clear from the first beginning that this is the most modern way you want to farm. You need to farm in a way that it actually connects very consciously this beautiful model that Georg just gave us. And it is truly remarkable if you start to think about it as a farmer, when you're engaging every processes and every rhythms in nature, it always happens in these 4 levels. And this is something that I think in a modern society, we have lost in farming. We have lost it, like we heard yesterday from Romana, and we have lost it in a very severe way. And now we're sort of like, we're living in over time. Basically, we know in modern day science that if we lose humus, if we lose this rich soil here, which we will do in 60 years' time if we do not change our agricultural practices, this is a reality. And if we lose the humus, the security, we call it food security, we will lose the security in the social level as well. And this is a fact we cannot deny. In all of our human history, our human evolution, food security equals social security. This is a fact. And now we're living in overtime, and we really should start to remember this fact. And for me, it was clear that biodynamic farming has these elements. It has this consciousness around it that we can understand these elements. We can understand these 4 natural kingdoms. We can understand that every process that happens in mineral kingdom, plant kingdom, animal kingdom, or human kingdom.
And I wanted just to tell you an example of myself, because it was like I said, I'm the 6th generation born in Helsinki person, and go to the Rekola farm we call it Häme, the area of Finland, we call it Häme. And people are really like zip, very, very silent. And, you can imagine me there. It's like I'm working with my colleague, my very good colleague and friend Joona Rekola, and I was like, first 4 years, I was like, hey Joona, should we build greenhouse next year? Should we have more animals? Should we have a bigger market garden? Yeah, let's have some tractors. And Joona was just standing there. And I was like, come on, give me something, you know? And there was nothing. And it took me many, many, many years. It took me 4 years to understand that he was as excited as I was, but completely inwardly. And this is a speciality of Finnish people. We are very introvert people in this sense, and we should value that more. It's a gift. It's a huge gift. And I learned that through this collaboration, I learned so many things. And but I want to give you an example, because it was a mind-blowing experience for me. And it was the first year I was there in Rekola farm. I did my 6 months training period there. Coming from Helsinki, have a very active life. I had a lot of good friends. I still have who are very good artists. They're academics. They were having a very good social life in Helsinki. And I went to the Häme. It's a beautiful place. The farm is absolute paradise. Christina knows that because we have had many good restaurant weeks there back in the days. But it's absolutely beautiful place. But for me, I was struggling many, many years that I'm always missing something in the city life, in the social life. But in the first year, I was there working 6 months, and I think I was 26 at that time. And it was getting autumn. I was sitting in my room, and the days were getting darker, and it was quite romantic. I was writing in a candlelight there, and I felt this experience that wow, during my life of 26 years, I have never felt so good. And it just wasn't the physical wellness that I felt good. But I felt good in my soul life. I felt so good in you can say in your psychic life, or whatever words you want to use. But I used my soul life, and I started to think about, okay, so why is it so? I've lived 26 years in Helsinki, and now I come to the countryside, work in a farm. Why is sudden I feel so good? And I started to think about, okay, I have eaten biodynamic food 6 months. Maybe that is one of the case. We had very good food every day, and it was very high quality food. Maybe that is the case. And I said, yeah, that's one part of it. But still I wasn't satisfied. That doesn't explain why I feel also so good in my soul life. Then I think, okay, I have done physical work. I have done so much different physical work. You know, I weeded the carrots, and I've cut the grass with the tools, and sometimes I run with the cows, and I try to get them back to the field. I drive a tractor. I do so many different things, these physical things, and I would call it, as a farmer, you do sort of you do like a yoga every day. You get like a yoga as a bonus of the work. Okay, that was maybe one question, one point, but I still wasn't satisfied. And I think about more. Okay, what else? Then I start to think about, okay, every day in a farm, and this is extremely interesting, farms are one of the last places that we can have this kind of a model. Every day in a farm, we always started work at 8 o'clock. We didn't have a milking cow, so it was quite late we could start. So we started 8 o'clock. We started all together in the day with the students and with the workers. We had lunch. First we have like a tea break in the field. It was very romantic. You have a little bit of tea and a bread. 10 o'clock. Then you have a lunch, 12:30. Then after lunch we continue work, and then you have afternoon coffee, 4 o'clock. Usually the students went home, and I continue work till the evening. I usually go to sleep at the same time, because you work so much outdoors. You sleep like poof, you get so fast. The dream comes very fast. And then I start thinking, oh wow. And I also, every day we eat at the same time, 12:30. So this is what Georg very beautifully pointed out, the rhythms. And I understood that, wow, farms, because coming from a city life, a very hectic city life, 26 years, and it was some first experience after my younger days that I get this experience of these rhythms, these healthy rhythms that I was actually surrounded. If you think about as we grow up in our society, or at least in the Western world, it's quite common that you have your parents will say, okay, come to eat now every day at the same time, go to sleep at the every same time. You become a teenager, you start to rebel. Oh, I don't want to come eat, I want to hang out with my friends. You become an adult, a young person. You forget this. Oh, I go to university, I go to work. We tend to lose this idea that there is something in this sphere of rhythms that actually creates and gives us health. And that was such a strong experience to realize that I felt so good because I had a rhythm in my life, first time after my younger days. And this beautiful, like Georg pointed out, is absolutely brilliant because in Finnish we have word what we call our organs, our inner organs, we call them elin, and we call it elimistö. And if I want to say, what is vitality? If I want to say I feel vitality, and I understood the experience that I had, this physical and this psychic and soul well-being, it was actually experience of vitality. And in Finnish, we have such a brilliant language that we have this name called elinvoima, which we can translate to vitality. But elinvoima, it has also the word organ, which is elin, and voima, which is force. So that is like a vitality. So my organs were actually adapted to this rhythm, this sleeping rhythm, this eating rhythm, and also this high-quality food, and also this physical work. And that was such an absolutely amazing experience, 26 years old, 2008. I was like, bam, this is for me. This is my coming point for biodynamic farming, is to study the rhythms. And this is what also Steiner, there's a good story about Steiner, that there was another doctor called Dr. Rudolf Hauschka, who created a company called Vala, which makes Dr. Hauschka natural cosmetics, which is very high quality natural cosmetics. And Dr. Hauschka asks Dr. Steiner, so doctor, what is life? And Dr. Steiner says to Dr. Hauschka, study rhythms. Rhythm is life. So this is just an example that as we work as farmers and farms, that how we can actually learn these new ways to understand our surroundings, very, very complex surroundings nowadays with the ecological crises and social crises we have. But to have this personal experience that we can it doesn't matter if you're a farmer or a winemaker or an exporter, it actually doesn't matter. We can transform this experience, this knowledge, this human wisdom that Georg said to every surroundings we are. But I think it's an extremely interesting when we, for example, in Rekola, it's been cultivated biodynamically now 50 years. In Finland, that's a long time. But it also is a very old family farm. It's a 400-year-old family farm, which in Finland is also quite a long time. And in the Rekola farm, it's quite interesting that for many years I thought, okay, many people come there and they experience this strange quality that they probably cannot explain, but they experience this very, very good mood when they come to the farm. And I thought about, okay, many years what can be, but also the physical location of the farm is quite interesting because you are located between two lakes. You are in this little bit hilltop there, and also surrounded by the forests. But you can also see the hills. The fields are very hilly, and you can see the forms of the fields, and you can experience the wind as well. So it was quite interesting to see that you can actually experience all these classic four elements that we know: earth, wind, fire, or warmth, and water. You can experience them in a Rekola farm, very, very, very concrete. When you come to the farm, you immediately see the fields in the south. You see the sunlight because sun is more strongly on the south. You feel the warmth. You see the two lakes. You see the soil because of the fields are hilly, and you can experience the wind because you're a bit upper there. So it's quite interesting to understand these four natural kingdoms that Georg pointed out, I would say that's the most important thing as a farmer can do. And as we saw yesterday, it was quite beautiful in the presentation of Joam's farm in Spain, and you can see the videos of the animals and the forests, and there you can get this experience that the farmer's most important task is to get connection to this genius low-key, this farm individuality that is located in the certain landscape, certain area. And as I studied the rhythms of nature, and as I studied I worked very intensively on the garden, and for me the landscape perception became sort of like a realization also that this is something that as a humans, it's something that we have lost in the city life, but it's something that needs to be rediscovered very strongly our time. And this is what, for me, anthroposophy has been a big help, because, like Georg said, it brings you this. It doesn't give you answers which are dogmatic or are right or wrong. It gives you a consciousness, maybe, or tools to understand our world, our physical world, through this human wisdom. And like Georg said, that human is not the bad guy. It's a solution. Of course, we can do bad things, and as we see nowadays, we have, like I said, we are living over time very, very strongly, but the human itself, the human being, is also the solution. But for me, it was quite clear that to really take the next step forward, we need to rediscover these tools. We need to make new tools. And as we talk about ecological crisis, like Romana yesterday also said, that we cannot solve these ecological crises that we are ended up now with the same tools that we used to go there. We need different tools. We need new tools. And for me, anthroposophy is a new tool. And it's not like that, of course, I can know that artificial intelligence and robotics and everything can make physical tools for me, which are unmatched. I cannot compete with mechanics or artificial intelligence. But what this mechanistic world never can give me is a tool for my consciousness to understand in a world in a way that we can actually start to create these holistic ecosystems in a way that actually become reality. And as I guess as a winemakers and people working in the wine industry, you know very well that also, like we heard yesterday, that the quality doesn't, it doesn't end in the bottle, or it doesn't end in the vineyard. It continues. And what actually creates the quality is, it's quite interesting, like we heard yesterday's presentation, so many good topics and points about the rhythms, how you turn the bottles. And I have to excuse me, I'm not in any way a wine professional, but I do recognize these qualities that we heard yesterday's presentations. So many different examples, how will you use rhythms in different way. Is it the fermentation, or is it turning the bottles? And for me, this is like in a way that as a farmer, as a vegetable farmer, we're completely different. We're talking the same language. It doesn't matter anymore if I do not know the wine specifics. I understand the language through this idea that what the quality actually is. But for me, I think it's, like I said, it's very easy for me to continue here because Georg gave so good model here about this farm individuality, which we call in biodynamic farming. And for me, as a landscape perception enthusiast, I would say, for me it's always was such an important task to understand what is actually, like Georg said, what is coming from the future towards us? What is this adventus quality? And I could tell so many stories that in our garden or in our farm that what actually happened there, which is as a farmer's perspective, it's some way you cannot say that it's a miracle in a way. I've seen that the soil work in a way that shouldn't be possible. I've seen how the resilience of the soil becomes a reality in a plant or an animal. And these are the examples that, for me, it's my business card. There's no better business card than this quality, this practical quality that you can present. And I think for me, it's quite enthusiastic at the moment to think about that the crisis of our world today we know that we have the ecological crisis, but we also know we have the social crisis. And this is, I think, the landscape perception work or understanding of the landscape and the human relationship, I think anthroposophy and biodynamic farming can really give these new tools of consciousness, of awareness, that we can actually create the solutions of this crisis. And for me, it was extremely inspiring to read Steiner's lecture in 1917 he gave in Italy in an academic congress. And it was the first time everyone's used this kind of expression. He used this expression of reflective eye. And as Georg said, the human being that we have here, that we have these 4 different constitutions, the human eye, which of course it's in English word is quite interesting because I, the letter, is upright. So the human eye actually represents this uprightness that we have. And for me, it was quite interesting to think about that Steiner gave this lecture in Bologna 1917, and he actually pointed out, if I would ask to you, and if I ask a question for you, so where is the human eye? It's quite difficult because we have so many different things that we can describe the eye. Someone could say it's our highest human potential, or it's our higher self, or this is my persona, or we can understand this very differently. But for me, the human eye represents something that actually can understand these other 3 natural kingdoms as well. So if I would ask to you, where does the human eye is? I would say 99% of us, including me, I would say it's here. It's somewhere here. It's here in my sense perception organs, or it's here in my heart, in my feelings. But I would say my human eye, my highest human potential, is somewhere very within me. I would say like this, and I think this is that we can agree. Like Georg gave these beautiful examples that how could what can you feel if someone brings you flowers, or if he gives me rock or flowers? if it's a granite silica rock, then we're good. but it's interesting that there's so many different ways that we can experience. But what Steiner gave this idea of reflective eye. 1917 in the academic congress, we know nowadays through neuroscience that actually he was talking 100 years before this phenomenon that we can actually nowadays recognize, that this most sacred, most highest potential of every single human individuality, I could use this highest potential we all have, that it's actually the source or the location of this human eye is not actually here, but it's in the periphery. And we can have this sort of a meditation practice, point and a periphery, that there's the point and there's always the periphery. And for me, through this landscape perception work, it became extremely interesting to understand that every process, every rhythm, every metamorphosis process that I encounter in nature, it's actually always reflecting my eye back to me. And here is this one modern tool that we can actually discover now, because I think we come to this point in our ecological crisis that we can get a bit sad, we can get a bit melancholy and think, okay, the game is lost, we're all gonna be doomed. And sometimes you get this idea when you read newspapers, and I completely disagree, because it is not like that. But I think this idea that this individual human eye, this highest human potential we all have within ourselves, it only becomes active through the periphery, through the landscape, or through another human being. And for me, this was actually absolutely brilliant to read these Steiner's lectures, that okay, wow, what I'm actually experiencing in the nature, in my garden or in my vineyard, that is always something that reflects back within myself. And I think this is one challenge we have nowadays when we think about the ecological crisis or the social crisis. We tend to forget, or we are not aware, that this is something that we cannot comprehend with the same tools and we end up there. And what for me was quite clear in this sense, that what we need to develop is the way to our thinking, I will always say that ecological crises are the crises of our thinking. So as we heard yesterday and we heard today, all the problems we have with the soil, all the problems we have with the pesticides, all the problems we have with the mass production of animals, who no one can say that this is the way to treat animals. That's complete. Everyone who has an ethical understanding can say immediately that, it's not the way to treat animals like this. Or imagine 100 years ago when there was a world war and you have to slaughter 10 million pigs. It's amazing, just like that. We know as a human beings that this is not the way to treat animals or treat our surroundings, but then we get this struggle. We think, okay, but the society is formed like that. What about the famine? We need to feed everyone in the world, and what about this and what about that? But I think in a way, to understand this ecological crisis, it starts within ourselves, and it starts in a way that we create this new relationship to all these different fields of life, these different kingdoms. And for me to understand that actually my human potential, whatever it will be, it actually becomes active only through other persons. It becomes active when I listen to Georg's presentation. Oh wow, I can actually, I get something that from his wisdom, that's something that he's learned through academic career or practical life, and now he's reflecting some of my experience back to me, but completely different words. And I think it's quite interesting to think about our time, that we have so big challenges with the social media or with the media itself, that we always think about that. Okay, we need to be agree on everything, and I completely disagree of that as well. We need to get to dialogue. We need to get to the dialogue between different people, between different opinions, but we also need to stand our ground. We need to say that, okay, this is my point of view, this is how I experience nature, this is how I experience life, but it doesn't matter. I can still disagree with you, and we can have a dialogue. And this is, I have to bring also from the Greek, because you brought it so many times, that it's quite interesting that we have an idea of these words. What happens when we have a dialogue? We have two words. We have a di, we have two, and we have a logos. So when two people or more people are having a dialogue, and we know from logos as a Greek mythology, and we know that we can say that logos is a creative force of God. So when two people or more people are having a dialogue, something happens there between, and it actually begins this creative process. And this is that I always say that because we know artificial intelligence is developing very fast, it's going to be a good tool for every one of us, but it also has a big risks. We know that it actually can narrow our worldview very strongly. It can feed us this world image which is driven by algorithms, which is driven by companies bigger than the state of Finland, So there's big questions in that sense. But if we can have this dialogue between human individuals, even though we disagree on certain matters, but if we still can have a dialogue, I always say that that's something that the artificial intelligence cannot do. We need to bring creativity in every field of life to able to create new jobs, to able to create also the social security. And but it's quite interesting that you can find these inspirations in a farm. What? In a place in a modern world which hardly no one knows, hardly ever goes anywhere anymore. But in a farm you can have this experience that actually my personal experience of farming and my knowledge about ecology, it needs to transcend in the social level. And this that I feel extremely interesting about working with winemakers or exporters or people who work in the wine industry, because you connect these two levels quite nicely. As we heard, we have these vineyards which can be absolutely paradise. They can be self-sustainable paradises. They can be regenerative paradises, more than sustainable, I would say. It's all about the regeneration. But what about the social aspect? What about the social life? of course, we know in Europe we have such old vineyards, places that has a long history, like it goes thousands of years back. And this is that I find always interesting, that through this idea that this human individual actually finds his or her biggest potential and activates that potential through other human beings, through other animals, through plants, through soil. And I find it actually interesting that at the same time, if we are really honest, in our today's modern society, we're actually doing the opposite with these things. It's not a coincidence that we call them iPhones. So what actually are created on our modern society is sort of like a shadow image of this reflective eye. And I use a lot of social media, I use a lot of technology. I'm a big fan of blockchain technology, for example. I want to learn more about that technology. I think these are very powerful tools. But these are the tools that I probably wouldn't give my 5-year-old children, maybe, because I wouldn't give him a diamond chainsaw to cut like this. This is the same tool, basically. But what I want to say is that we have to be quite aware that this reality, might be different than this reality actually presents us. And this is a question of the human awareness, again, that I think anthroposophy can bring new tools to us in a way that actually it's not dogmatic. It doesn't say you're bad, you're right. It doesn't say this. It just says develop our human consciousness. Like Georg said, man, know thou yourself. Human, know yourself. And this is, I think it's for me, at least, it was quite an experience to understand that this potential becomes active when I interact with the periphery, when the point always finds itself in the periphery and vice versa. And what I want to conclude here is I think that can be actually quite inspiring to you all. Like I said, that you work in a level that combines the ecological aspects. You demand quality. You work for quality. In the future, you will gonna demand quality which is based on these values that respects the soil, respects the plants, respects the animals, respects the humans. But in a way, towards that path, what you're gonna do, or I think you need to do, I try to do it as well, is to understand that every single action I do in the nature, if I plow my field, and it was actually very interesting that Georg pointed out that this humus, humor, and humana, it's absolutely amazing, and how he said that if you want to create culture, you turn the soil, you make a cut to the soil, and I immediately remembered the story of how Rome, the city of Rome, was created. We all know the story of Romulus and Remus, but what actually happened there was that, I do not remember if it was Romulus or Remus after they killed another one, but what actually happened, the story, this is the interesting part of the legend, that let's say it's Romulus. Romulus took the plow, he took the ox, and he made a circle. He made a circle, and in every 4 corners, he lifted the plow and said, this is going to be a gate. So he made 4 gates in this circle, and he said, this is going to be a Rome. So he turned the soil and made Rome, the city of Rome, which we know is one of the greatest Western cultures ever been. So Rome was created by making a circle with 4 gates, and again, 4 natural kingdoms. But that was just a side story. What I wanted to conclude was that I think these examples that I think you're gonna work in the more conscious way in the future is that we have to rediscover that this idea that every single thing that I want to change in the ecological plane, is it my garden, is it my farm, is it my vineyard, I want to make it sustainable, I want to regenerate it, I want to make it green, I want to make it, that it enriches biodiversity. In every single action that I do in the ecological plane, I also need to do in the social plane. And this is something that we can actually now very well see in our society that this is one of the problems. We want to have solutions, we want to have fast solutions of this ecological crisis, but usually we only look them in one plane. We look them in ecological plane, this is here, or then it's the social plane, which is here. But in the end, these two planes, ecological plane and the social plane, they are just two sides of the same coin, if you know what I mean. So if I want to make an ecological change in my surroundings, in the ecological plane, I need to do the same change in a social plane. And this is, I think, it's a very modern consciousness idea that it goes hand in hand. Our Earth, our evolution, our future goes hand in hand in the human evolution and our social future. So human beings and Earth are bound together. And now, usually, if you look at the media, it's one another. Oat milks, electric cars, and it always finds a solution which happens only in one of these planes. But we need to bring these two planes together and see them two sides of the same coin. That's what I feel vineyards and people who are working in the wine industry has a huge contribution for this, because you already work in these two planes. And I hope this can be inspiring contribution about maybe about the background of anthroposophy as my personal experience, what it has helped to me and develop my professional life as a farmer. Thank you. And I was on time.
Thank you very much, Georg, and thank you very much, Henry. And I think thank you very much, Henry, and thank you very much, Georg, for this great presentation. And everyone has time during lunchtime to get with more questions to you. There was a lot, and I think in order to get us alive again, we should sing. Because we have a person who has birthday today. Franz Weninger, the wine grower who has come on his birthday to speak, and I think we should cheer him with a great happy birthday. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, lieber Franz. Happy birthday to you. So, that was that. So, you know that we having now some lunch, and we have also some wines. I don't know if the presentation will work. Okay. And I would like to present you the lunch wines, that they also get tasted with attention. So you have the chance to taste very different wines. So if you would like to start with a sparkling wine, we can have this pit nut from the Weingut Pittnauer. This fabulous, I love these guys. They are absolutely amazing, and it's a blend of Grüner Veltliner, Müller-Thurgau, Welsch Riesling, Sauvignon Blanc, and Grauburgunder. And they are located in the Burgenland. If you ever have the chance to taste more wines of them, they are very known for the St. Laurent, so absolutely beautiful wines. Then we brought some Sauvignon Blanc from Austria, from the Steiermark, from the winery Sattlerhof. Also a very famous winery. And it's the Sauvignon Blanc, the Village level wine. It's a stainless steel ferment, wild yeasts, and the vineyards are between 300 and 500 meters height, and they are quite new members of the Respect Biodyn organization, and I strongly recommend also this wine. Yeah, then Mr. Ott, he is Mr. Grüner Veltliner. He also brought some fabulous wine. From the Ried Spiegel, he said it's my most funny terroir because you would always expect some more volume, Grüner Veltliner, but it's always very elegant, and that's what he said about this terroir. And I think for me it's always that Grüner Veltliner, the location of Wagram, Grüner Veltliner always wants to have more fat in the soil, he wants always to have good nutrition and water, and Wagram is all about löss and limestone. And also then together with Mr. Ott, it's just, it's the Holy Trinity. Everything comes perfectly together. So I strongly recommend also this wine. And then we have from the Weinviertel the family Carmen and Herbert Zillinger. And they're also having a fabulous farm, also having chickens running around and doing a great biodynamic work there in the Weinviertel. Was always supposed to be this mass-produced wines, but I think a lot of people are changing now the image of the Weinviertel, and they are among those. And they call, he's a really funny guy, he called this wine Toast Hawaii, and you will not find toast, ham, and canned pineapple in the glass. It's a mix of Sauvignon Blanc and Traminer, and it's fermented with skins in concrete eggs, and it's just a fabulous, funny, good to drink kind of orange wine, if you want to say so, and also a great experience to drink that. And then we have, for me, it's also important to show that biodynamic wines, it's not always the 50 euro super expensive whatever wine. It also can be lovely basic wines. And therefore, we have chosen the Zweigelt. Zweigelt is a crossbreed of Blaufränkisch and St. Laurent, and I think it's the most planted red variety in Austria. It is always giving this real cherry-fruited, lovely to drink wines. Maybe in Canuntum they can be super high-end, whatever, but normally Zweigelt is always easy to drink, maybe serve it a bit chilled. And this is from Pfeiler Artinger. It's wild fermented stainless steel, and the retail price for this one is €8, but I think also we should inspire those wines, which are very lovely for a daily routine. And then we have a winery from Germany, Mr. Pflüger, also one of the pioneers in organic and biodynamic farming. And this is his very special Pinot Noir. It's a single vineyard, a Grand Cru for him. It's limestone. It's in the northern part of the Palatinate Pfalz region. It's fermented and aged in big wooden and oak. French oak barrique, and it just shows an abundant oak taste as well, but also a very good Pinot style, and I think also lovely to drink. And in the end, we have something sweet for you, also something very special from Alto Adige. It's the winery Manninkor. It's in the Lake Kalterer See, beautiful, super beautiful. And what is very special, he planted Petit Monseigne, normally Petit Monseigne, from France, but he was totally intrigued by this grape variety. And Petit Monseigne has a very thick skin, so he could keep the grapes on the vine until February. So it was really super late harvest. There is also some botrytis in, but because of this strong skin, it can be, it's a healthy botrytis. And it was slowly pressed and then also fermented in big wooden cask. And there are only, I think, 4,000 bottles existing of this wine, and we got 12 of them. So I think it's also a big treasure to taste it. So enjoy the lunch, enjoy the wines, and enjoy the company, and see you later.
So the lunch wines are set also in the hallway. We have our sommeliers there to help you. You can start the tasting, and lunch will be served there between 12 and 1. 1 o'clock we come back here and start the panel discussion. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, it is 1 o'clock. Those who know me know that I'm pretty punctual. So it's time for our afternoon session, which will be the panel discussion. And during this panel discussion, we will also broaden our perspective a bit. I know the morning was already kind of broadened away a bit from the solely wine focus. Obviously, because Henry is a far more of different agricultural products than wine. But also within this discussion, we will think about the whole alcoholic beverage production in general. And of course, Henry is part of the panel here as well, so we can broaden some of the questions into agriculture in general. Just before we start, I would like to introduce our panel to you once more. There's a couple of new faces on the stage, which I'm very happy of. So we do have the birthday hero here, winemaker Franz Werninger from Austria. And Hungary. Well, you can see that on the tasting sheets. There's a wine from Austria. Well, I think the first one is Hungarian, but it's on the label it says Austria, but this might be a legislative thing. We'll think about it in a minute. We hear more about it in a minute. Then, of course, because we are in Finland, and we also want to think about the whole industry that we love what comes to alcoholic beverages, I had the great pleasure of inviting one of the founding members of our very famous Kyrö distillery, which you should all be pretty familiar with now if you have been on the 7th floor of Klaus K this week. So Mikko Heinilä is joining the panel here as well, and maybe we hear a bit more from the spirit industry as well during this discussion. You all know Romana Echensperger, Master of Wine. She's the hero of this Tuesday symposium. And of course, Dr. Georg Meissner, who is such a character. I'm very happy to have met Georg and have you here. And finally, it's so great to be working again with Henri Murto. As I mentioned yesterday, we have some history from the Rekola farm. We used to collaborate quite a lot. So thank you everybody for joining this panel today. In front of you, you have 2 wines, obviously. They are being poured soon. And these wines are from Franz Werninger. And we will actually start with these 2 wines so that Franz can tell us about the Furmint on the left and the Blaufränkisch on the right, tell a bit about his ideology, and then we go deeper into the panel discussion. At the end of the panel, I will grant enough time also for questions. I have Hui here helping me. He's going to run in the audience with the microphone. So throughout the discussion, you can come up with your questions, and I allocate some time in the finish for that. But please, Franz.
So, happy to be here. Yeah. 2 wines, both autochthone varieties of the region. So it's the questions, are these Hungarian varieties, are these Austrian varieties? This border where I'm living at just exists since 100 years. So basically these varieties were on both sides of the border. And Burgenland, the eastern part of Austria, was more Hungarian than Austrian for a long time. And so I would consider it more Hungarian varieties. Both varieties share one thing. They grow very vertical. So my workers were very happy when I started with Furmint again, because they knew how to bend the green shoots into the wires. And if you ever worked with a Merlot, which is very horizontal and falls out all of the time, so you need a lot of wires, and every 2 weeks you have to go to get them back into the wires. And Furmint and Blaufränkisch is the opposite. They grow very vertical, and both of the varieties share, I think, this vertical acid in the back. So that's their gift. Wow. So this verticality. And Furmint known maybe from Tokai about the sweet wines, and in our area, in Burgenland, we ripped it out because we didn't want to be part of Eastern Europe, and we ripped the Furmint out as it remembered us of our Hungarian history. Blaufränkisch really got the big introduction here after Phylloxera. So after Phylloxera, basically our white wine style was a sweet wine style. And after Phylloxera, the sweet wine style, because we got sugar cane and so on, so sweet wines were not so important anymore. So the sweet wine style in our area disappeared a lot, still existing, but not so much anymore. And Blaufränkisch was the thing which arrived. And we also have 2 wines from different soils. So the Hungarian Furmint comes from a gneiss and mica schist, so a crystalline soil. And the Blaufränkisch, so it's a vineyard, very place where at least since 400 years we know on books, but I think for a very long time vineyards were cultivated. And Kalkofen is a place which was abundant in the 60s and 70s. So my father, 99, replanted these vineyards. And it's a vineyard on limestone. And there is a surrounding of mulberry trees. So also a very beautiful vineyard. And on the Furmint, on the Steinfurmint, you look into a very swallow lake, the Lake Neusiedlersee. So I would say both places are kind of magical, which I think is important to make a great wine. So, thanks.
Thank you, Franz. So the Austria is there just for the legislative reason, and the wine actually comes from Hungary?
It's a little bit cloudy, and the Austrian wine law for quality wine, it's still in Austria also not allowed to have a cloudy wine, but in Hungary, you're not allowed to bottle a cloudy wine at all. So I do the trick, I export the Hungarian wine as Hungarian wine to Austria and bottle it in Austria as Hungarian wine. So it's a Hungarian wine bottled in Austria.
The tricks do you do?
Sorry. Sometimes it's complicated and it's just a matter of time until the law accepts that wine can be also cloudy. So sometimes you have to wait a little bit.
Fantastic. And we'll talk about the two different certificates. We'll talk about the two different certificates in due course when we go into that in the panel. But the wines are being poured. You can enjoy them throughout this next hour and a half. But let's start the panel with asking the question, why? Why do we bother? Why do we have to think green, when we're talking about alcoholic beverage production? What is the core reason that we're here today? I think, Romana, maybe you can start with this.
In my opinion, it's that a wine is a luxury product. We don't need it to survive. You do? It is, and I think we have to compete in the future on resources for bread and production and all the other productions. And I think scarce will become really water. And we see these discussions already in Germany, in Franconia. Normally, always people think of Germany as it's always raining in Germany. But no, in Franconia, for example, it had become super dry. And now they want to have the rights to irrigate. And then it causes immediately social discussions. And is this needed? And what is if the groundwater level is going too low? Can I still sprinkler my garden? Or can I fill my pool? And so on. So there's a lot of competition going on. And I think we have to be prepared for this, to argue that we are good for the environment and that we are doing good. I think it's just to look into the future and say, okay, we have already done this and we are aware of all these challenges.
Henry, we're not talking about luxury when we're talking about food products, agriculture for food. Why do we need to care?
Well, I think it's a fairly good question, and I think Roman answered very well in my perspective as well. And when I think about food also because a little bit of like Georg and I opened up the topic this morning, and I think more and more the focus is shifting. It should shift, and actually, like Georg very well said about the medicine industry and also the idea of salutogenesis, the way to see human health very holistically and comprehensive. I think this is the way that also we're gonna move forward in this sense. So I think in food industry as well, I hope that quality will start to come before the quantity, because now when we produce quantity, the big volumes, we do not only know that the biggest problems for human health is, for example, wheat and animal products, basically, which are the most over-processed and over-produced fields of food production. And I hope that this idea that less is more, basically, that when we eat food which is better quality, we will actually feel much healthier. And this goes in hand with these regenerative ideas, sustainable ideas that the regenerative movement, the biodynamic movement, organic movement generally has in automatically, basically. So I think this sense, I agree with Romana that the wine industry is a bit different in this sense that, it's, but also, like I said in the morning, I do see much more possibilities as well, because there is the social and the ecological aspect much more better going hand in hand than, for example, if I'm just a wheat production,
Franz?
Be very egoistic. the taste. I just started because when I saw that the deer only eats organic leaves, and it's very stupid. Okay, we lost maybe this feeling to know what is good or what's not good, but when we went out of paradise, but in the end, the animals, they still taste this immediately, and I think we still have it in our feelings. If that's always, does the wine give me some good? Is it doing good for me? Then I think I do it for the taste.
As the panel is all about alcoholic beverages and not just wine, I wanted to ask you, Mikko, because we're now talking about health, and you are a spirit producer. So there was an amazing ending keynote speech at the IMW Symposium last weekend by Dr. Laura Catena, where she said that there's actually recent data that a bit of wine is actually healthy. We have to obviously drink in moderation, but it's not just the kind of the bad things that come from alcohol, but also it can also help us relax. But how is it? And you can hopefully listen to this speak online. You can find it on the Institute's website later on. But Mikko, you are producing a spirit. How do you see this? Talk about health and yeah.
Well, you mentioned it already, moderation. What we are aiming for is quality over quantity, as referred also earlier. And what we also kind of consider as more of a holistic view on things. So what used to be the luxury on 80s was the golden flakes in a vodka bottle. And then you consumed heavily. So we are drifting away from that one, and happy so. So now we are aiming for more of a kind of a transparency, more of a sustainability factors in all means. So considering also social aspects. Not only the environmental aspects. So kind of providing the full transparency to the consumers provides a lot more kind of a security that it's not only kind of a health aspects, but also what you are doing for the environment as a whole. And I think that is a kind of a thing that is rising heavily, kind of a consumer awareness. And if we are not part of this trend, I would assume that within 5 to 10 years, we're out of the game. So it's also, currently, it's more of a luxury factor, but I would assume that it will become a necessity for all of the alcohols. It doesn't matter if you're producing wine or spirits or whatever. So, but again, back to the kind of that aspect of yours, kind of being healthy. So one of our kind of points, our values, is communal. We know that, for example, in Finland during centuries, alcohol has been destroying communities. People have been starting fight against each other. Families doesn't exist anymore as a kind of a concept because there have been people have been drifting apart because of the fights over the alcohol or after consuming a lot of alcohol. So what we are aiming to is that we want to bring people together because loneliness is the #1 killers in the societies at the moment. Alcohol is the one that kind of lowers the barriers between people, and that is where we are aiming to. Whenever we are doing activations, we want to bring people together with a good quality drink and enjoying the moment.
I think this morning it was quite accurate when Henry was describing the Finnish people being very introverts, and he was speaking about the social life, and I think that's what the wines and the spirits can also really do, especially for us Finns who tend to be introvert. I think there's a couple of people who don't feel as introvert in this room, but maybe it's part of the sommelier as well.
The Japanese are really forcing alcohol because they have a problem that they also don't talk too much, and so after Friday they go out with the boss and then they drink and then they talk. So it's, I think, really important for the society.
Maybe otherwise we would have been already extinct.
True. Yeah, we do need to reproduce as well. Georg, you were talking yesterday about the chaos and what happened around before and after 1924. What is the real reason that, or can you pinpoint certain starting points that we started to think that, okay, maybe we need to change the ways we operate?
I need the drawing thing again. I need it. There's a German artist, I just point that out, and you can find yourself in it as well. Where is my little pens? There's pens. I make it very fast. Romana is scared.
I know you.
There's a German artist called Joseph Beuys, and he's calling that the social plastics. And he's calling that chaos, movement, and form. And I just make it like that. That's the chaos. So these are individuals, and then he's doing that. And out of that movement comes a new form. Chaos, movement, form. And that movement is a warm process, a process of warmth. And we can see that we are individuals now here meeting each other. We are meeting, that creates a movement, and out of that movement we can get something new, and this is not stable, that can be here. And that creates a new form, a new chaos. Why am I pointing that out? Because you can turn over that picture, I make it very quick, for Romana. So I don't have a green now, I do it blue. And I do the flower here. So Beuys developed that out of his picture of the plant. So we need chaos. We need chaos to have, once again, the adventure, the new things to be happen. If we don't have chaos wherever we go, nothing new can happen. If all is structured, it's all is super planned, no new things can happen. And that's what's happening in preparing those fields, that we create a chaos on purpose. So the purpose is to create a chaos. And we need sometimes to have this kind of chaotic situations, also as a society, that new things can happen. If that's answer enough, I don't know. I can give you a whole talk now on that.
So I guess there's to summarize that, I guess there's constant chaos, which we should accept and also prefer to have that chaos, because that's the force that makes us to move, and that's the force that makes us to rethink and make a progress, right?
And we were pointing that out. Alcohol is playing a very important role, and I was pointing out with the Greek mythology. The god for the chaos is Dionysos, and that's at the same time the god of the alcohol. Yeah, so if we get drunk, which is nice sometimes, yeah,
How much did you drink already, Georg?
And maybe that's also a point, because I said the taste, but maybe the quality of getting drunk.
Absolutely.
No. But if you drink too much, you become chaotic.
No, we have to, and we had the word, it's the moderation.
Yeah.
And the moderation is super important, and once again, that's a solution. The moderation is the solution, and my moderation is a different one than your moderation. Once again, we have to look at that from an individual context.
What I would like to add on this moderation thing is, I think it's about the freedom of our persons. We have the freedom to kill ourselves with alcohol or use it in a good way. And I think that's also an expression of responsibility. How do we work with that? It is a big task on us. And it's not only on alcohol, it's on everything. How we consume iPhones, how we do that and that. It's about balancing, and alcohol can remind us that we have to balance things out.
If I may continue, you were exactly on the right point. So also, if alcoholism is the disease, or it's a factor from the disease. So people are having quite often a lot of issues, and they are having their own kind of a medicine for it, and that's quite often alcohol. Nowadays, it's often a cell phone as well, because social media takes your kind of thoughts away. But if you're overusing the social media, you're getting depressed, exactly as you mentioned. You're getting the quick wins of good kind of vibes, but eventually you are really lonely. With alcohol, you might end up to the same point if you're drinking alone, but if you're consuming moderate amounts with your friends, you're actually getting the good sides of alcohol to cure your kind of perhaps if you're a bit down, you can talk more with your friends. You can kind of open up the notches and feeling better. But again, if you're using the medicines wrong, you're over-consuming alone, you end up to not such a good place.
I would even go that far. I mean, I'm not a big fan of this kind of nanny state. You know, there's this kind of trend to nanny us, you know, that you don't drink, don't eat sugar, blah, blah, blah. I think if democracy should work, we need individuals that have their own brain, that they are available to think with this own brain and make their ideas and then go into a dialogue and so on. And it's all connected to freedom, to responsibility. Freedom and responsibility, I think that's what we need also to create the future.
And it doesn't have to be the alcohol, to bring us to the chaos. There's other possibilities as well.
I'm sure you know it.
just as a last one, this is single grapes. If we talk about warm processes and you were talking a lot about relations, so we are, as winemakers, we're bringing single berries together into a big tank. And out of that comes a warm process, which is called fermentation, and which creates a lot of movement. And out of that comes something which is called wine. But that can go in a second process, which is then called vinegar, and that eventually will be stable. No, but that's I have to add something. Now, I'm not kidding. I'm making it a little bit funny, but we have to look at those things also from a deep spiritual perspective. And if we talk about life, if we talk about the second process, which is coming here now again, this is a fungus process mainly. We want at least to have it with the yeast. And the second one is the opposite. It's a bacterial process. And the end, so there's two transformation processes. And the end product is a product which is so full of vitality and which is totally stable. And it's the representative for life at all. And I'm not giving you a Christian talk now, but this is the last thing Jesus was giving at the cross just to wake up once more, this sponge with vinegar, as a representative of life. And it's coming out of a culture as well that the Roman soldiers very often had a vinegar bottle in their pockets to sniff that from time to time to stay awake. So it's very much about this context once again of vitality and to go through that chaos processes. But I'm not giving you a talk now.
Thank you. Let's think about some of the actual facts. What are the biggest environmental challenges facing agriculture these days, whether we're talking about cereal agriculture or food products or wine? Romana, you mentioned water already. What's the water scarcity or too much water? We don't necessarily have more or less rain, but it's just differently dispersed throughout the year nowadays. So you have less rainy days, and then when you have rain, there's a lot. So what are the biggest environmental challenges you are facing now in your vineyards or in your work?
I think what is always underestimated is the use of energy, in my opinion. I was in the Prosecco region, and I think if you look at the challenges they face, I think you know that it's more than 700 million bottles, and it's 2 times cold fermented and at -4 degrees Celsius tartrate stability with 700 million bottles. So I think you need a nuclear plant alone. Sorry to say that. I think that's you need a lot of energy, and I think these are the things also we have to consider, and that's what I mean. Biodynamics, it's not only pooling in the soil and talking about chaos. So I think it's also about coming into the new world with new ideas, new technology, and to use it in a very good and responsible way.
If I may continue, it's exactly like you said, Romana. Heidi, this is a very good question. It's absolutely important question, and I think everyone we follow media today very much. Even we do it consciously or subconsciously because we use smartphones and we get we get so much information. And for me, many years ago, it was quite a realization also that I read the book of this Swedish professor Johan Rockström in the university in Sweden, and he talks about these planetary boundaries, and it was quite interesting to think about that when we talk about climate change. And I think in a way we need to generalize, because the name of climate change is huge, but everything we put under the name of climate change is actually very, very complex. It's absolutely complex. And I think Johan Rockström opens very, very nicely in the planetary boundaries this topic, and he has these seven universal planetary boundaries we have in our Earth that we need to respect, or otherwise game is over. And he has these indicators, green, yellow, and red, and there is 4 of them are red at the moment. And it's quite interesting that he actually points out that the biggest threat for life in Earth at the moment is the loss of biodiversity. Second biggest threat is the disturbance of the biochemical circulation. And he means that the biochemical circulation that our Earth has, it's in very disturbed stage, because we have used so long time now pesticides, we have used so long time unorganic fertilizers. So when we use unorganic fertilizers, for example, the nutrients, they don't stick to the soil because it's unorganic. And when the heavy rain comes, they go to the nearest pond, they go to the nearest river, in the end they go to the Baltic Sea, which we know nowadays in the north, the Baltic Sea is in very bad state, and that's mainly because of industrial agriculture. We cannot deny that, that's a fact. Yes, same as Germany, yes. Off Germany, yes. And that's interesting, because then he puts the number 4th is climate change. So I think, okay, so there's 2-3 bigger problems before climate change, but I think generally when we speak in the media, we put these challenges under the name of climate change, but we're not really aware what these challenges actually are. And this is, for me, this is like Romana said, it's something that we need to focus. And in biodynamic agriculture, for example, for over 100 years, we have had the solutions, because we have this farm individuality concept, which we would see the farms as individual organisms that would produce their own fodder, they would produce their own manure, so the nutrients would circle within the farm. So you don't need to buy fertilizers outside because you produce them yourself. And of course, the reality now after 100 years, it's different. We have the mass industry, but I think we could find amazing solutions of these biodynamic methods. But I think for me, reading Johan Rockström's work, it was quite clear that the loss of biodiversity is the biggest problem, which of course is caused by the industrial farming and also the urbanization, but also the biochemical disturbance. It's something that you do not hear in media when we talk about climate change, and that's sadly to say, but industry doesn't want to bite the hand that feeds them, and that's just a sad fact. But I don't want to be negative, I want to see the positive solutions, that we have them, as we heard from Georg yesterday, we really have them.
Well, going to the positives, Mikko, could you tell us what are some of the solutions that you have come up with at Kyra Distillery to make things a bit more sustainable, I guess?
Yeah, well, we have evaluated our carbon footprint, and it might be a bit different than on wine production, but we have like 30% of like producing rye, which generates, and also the malting on top of that. And then we have 30% for the production, and 30% is the packaging, which means the bottles. So we have already completed quite well the production side of it. So currently 99.98% of our energy that we are using for production is produced by renewables that are generated within 50-kilometer radius from the distillery. And that 0.02 is our tractor by which we drive to the warehouse and back, and that we are keeping just because of that we can actually say that we know how we use the energy. But
that was the hint of the chaos.
exactly. And now we are focusing more on the rye production, and I'm really big fan of regenerative farming that Anora has been bringing more up to the kind of a game. Part of that is naturally within our rye production, because the rye breed that we are using is Reetta. It's an old-fashioned Finnish rye breed that you already put to the ground in the autumn, and that grows throughout the winter. So it has the kind of a vegetation is all around the year. So then the chemicals are not floating and so easily to the nearby lakes. So now we are focusing more on that part, and already gotten some improvements on that front. On the third side of it, packaging, it's the same challenge perhaps with you as us, but I think the challenge is more on our side, because already like cardboard packaging for wines has been like becoming more and more popular. But to have a whiskey in a cardboard, it's not something that the consumers really are into yet. So we are having kind of a bigger steps to climb on that front. But we are looking for new ways of thinking and new ways of kind of providing the liquids to the consumers, so we can lower the overall carbon footprints. But it's really interesting and challenging world to get that done. But the one peculiar thing that I just learned a few weeks ago is that you're having it really good on the wine production, because you have the certificates. By filling those ones, you're in a kind of a certain level. In whiskey industry, there's none whatsoever. And currently the monopoles, for example, in Finland and Sweden and Norway are especially struggling, that they are having a lot of consumer demand. They are having their owners a stage kind of pushing down the carbon footprint. How do you do it when you don't have certificates? How do you kind of prove it? Actually it might be that in the future the whiskey industry have to develop their own. And it might be that the Nordic whiskey might be the forerunners for that one. Let's see, we have had a kind of a brainstorming around that, and I think that there would be really exciting thing that if we could develop the whole spirits industry for the future by generating these sort of certificates, and how do you really confirm that you are doing things right as a whole company.
Let's talk about certificates now for a while. First of all, Franz, why did you have two different certificates for these two wines that we have in front of us?
Georg is the reason.
Is he your chaos?
Basically, I was part of Respect from the beginning on, and then every time we invited Georg, he always asked the question. Also, when we had discussions, and the discussion was, okay, why do we need a certification, or why do we need a group? And Respect was in the beginning very strong on marketing, but the political or the lobbying was not so strong to take care that this form of agriculture is also being transported in a further way and being part on, just going further. Maybe you can explain it better. But in the end, I had the feeling that I want to support Demeter, who works for many years on this field and basically made many possibilities for this form of agriculture. And then another thing is I wanted to get the waves together. Like in Austria, we had the fight between Respect and Demeter. And I love both. I love the Demeter producer and I love the Respect producers. And why should we be separated? So that's the reason.
Miko, you mentioned that maybe in the future the spirit industry would also have these certificates. So do you feel that the main importance of the certificates is the way to communicate that to the consumers?
Well, at least we have found it challenging. Sustainability is within our DNA. Especially, I can speak on Kyro's behalf, but I would say that the spirits industry in Scandinavia is kind of taking a strong stand to that. Especially if you compare, for example, some old traditional Scottish distilleries. So they have been always doing things the way they have been doing. But the Scandinavian distilleries are pretty new and they are really kind of focusing on that one. But the challenge is especially how to communicate, because it's difficult for us even to communicate that to the monopoles. How can we all kind of testify that we are doing the right things? And I think that is one of the most important aspects. But on the other hand, it's really important to level the field, because you can utilize the carbon footprint calculations completely different. So you might be saying that, yeah, we're completely carbon neutral, but then how about that part of the process? Well, we don't calculate that in. So it's kind of a way to make it more even, way to make it more transparent. And I think that if we are talking about sustainability, it shouldn't be only a factor that you're promoting to be sold more. It should be within your DNA to really care for it and make the processes accordingly. And then you can talk about it. But if you're jumping from loopholes just to get the market share, it's not perhaps the ideology behind it all. So I think that it's all of these factors. So communication, having the kind of certain standards that there wouldn't be those loopholes for the persons who are not perhaps into sustainability for the sustainability features of it.
There are a lot of producers who, they say the phrase that, we farm biodynamically, but we don't want to get certified because it's a lot of paperwork or we have to pay for it. What's your view on this? Is that true, or are they using the loophole?
Both. So I know producers who just want to be free and they doing the great work, and it's a lot of paperwork, we have to say it, and very often these controls are... So when I had my first organic controls, the guy was coming and we went to the vineyard and he felt the place, he felt if this is right. And then he talked a half day with me and then we looked at the papers. Nowadays it's like 2 days of papers work, so every invoice is controlled, and then maybe we have a half an hour to go to the vineyard. So things are shifting and this paperwork gets more and more important in this certification, and this is harming for sure energy and the process. And I understand everybody who says, I don't want to do this. On the other side, I also know many producers who say, yeah, I'm organic, I'm biodynamic. But if there is a bad year, I might use something, And yeah, every second year is a bad year, as we know.
Georg?
For me, it's once again a question of co-evolvement. And if we look at the certification brands like Demeter or Respect and so on, I think there was, in my opinion, a mistake done, that we are mixing the economical life to have a brand and the certification work. So for me, on the political side, we need to be very strong represented in Brussels. For example, if we talk out of the European context, we need to have, in my opinion, the best educated advocates who are constantly there, who are constantly aware of any changes in the law system. And the best would be that those best paid advocates would be highly educated in agriculture, that they would understand the need behind. And also highly educated in organic or biodynamic agriculture. I just give you that as a picture. And to do that, we need lots of money, so we need to work together on that side. So there is a responsibility from, if I wouldn't sit here in front of you, if Demeter, and I always told respect and Demeter and all those people, I'm not a Demeter consultant. I'm free. I want to stay free, and I have a lot of respect for you, but I want to stay free. But if they wouldn't have, now I'm talking Demeter, if they wouldn't have done the work over years and years and years, I just give you one picture. Demeter started to have a half-time position in Brussels, half-time, versus 800 agrar lobbyists, which are, and if you know the political world, it's about coffee drinking and meeting and doing connections and stuff like that. So I'm not saying the world is bad, but we have to look at that, and they were very highly successful in the observation to look that we are still capable, for example, to make the biodynamic preparations, because there were changes in the hygiene law and da-da-da-da-da. I just give you that as one perspective. So in my opinion, we as organic people, even so I don't want to be certified, we need to put lots of money into this kind of work. And there is a problem in the system, because I have a lot of wineries and friends who don't see a point of having a brand on their label. And they ask me, Georg, just give me an account number in Brussels. Isn't there an office? Yeah. Where I can put money freely. I want to support that. And it's not really existing. So, but it's work in progress. You can see it's not called Demeter International anymore. It's called now Biodynamic Federation Demeter International. Unfortunately, they couldn't get away from the Demeter thing. I'm a little bit provocative, because if it would have been an international biodynamic federation, the task is that we kind of put our hands on the political side together. And then if we want to meet and organize some wine fairs at ProWine and all those things together, this is economical life. We can exchange, we can evolve together, we can have fun, we can have parties, we can have fairs, but that's a total different story. And that needs money as well, of course. But you are all working in an economical circumstance, so it's a different kind of money. Is that understandable? So it's to be clear. So for me, the uncertified, yes, there is a lot of paperwork, and also this is becoming more and more a problem, because the bureaucracy, it's not due to the certification bodies, it's due to the national bureaucratical and European bureaucratical and system, that it's not only in farming. I'm talking to you as a researcher. A basic researcher at the university spends between 40 and 60% of its time today in doing acquisition and writing reports. So half of my time is I'm not doing my job. So it's not only in agriculture the case. And Demeter, for example, is looking at that. They talk now about farm development talks, so that we exchange and that we are not only looking that you are doing things right or not, that we try to make Burumaka plan. We make a plan out of the perspective of being inspired. What did inspire me on that farm visit? What did that farmer do different to others? Oh, he invented something. Oh, I want to share that with the community. And then the second step is, did he stick to the rule, or she? And the third step is on the economical life, the brotherhood. How, okay, that machine, it's not the best one. How could he be or she be helped from the community to evolve in a better way? And then at the end, we can look at those levels and say, let's meet again in 3 years' time. And on that level, on that level, on that level, it would be nice that you evolve, and then we make a check again. So it's more this kind of, for me, sharing and co-evolvement perspective, what Henry was pointing out earlier as well, which especially in those kind of surroundings can be very fruitful. Let's work together, let's have fun together, and let's evolve together. But let's make sure on the political side that we can do our job, that the basic social, juridical circumstances are in such a way that we can actually do freely what we want to do. And it's super important at the moment, and I'm not negative, we just have to do it. And that's basic politics. Yeah?
I would be interested to hear, I'm sure lots of us in this room have gone through vineyards and farms which almost look like dead, there's no livelihood there. So if somebody wants to start changing that, and I'm sure, Henry, you've gone to different farms as well, and you've seen that, you know, there's things that could be done. Where would you start? What would be the first thing?
Yeah, first thing would be to listen to Georg, or a person like Georg, because the enthusiasm and the knowledge, it comes from word, like mouth to mouth. You need the inspiration. You need someone who has the practical and the academic understanding that what is actually biodiversity, what is actually ecology, and what is actually this farm organism. So I think it starts to have an example, an inspiration. But I think it's a very good question, again, because in Finland, many people maybe know or not know, our farming culture is very much based on family farms. We still have very strong family farm-centered farming society. And nowadays we know it's in a big challenge because a lot of the young people, they don't want to stay in the countryside. They want to go to the cities and have parties and you know, all the nice stuff. So they might not have the enthusiasm from their surroundings to farm. And if there is a generation change, or when there is, usually the next generation continues the way to farm like the previous generation did. And there's a lot of difficulties, social difficulties between these generations. And I think this is the moment, this generation change moment is the actually perfect moment to bring this hint of chaos, this new impulse, and support the new farmers. But of course, here we have a challenge because our central organizations, MTK, ProAgria, they do not support this work in a way that maybe the knowledge and the challenges of the world would require. On the contrary, I remember when we started with Rekola, and that was also quite interesting because that was new. I came outside of the family line, 400-year-old family bloodline. I come outside of the farm, but they were still able to create very good cooperation there. And we worked 10 years to make it work, and we finally made it work very, very nicely, very beautifully. And I remember when me and Joona, we went to the bank to talk to the bank manager and said, oh, we're going to have a generation change. And then they said, and they actually said the same in MTK, that, oh yeah, when you're going to have like 500,000 loan, when you're going to have like 200,000 euros loan, you will do this and this. And we were standing there, sitting there and said, no, we're not going to take any loans. We have a debt-free farm. We want to keep it that way. We have the self-sustainable farm organisms. We just need 30,000 euros to buy the machines and the animals from the old couple. And we were laughing there that, you know, that for me, that was the first time I understood the reality of this, that usually when the generation change happens, what is offered to the farmers is actually a debt prison, basically. And usually then you lose your integrity, your sort of, you lose your flexibility to change. And now I think we have come to the point where many of the farms, they do not have this flexibility anymore because they have taken so big loans and they've tied up to themselves in one production way. And now what we are talking about here, these challenges that we are going to face and we are facing at the moment, we would certainly need flexibility to change the production way, to go to the regenerative wave. But I have a fear that many of the farms do not have the possibility because the economic side is so tight. And here it's just one example, but I think it's a very good question and a very complex way in this sense. But for my understanding and my advice would be that to think about, like Georg presented, that this model, this fourfold model to understand what is my farm individuality. should I have sheep? Should I have cows? Should I maybe have only cereals? Should I produce raw material to Kura distillery? You know, that it would be a very individual point to think about the farm. And but just one small example coming back to the certification, I would like to add. For me, as a Demeter farmer, it was super important to understand that this certification, which is of course it's different when you have cereals, animals, or vegetables than you have wine. These are a bit two different things in a way, but of course they are under one certificate, which is still the same. But for me, which really emphasizes also the challenges we have nowadays, was the realization of what comes to Demeter, because to get the Demeter certificate, you need to fulfill your country's organic certificate first. So you need to have the organic certification, then you can apply Demeter. But for example, in a Rekola, when you have cows, and it's quite interesting that in the organic rules, there is a maximum limit of cow units or animal units per field hectare. And I think that's something like 2.0. And in Demeter, that's even more lower. I think it's 1.5, or at least used to be. And of course, in the industrial side, there is no limits. And here we come to this understanding of our consciousness that when you have a limit, how many animal units per hectare you can have in a farm, it actually works in two planes. It works in the ethical plane of the animals, because we can guarantee that the animal can have a respectful life and live a life that animals should live. You know, there's always room in the barn, you know, there's always enough food for every animal. We can guarantee that because there is no chance for overproduction, because the animal unit is tied up to the hectare field amount of the farm. And for me, that was very important, because that also works in the ecological plane, because we know that when we have certain amount of animal units in a farm, we can also calculate that how much our fields can actually take the compost. So when we know that we have certain amounts of animal units that we can use the compost then in our garden, we know that we don't get these flushes to the rivers, to the nutrients, to the Baltic Sea. So there's these two sides, this ethical side and the ecological side. And for me, they were both very, very, concretely in the Demeter certificates. So I think it's one way to think about also certifications. Sorry, a bit long, but...
No, right. Romana, what would you say? You go to a vineyard and somebody is thinking about biodynamics. How would you encourage them? Would you talk about the kingdom that we stand on, the 98% terrestrial life that's underneath us, underneath the ground?
I think there are different ways to get intrigued by this kind of farming. I think one is about getting aware of getting a new perspective. I think the change in perspective is super important. And then I would recommend to go to other growers, to role models, to see different things. And I would always encourage to use your own brain. I think the problem that we have in agriculture is that, and I know that because my family has also an agricultural background, and we spoke yesterday about the knowledge transfer. And I have a cousin of mine, they have a farm, they make corn for bread, and then they have once a year a meeting with the association, and it's said, okay, this is a seminar, welcome to our seminar, but it's from the BayWa, which is a land agricultural, how's it called, Handel, was heißt das nochmal? Trade. Yeah, you can buy everything, And then the seminar goes like this. Okay, my dear friends, life is good. We have these years in front of us. We have these resistances. You can buy now these seeds, and you can buy these pesticides. And if you do the order now, you get 20% discount. And if you pay immediately, you get another 5%. And this fantastic tool for the kitchen for the wife at home, So that's the knowledge transfer. So very stupid. And if you change the BASF consultant with a biodynamic guru, then you better stay conventional. I mean, that's my opinion on that. You should start thinking yourself. And that's my recommendation.
Okay. Franz, I wanted to ask you about a topic that's been a lot discussed now, which is tillage. So weed control by by turning the soil. Some say it's great for weed control and to limit the superficial roots, but then the other people say, well, actually, we are releasing from the soil.
I think
we're disturbing the soil.
Yes, I think we have to be very careful on this topic because it's coming from mainly, let's say, corn agriculture. And they really use the word tilling for the plow, so deep plowing. But every time you seed something, you're opening the soil. And in the morning, you talked about cultivation. And when you cultivate a soil, basically that's, for me, is it tilling or not tilling? So I think nowadays we know how, when you're really opening a soil very deeply and you change the layers in your soil, it's not a good thing. Because every insect, worm, yeast, bacteria lives on a certain level. And if you change this environment, you're killing a lot of them. But again, a little bit of killing, what we talked about, is necessary that our plant can live. The question is just how much and how many. So I think it's very interesting what you thought about when you have the sheep going away from the house on the Alps, and then there comes only the grass. And this is what I experienced on vineyards, where I said, okay, I was taught biodynamic in a very ecological sense, so that the soil has all the information to heal itself, and it gets forest, and forest is basically the ecosystem which heals itself. And but I had to figure out, when I leave soils and I don't do anything, it takes very long, and very often it's not healing itself. Sometimes if you introduce something there, it's better. And so it's this no tilling, it's this question black and white, but the reality is gray. And that's what we have in all politics discussion, left, right, right. And I think it's the wrong question, and it's not easy to answer. But that's like in life. If somebody comes and wants to sell you an easy recipe for agriculture, it's not easy. So be very careful there.
Yep.
It's for me. I did that yesterday, or I said that yesterday. What does it mean to be a good farmer? And one of the most important ones is to make that piece of land, that soil, better. And I totally agree with you. I, as a farmer, I can sometimes, by knowing those circumstances, I can do it a little bit faster than nature. So the farmer can be good. So for me, to use one important word, it's what is the purpose? If the purpose is to make that soil better, and if in that situation a no-tillage system would be made better to achieve that purpose, yes. But in another situation, it would be better to open and to sow something in. Yeah, so I totally agree with that. There is no black and white, and there is this gray part, and I have to understand it, and I have to look at my main purpose. I want to make it better. And that's why I pointed that out yesterday. I like a lot the people from the regenerative movement, but I don't like the word. Regenerative means I have to fix something what the previous owners did bad, and I don't like to point the finger on somebody. For me, it's a question of attitude. I'm standing here as a human being, and my purpose for the next 20 years is I want to make that piece of land a little bit more beautiful. It's not, I don't want to fix it. I don't want to regenerate it. I want to evolve it, make it more beautiful. That's the purpose.
Let's take the conversation to consumers. Mikko, you are involved with sales. Romana, you work on the floor of 3 Michelin-star restaurants sometimes. How important is sustainability or the green future of alcoholic beverages to the consumers?
So, well, from my point of view, lucky for us, we have been always, like, as I mentioned earlier, sustainability has been in our DNA as a company. But I really can see that there is complete new tide of movement on that front. So the consumers are looking for more of a greener ways to consume. And but I think that as mentioned also earlier, it's not about only the green part, but sustainability as an overall concept. So how to do good by selecting the good products, good brands that are doing good for also on social aspects. So like we're trying to do good wherever we are located. So for example, in Isokyrö, it's a small municipality up north, 4,500 inhabitants. So, and like for example during COVID, so we started to do hand sanitizer. And why so? The first originator for that movement was not the money, but it was that hospitals and schools were asking for hand sanitizer from us. Eventually we did 400,000 bottles of it, and that kind of saved the company from that year. But the initial idea behind it was kind of a social responsibility. But I think that these sort of things that you can start to kind of look and feel how the brand and the company actually works like will be the future success factors. So it's, again, back to the point, I don't think it's a trend that is kind of to be chosen if we are going for that one or not, but it will be mandatory from my point of view.
I also see that it has to be mandatory because we see also, I'm sure everyone who is working in the business knows that there's a difference between what people are saying and what they are buying. I mean, everyone wants to have the super chicken that runs around the fields and, on the manure, but then they buy the Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is has never seen the daylight. So I think it has to be mandatory, and I don't want to point on these people because, I'm from the city of Munich. I'm sure in Helsinki it's the same. Housing prices are absolutely crazy. I have 2 kids. Also inflation when we go and to buy for 4 people groceries, and you say, oh, why 100 euros, that's boom, that's nothing, and you can't judge on the people. People are really struggling at the moment, and I don't like this, you have to pay more for your food and don't have an iPhone. I mean, this is stupid. We have to make, I think the work around also the political frame has to be like that this sustainability is mandatory, and that we don't have these discussions anymore. I'm also bored about these discussions, in a way, I have to say. I don't know.
So who is, at the end of the day, who is responsible? Is it the end consumer? Is it the farmer or the producer? Or should it be a legislative authority? Who should make that decision that we have to create something better?
I remember my grandmother, so Burgenland was a very laid-back area, and when she was making, I remember when I was a child, we had our cows, and she was making her own butter, and I asked her, why do you make your own butter? And she said, because I don't have to buy it. And the reason was, I think we're living now in a world, and I really think it's a little bit of government issues, where through the industrialization process, many factors, biochemicals, you were saying, nitrogen coming into the soil. Many things of bad farming are paid by the health system, by the whole population, and this is not fair. So if we would price our products really, biodynamic wine would be the cheapest, because this is a closed system. We create our own energy. It's just, so it's a real problem of our economics at the moment, we have to say. But it's the similar thing with democracy. I think there is nothing better in developed until now, so it's not an easy solution.
I believe a lot in the human being and in the sovereignty of the human being, so I don't think the solution is that there should be laws and things like that. The solution for me is, and that was the same question like 100 years ago at Steiner's time, and he answered, this is the pedagogical question. So, and enthusiasm is there is a poem from Morgenstern, enthusiasm is the most beautiful word in the world. How can I create enthusiasm? So if I talk about education, it's not only the children, but how do I create this kind of awareness to become a sovereign decision maker? out of my economical context, but out of my soul context as well, and out of the context of having a responsibility towards myself and the community. So that's education for kids, that's education for adults, that's a little bit what we are trying to do here. So for me, that's the most important one, that the people become somehow capable themselves to decide. And I don't need a state telling me how I have to decide. Or I don't want to, at least.
Yeah, I fully agree. As I referred earlier, that it has to be mandatory. I referred that the consumers make it mandatory. So just to make it open and transparent, how do you work? How do you kind of do your things? How kind of environmental friendly you are? And the consumers can make the decisions. There are price struggles at the moment, and we can definitely see that all around. But in the end, I think that the world is changing, and the sustainability will be the luxury factor. So, whereas I believe quite many of also in the wine business are producing kind of a certain luxury products. So also there we need to kind of pay homage to that part of the consumers who are focusing on sustainability factors, and their selection on the shelves will be going more and more towards those ones. And I think that's a good trend. That's a great trend. That helps us who are kind of working on that front, but also the consumers and the world eventually.
Okay, sorry.
I might just add it's. I think it was well said here also many times that I think it's what we're seeing and experiencing is some sort of a paradigm shift at the moment in many fields of life, and I would like to see that if you ask about the question of consumer and producer or states, from my point of view, I agree with Georg very much about this question, and I think in a way that if we could experience that we need to shift from consumer or producer, we need to shift as a co-creators, basically. We need to bring this aspect of creativity in every field of life, so then we can actually create new economics as well. And in a way, it's quite inspiring that Georg's chaos example here, and it's for me it was actually I had to tell this story because it's quite funny. First time when I met actually Georg very well, it was in India 2017 in Organic World Congress. We went there with the delegation of Demeter, 80 people, producers, CEOs, researchers, and we went to Delhi, old city of Delhi, with Georg and three other colleagues, with Dr. Uli Johannes König and Dr. Christopher Brock and Clemens Gabriel, who's a very good young farmer. And we were walking in the old city of Delhi, and imagine coming from Finland, the cleanest air of the world, only 5 million people. You go to the Delhi with the 1 billion people, you know, and for me it was because I never had such a passion to East. I've been also very Eurocentric in a way, but then I thought, okay, I need to go to India. There's something I need to go there to experience the farming in India. And we were having an excursion in the old city of Delhi, and it was getting a bit late. I was getting a bit annoyed. I was hungry, and I thought about. I see all these thousands and thousands of people coming all around me everywhere. And the people, the individuals, they were so beautiful. They looked so well. They have clean shirts. The hair was good. Every single individual, they looked very beautiful. Like they take care of how they look. And then I look at my surroundings, and you see electrical wires hanging all around. You have plastics everywhere. And I was getting a bit annoyed. In a way, I was getting hungry. And then I asked Dr. Christopher Brock, our colleague, that, Christopher, what do you think that if every single individual takes care of themselves, why the communal surrounding is not so nice? Christopher said to me, well, Henry, you may be asking a wrong question. How could something new be born if everything would be perfect? That was exactly, I think, what Georg was referring to Joseph Beuys here, that in the West we tend to make our surroundings very perfect in a way. We tend to make our social life very perfect. But in the end, the reality is that we need to create space to that new to be able to born. And for me as a farmer, that was a big moment to realize, okay, this is my task as a farmer also. I cannot make the nature perfect. I cannot every year succeed in my crops. I have to accept that. But what can I do is I can open my farm, I can make this social space very free, that something new can be born. I think this is something that we need to, as a consumers or producers, we need to take more consciously, that every single moment, every single day in our life is a possibility to create a space where this new can be born. And just make the story, because it was so nice to travel with Georg in there, and we hardly didn't knew each other back then.
Okay, it's time for me to open the floor for questions from the audience. So Hui is here with the microphone. So Dimitri here has a question. So if you just bear with us, bring you the mic. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Dimitri, and thank you for these amazing 2 days. So it was super interesting, like diving into the very complex, very important question about the world we're living in. Mostly. And so to continue your discussion a little bit, so these 2 days of thinking about the approach of biodynamic, the holistic system, open up a lot of new for me, but also a big question we also mentioned about the costs, the price of the product. So it's really important for us, and I was thinking about, like, yes, as Romana mentioned, like, wine is, for example, is a luxury product. We don't need to survive, but like biodynamic and organic wine become a little bit more luxury product towards the industrial production wine. The question is, like, what we can do, how we can make holistic, biodynamic, organic, sustainable wine more affordable, and the products as well. Like, I'm also a father of 3 daughters, and I want to feed my kids with organic apples. Yes, and I also want my friends and people like to afford to buy them, how to make the cost. And the second question is about coming from the first question, from the cost, because I studied my degree in economics, and also I understand how the price forms. So it's a chain. Yes, we have the producer, we have the logistics, we have the organic biodynamic certification, importer. As I'm a sommelier, I work on the floor, yeah. My salary comes from the margin. So this is the chain that forms final price, of course, label, marketing, and so on. And what we should exclude to make the cost more affordable. These 2 questions, all right?
Who wants to start?
Yeah, I had an interesting talk with Olivier Umbrecht on how can we cut costs. It was a funny thing, you know, when we had the Master of Wine Symposium, there was Saki Pretorius, and he was talking about how to synthesize yeasts, and you can totally synthesize the yeast cell. And Olivier was sitting next to me and said, you know, they should synthesize me a tractor driver that I can really use. That was another story anyway. But he just skipped, for example, the tin, how's it called, the tin capsule?
Yeah.
It made 40,000 euros per year you could save with tin. Just leaving out the tin capsule, for example. There was saying he planting now his own, for the cover crops, or for the the seedings. He paid every year also around 40,000 euros, and he now has his own field where he gave the seeds into the field, and then he bought a little, how's it called, when you harvest, it's a harvester. So he saved with that also 40,000 euros. I think, getting rid of this not necessary packaging, blah, 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 can cut costs, I think, but I don't know. And with costs.
But coming back, I really think it is the cheapest form of agriculture because it's sustainable. So basically, you don't have costs which are covered by the other people's. So or even for your body, if you get sick, if you eat shit, okay, maybe you have insurance for that, but It's still, and if other people get sick because the agriculture is destroying the nature, and then we have to spend millions of money of recovering the nature. So, and getting cheaper it's not, but for sure the dimensions are good. I also have no zinc capsules, lighter bottles, but then there's still nature. So we have to accept that it's more work, and when it's more work, it's more cost. So I think it will be always more expensive than industrial, at least when the energy is still so cheap. Just talking about nitrogen, you mentioned Prosecco, you said, okay, cooling and so on. But speaking about champagne or Prosecco, to make this style of sparkling wine, you need a lot of artificial nitrogen because they need 18,000 kilos to make such a light wine for sparkling. So you need a lot of nitrogen is made by gas. So basically you need a lot of energy, which you put also into soil. So, and when energy is still so cheap, and I'm talking nowadays, and it's still way too cheap, industrial agriculture will be always cheaper. So the facts are there that when energy is maybe 3 times the price, biodynamic wines will be getting at the same price. You will see the reality. As long as energy is still so cheap, it's difficult to be at the same level.
I try to make it short. Talking economically, the question is how to internalize externalized cost. That means, and talking now out of enthusiasm, I don't know if you're aware of that, but if we talk about climate change or however we want to call it, it's not the heavy industry, it's mainly agriculture being responsible for it. So 40 to 60%, it's due to the agriculture we did now. So what we basically did, I make it very simple, is through our form of agriculture the last 100 years, we got the carbon out of the soil and now it's flying around in the air. And it's a beautiful task for the farmers. It's only us. Only us, we are capable to bring back that carbon which is up there back into the soil. It's very simple. And there is no such a crisis, in my opinion, if we understand that and if we change it, and we can change it very fast, we can change very fast that situation. So if we internalize those aspects, and like 5 years ago, I was always asking my students, what is the biggest value of the farm? And then there came some figures, and I just give that, it's very simple, it's not only that, but it is soil fertility, basically, because if I am not paying attention to my soil fertility, the next generation will have a worse situation on the economical level as well. Is it understandable? So I have to make that better. That's my task. And there are people who are working, and then just before COVID, it was super interesting that the financial world was waking up. We're talking Standard & Poor's, Allianz Insurances, the Ministry of Finances in Germany, and so on and so on. The list is very long, where they discovered all for a sudden that value. You can imagine that the insurance companies at the moment, they are a little bit annoyed about those climatical impacts. So that value is discovered, and now there are people, as is a good friend of mine, Christian Hiss, for example, he's working with banks on the financial side, he's working with government side on how can we actually integrate those costs into our bookkeeping. Because it is important. The worst example is the palm oil production in Indonesia. We all know, okay? We plant palms, we get the oil out, and if the soil is dead, we continue. So what we are doing until now is we are just on the economical level looking at the crop which is coming out. If it's grain, if it's grapes or whatsoever, that's our economical base. If it's due to a loss of soil fertility, who cares? That's the reality on an economical scale at the moment, but there is a little mistake. We call it also, as an English word, true cost calculations. You were mentioning that. So we have to somehow internalize those external costs, which are at the moment covered by community and, of course, the world. So, and it doesn't mean, in my opinion, that all our food will be more expensive. No, I don't think so. So yes, we can look at our bottles and all those things, but it's this kind of understanding process that there are a lot of costs externalized which need to be internalized to make a really true value and cost calculations. There is a little bit work to be done on the economical level, in my opinion.
Okay, depending on the length of the answers, we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Does anybody have a question in mind?
Maybe Timo, you had something on biogene amine or something. Maybe Timo or
Ashtur first.
Yeah. Okay.
So history tends to repeat itself, and my question is: in a world that is becoming increasingly hostile to vineyards on ecological and societal side, if there was a return to a hyper focus on yields, could biodynamic practices answer that?
Do I understand if we need more yields?
If the demands of the future become focused on that, yes.
Does biodynamic have the answer to quantity as well?
I think it's again a misunderstanding. That's always the industrial agriculture is complaining that we said organic we cannot feed the world or biodynamic will not feed the world. It's actually totally the opposite. We see that industrial agriculture brought us there where we are now. So the solution is organic and biodynamic agriculture. So for sure we feed the world, and we feed the world for the last generations. And I think I don't see a problem in there. It's just really how when you have higher yield on conventional farming, but the yield is made by oil or gas, which is not from our generation. It's not something we can calculate on, because then we can stop immediately. So yes, we can have a solution for these yields. For definitely, I think it's possible with these farming methods to feed the planet.
But I want to add something. I think we need much more research on that, and research that is really independent. And I can say that because we go to Geisenheim University. Everyone is speaking about Geisenheim University. So and then you see this kind of field trial that you made, and I really respect that. But then you see, okay, when you do a field trial where you do conventional, organic, and biodynamic farming, the things that you want to know is soil life. Okay, that's the thing you want. It's nice to look at the branches and the berries and but it's the soil life you want. And then they could do, after 12 years, correct me, am I wrong, the soil testing with DNA sequencing only, because they worked together with the Copenhagen University. They had a DNA sequencing machine which costs €1 million. You know, this famous super high-end University of Geisenheim doesn't have such a machine. Isn't this ridiculous? And I think this is just one example that the science is totally still focused on the very, we need new ecosystems in agriculture. We have to research, and it has to be a holistic approach, and science needs much more funding and to be really independent and to look at all these different aspects. It's my opinion.
Thank you. So we had one question from Teemu.
You can.
So we discussed this a bit earlier, shortly, but my question was about the biogenic amines. So maybe a couple of years ago, I attended on L'Allemand seminar, and the discussion was about does the low intervention winemaking increase the amount of biogenic amines, and does it has an influence to the taste or the aromas of the wine. So basically the question is that, is it really a concern? And if it is, to what extent?
I was telling you before a little bit, my first wine in amphora, I made. It was 2000. I was 2006 in Georgia, and I traveled, and I was coming back, and then I made amphora in Burgenland, and I made my first Pinot Blanc in amphora on the skins, and I was really like, yeah. And to my wife Petra, we bottled this together, and we bottled by hand, and we will sell the bottle for €30, and everybody will love it. So it was bottled, and then we ordered the labels, and then before we ordered the labels, I opened the bottle, and I tasted it with my father. And my father and me have histaminic intolerances, or and my father got really red, and and we had some these itching issues, and so I never released the wine. I just tasted it last week because I found these 300 bottles, and I'm still thinking if I could release it now. But the thing is, yes and no, for sure. But I think it's not about biodynamic farming. It's about this low intervention wine style. So biodynamic farming has nothing against sulfur. So sulfur is kind of this antibacterial which prevents going the next step into vinegar, and maybe also prevents of the produce of biogen amines. So I think it's on the biodynamic topic, it's not the right answer. And on the other side, I think it's not necessary that you need yeast for this, but you might need some antibacterials. And this could, so the easiest what we know is for sure sulfur. I experiment also with hop. Wild hop is a very perfect antibacterial, but then it's not wine anymore. Then it's aromatic wine. And the Greeks had retsina. So I think there are different stuff you can add into wine to help that the wine doesn't get spoiled. But this all comes then to a stylistic issue, what you also mentioned, very clever. So a lot of wines nowadays tend, or at least 5 years ago, liked to have off flavors. So if the customer wants it, hey, why not produce it? Yeah, but quite complex topic as yeast. You always the transformation, like Georg was saying, when this cow gets into wine, it's like this kind of this rebirth. And I think we think we know something, but it's more complex than we think. We don't know that much.
Yeah, we cannot go into a whole enological talk, but biogenic amines are produced during alcoholic fermentation, during every alcoholic fermentation, and especially in the beginning of the alcoholic fermentation, very often. So it's a question of once again of serenity and guidance. And if you talk about the great wines of the Mosel, yes, we want to have in the beginning this wild fermentation thing going on until 5% of alcohol. And yes, if we no risk, no fun. If we take the chance, we eventually can be the winner, but it can go also into another direction. I have to be aware of that. But in winemaking, I must also be aware that, okay, I can leave it, and when do I have to create the circumstances that a Saccharomyces cerevisiae strain really can take over? And that's the same in wild fermentation, that after a while, hopefully a good strain will take over. And obviously, if I come right through with lots of populations of high selected yeast, then I may have a proper situation, but I don't have the chance to have all these other aspects which can end in a negative side and always end in a negative side. They always produce something in our wines. Even so, I have the best manipulated and organized yeast fermentation structure, I will have biogenic amines. So it's always the case. It's for me a question of serenity and guidance and observance.
But we can say one thing: biodynamic farming produces wines with lower pH. Lower pH produces clearer fermentations. So good farming helps for clearer fermentation, but last year, for example, very hot year in whole of Europe, It was very sluggish fermentations, and I think 2022, you have to be very careful. Now with biogenamines, it's a vintage when it was so dry, it was not much nutrients around. Yeast had it very hard, and if the guidance was not good enough, I think it's get also in the future it could create more problems as well. Yeah.
Okay, as normally is the case with very interesting panel with these kind of minds on the stage, we could stay here forever, but there is we are running out of time. It is 2:30 now. So I think there's a lot of messages to take home from this panel, whether it is about thinking ourselves, the balance, the slack line between the freedom and the responsibility that brings us, and what is the purpose and what is we have to think ourselves. So I would like to heartily thank every single one of you to joining this panel. A big hand of applause, please. We're now going into a 20-minute break, but before you do that, could I please ask you to empty the 2 glasses, or make sure you have 4 glasses in front of you, and also please flush the red wine glass. During your break, we're going to pour you 4 white wines to follow the next tasting. So we restart at 10 to 3. Thank you. So there is an opportunity at 5 p.m. until 6 p.m. to attend a masterclass by Guro Distillery at the restaurant Suomen. There are still some places left at this masterclass. So if you would like to come, please come and see Samuel. Give your name to him now, because he's going to then go and set up the place for the masterclass from 5 to 6. So here we will finish by 4, so you can make your way there, maybe have a beer in the middle if you feel like it, and join the masterclass. But you need to register with Samuel, who's here just now. So if you do want to join that, please act now. Also, it was a bit difficult just now to pour the wines, because we were not 100% sure if somebody was sitting on certain spots. So if you miss a tasting list or one of the 4 whites that we are now being poured, please inform our sommeliers, and we'll bring you those sheets and fill your glasses. But without further ado, now it's time for the very interesting tasting of some limestone and silica by Romana and Georg. So please enjoy.
Okay, thank you. So, last hour, only 60 minutes. So, I think first of all, I think I want to add something to the panel discussion. I think very important. You have a super important role to play in gastronomy, to bring these sustainable ideas to the people and do a good communication. I think also in biodynamics we need a good communication. It should be inviting and not this kind of do. Inviting people and engage people. I think that's quite important. Anyhow, so we finish with a taste. We would like to give you a perspective, on a biodynamic perspective on terroir. How could Steiner look at terroir? And maybe it's also interesting for us as sommeliers how the thoughts on that are. And I think you start with an introduction to that.
Yeah, maybe just wait. Are you all going to sit? Mm-hmm. Because if I start, it's important to get the first words. If not, you will be lost. Yeah, I will try to make it short, and we will talk about the 2 main substances on our Earth. If we talk about soil evolution, and this is lime and silica. And if we look at lime and silica, what we normally learn at school is a chemical formula, SCO or CaCO3, calcium carbonate and silicate oxide. And what one can do as well as a complementary tool is, if you look at the chemical formula, this is basically what I developed here. but I also can look at substances from a broader perspective. And I try quickly to do that with you. And it's interesting in that agricultural course, Steiner is giving those many substances, but especially those two substances, names. I was talking about me being an individuality, and he is giving those substances certain names. And the limestone he's calling der Begierdenkerl, the man of desire, somebody who wants to grab and suck in everything. And the silica, he's talking about the noble man. I don't need that. Yeah? And just taking those two different polarities and qualities into consideration, I will go through our senses quickly with you. I'm living in the middle of the Alps, and not far where I'm living, and I can see them from my place where I live, are the Dolomites. Have you ever seen the Dolomites? So imagine you would have the Dolomites outside here. Would you look at me or would you look outside? Or imagine you are in a landscape where you have this kind of hill-like situation like you have here in Finland, which is mostly silicate, granite-based, round landscapes, and then comes this thousands of forms and attracting you a lot. Can you imagine that? So if we look from the landscape perspective, I polarize now. I love a lot the granite landscapes. I love it, and I feel much better there. But generally speaking, granite landscapes are very often this hill-like and more this round, soft kind of hilly situations, where calc or limestone, lots of forms. So even in the landscape, you have this kind of behavior of the man of desire, and I don't need so much. Is that understandable? Then I just go with you through certain phenomena. If you take a crystal out of the mountain, and if you put a drop of water on that pure silicate crystal, the drop of water would not go into that rock. Imagine you take a rock of lime, yeah? I just give you that as a broader figure. The lime sucks it in. So we can see that kind of action there as well. What I want to make clear as well is if I look at the Dolomites, and it's super fascinating, I love to do that with the students, I always ask them, where are those Dolomites coming from? And basically, what we are looking at is, just imagine the Dolomites, we are looking at dead animals. So this is actually mineral which came out of life processes. It's blown up your mind, but very often if you look at lime, most of the lime on Earth is a mineral which was created through life. My bones, yeah, if you observe a little baby growing, and it's not only the substance which is coming from the mother milk, it's also the circumstances of the living being, all these life interconnections which are creating then a substance. And in big limestone mountain areas, we very often, they are related to old ocean-like situations. So lime is more that substance thing coming from the earth. Silicate stones Goethe is using the word Urgestein, yeah, the basic substance. If you look at meteorites, it's mainly silicate and metals. So that's more the cosmic side. Lime and silicate, lime out of substance, and silicate more this kind of formative things. Then, if we look at the landscape, we can continue with the landscape. If you go to a granite landscape, if you look at the botany, very little amounts of different, depending where you are, but there is not such a high density of different species. As soon as you come, and you can do that in the alpine regions, it's wonderful to do, as you come towards the limestone, thousands of plants. Yeah, so this kind of behavior, even within the landscapes on the herbs, there is a big difference between sandy soil and limestone soils, also on this kind of behavior. We even can look in the microscope. If you look in the microscope, I think there are 7 or 8 different crystal structures for the silicate, not much. And if I look for the calcite, for the lime crystals, I think there are more than 2,000 anorganic. And if you look at the organic ones, it's thousands and thousands. So very little in the silicate, lots in the lime. Once again, this gesture of sucking in and this precise, I don't need much from the silicate as polarities. And yeah, maybe as a last reflection on that, I wanted to bring 2 rocks or several rocks. I like to do that kind of presentations as well. I once did that in front of 400 people, and while I did my speech a little bit longer than I do now with you, and more precise, there were a few farmers coming with wheelbarrows behind me on scenes and putting rocks and earth on the scene that we could actually taste it. But just imagine now I would take 2 limestone rocks, and the tone, how would it be? It would be soft. And if I would take 2 silicate rocks, and if I would put them together, you would have a clear, yeah, I make it very extreme. Sometimes, depending on the structure of the lime, it can be clearer as well. We all agree. But I'm talking about general gestures. This clarity of the sound of the silicate and the softness of the sound of the lime. Once again. And last but not least, imagine you drink water out of a silicate spring, granite, sandstone, also on. You have that precision and clarity, sometimes sweetness. And if you have the limestone spring, very often a limestone, it's astringent. If it puts on your tongue, it's drying out your tongue a little bit. Is that understandable? It's sucking out something. Yeah, so in Germany, but I think in Finland as well, if we talk about the water hardness degree, Wasserhärtegrad, as harder the water, as higher the lime content. As harder the water, as more washing powder I need. Because there are more chemical reactions. I just have been in Lithuania, and it was so soft, that water in the shower, that my soap didn't go off. Yeah, so in very extreme silicate situations, you know that. Here in Finland, you have that situation with this soft silicate water. You have this unreactive, beautiful, clarity, water kind situation. And if you look at wines, very often we have this kind of situation in wines as well, where wines coming from a granite or silicate kind of situation, and we could beautifully see that in the Formint, I think. We had this precision and minerality and clarity and uprightness. You were talking about that as well. And in the limestone, we also have a lot of minerality very often, but we have also this tendency to create this more round kind of situation, rounding up situation. Is it understandable? So, which kind of, if I talk about a Meursault or so, yeah, so there is a minerality behind it, but it's not the same kind of clarity as coming from that gneiss situation. I have more this kind of round structure undermined with minerality. So we wanted to start with that kind of pictures that we can, and for me the most obvious ones, and we were thinking about it, and I love to do that, is a water tasting, especially with sommeliers, to have, but you have to imagine it now, because there is not such a thing like a limestone spring as far as I understood in Finland. So it was difficult to find limestone water from a spring. But because normally I like to do that, because in water, I think, but you can all imagine that, to make this kind of tasting of these two polarities. But what I wanted to point out now is that we have those two polarities, and as farmers, we are working with both of them. We have more the substance growth coming from the lime, and we have more that formative clarity growth coming from the silica. And the mediator between both is the clay. And we are talking about clay humus content. But we have to use the German word, which is even more beautiful. In German, the word clay means tone. Tone. And it's the same word for the music and the soil. And the tone humus complex, that's clay humus complex in German. The tone, if we talk about the tone in music, it's frequencies. It's this kind of mediating thing between those two polarities. So that's basically what we have then to do as a farmer, understanding me being on a sandy soil or me being on a limestone soil. How can I somehow, once again, slackline or serve that situation with taking care of this kind of clay humus complex as a mediator to balance out and to create that kind of situation. That was enough, and I give it to the word to Romana again.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we wanted to bring you now in the tasting also the different soil types, and I would like that we get your opinion on that as well, and that we're coming into a discussion. I mean, when it comes to biodynamic wines, and we saw very funky wines yesterday, and we were talking about all that stuff and discussing. And when I look sometimes then on the educational side of sommeliers or WSET exam, I'm not so sure if this still all fits together. I think we are, as sommeliers, in my opinion, I'm not that young anymore, but when I made my apprenticeship, we were always focused on the nose. And, we were totally trained on the nose. And so I remember when I was a young sommelier, we had an education. There was a French guy, and sorry, the French can be sometimes very special. And he would taste it, a Petit Chablis, a very cheap one. And this guy was on an overhead projector and mentioned 50 aromas that he could detect in this Petit Chablis. And we, rookies were in front of our glass, sniffing like hell, like idiots. And, everyone knows. I would say, no, what? Petit Chablis, a cheap one, and too old. To be honest, it tastes of nothing. I'm sorry. So maybe we need a and also when you look about the glassware, I mean, I'm a fan of nice glasses, but sometimes it can go too far that you have these balloons where you can also hold a goldfish in it, you know, and then can you swirl it around and this kind of circus thing, and then you smell yourself to death. I think sometimes, in my feeling, I would like to hear your opinion, it's maybe also a result of industrialized winemaking, that we focus only on the nose. And maybe we need to more words about the structure of the wine, about the mouthfeel of the wine. And I would say when it comes to terroir, especially, I'm sorry, I'm having a very German perspective. I'm sure when you're in Chile or Argentina or God knows where, you would have done different examples. But for my example is Riesling. So when I did a selection of Riesling on my wine list, I selected different soil types and different terroirs, and then I made a lineup of different vintages, and then you could really play around with aging and also a vintage character. And when it's more red soil, you have more spiciness, and then a Riesling from red soil is perfect with a bouillabaisse, with saffron and something like that. Riesling from limestone I would always serve in a Burgundy glass, because it gets this, as we mentioned with Meursault, this kind of creamy texture to it. And the Mosel Riesling has this very, this line, or for me a perfect example is Rheingau, where you have the silicate below and above a thin line of lime. So you get this backbone, like this acidity and minerality backbone that goes straight. I'm always like the German Autobahn, always straight on like this. But you have a little bit of meat on the bones. So that's for me the magic of Rheingau. So, and maybe we can go into the discussion, and I just present you the wines in short, and then I would like to welcome you to say words how you feel about these wines. So the first wine is coming from the Pfalz area. It's a Riesling from the Kalmit. It's a mountain in the Pfalz, before the Pfalz forest, and it's of pure limestone. This were in the previous times there were snails running around there. Oh, it's a million years ago, and then this is kind of made of this small mussels and snails, and it's a very, he says, a very karstic landscape. So next to the vineyards, it's only scrubs are growing. There's no more trees are growing because it's very, very poor.
Romana,
yeah?
Would you like to do the presentation? Plug it in so people can...
It's just about the, I think it's just about the glass of the wine. You don't need it. I just tell you. If you want to have it, you can have it afterwards. It's a southwest-facing slope. It's 18 hours skin contact and then very slow pressing. There's a bit of a tonneau. There's a bit of an oak influence. I don't know if you taste it. It's a bit of a slash of this kind of oak. It's German oak. It is a bit of a different taste, in my opinion. When you have French oak, you get always the sweet vanilla. When you taste German oak, you get, you know, the sprouts of a Tanne, how's it called? A tree, this kind of Christmas tree, when they have sprouts. It's like, yeah, it is kind of, it's pine sprouts, it's sweet, but also savory, in my opinion. And you get this 10 months lease aging, so, and also a malolactic fermentation. So normally I'm sure when you do this wild fermentation, malolactic can happen, right? It's, sometimes you can't control it. And this is the winery Sven Leiner. I really deeply respect the Leiner family. Biodynamic, I think since more than 15 years. And yeah, this is also vintage 2017. I think also good when the wines are a bit older, that you can have a more perspective on the soil. The second one is a winery that I also highly respect. It's Clemens Busch from the Mosel. And Mosel, you know, they had to have this super, I really start tasting. Taste what, you know, and then we're discussing. We have the steep slate soil, and he is organic since end of the 1970s. He was one of the first. He also was one who started to make write on the rules for organic wine growing. When you skip herbicides on the Mosel, you have to do the management of the soil by hand. And you can imagine 80 degrees steepness, and then you go out. So this is quite something. So, and Clemens Busch is really, my absolute hero. It is from the Pündericher Marienburg. It's a very big single vineyard site, and on the single vineyard site you have different slate formations. You have gray slate, you have blue slate, and you have a part which is red slate. It's coming from there. He has very old vines, a lot of them ungrafted. Normally you're not allowed anymore to plant ungrafted vines. Because we have something in Germany, it's called the Phylloxera Kommissar. I imagine a business card, Romana Echensperger Phylloxera Kommissar. It sounds really dangerous. So what do they do? Normally, when you plant on your vineyard, sometimes the Phylloxera Kommissar can come and check, and they have ungrafted vines, but they still have this kind of wax. They put just some wax but it's ungrafted. So that's the secret. It's like a bit like Franz, with just Hungarian-Austrian connection. I don't know.
But
so
now you send them the Phylloxera
Kommissar. The Phylloxera Kommissar, absolutely. And then it's 100% Handlauber, 24 months on full lease on big wooden cars. So it's the reserve. He has also normal großes Gewächs, but he has also a late release, which he lasts longer on the lease, and there's no filtration on that. And the third one is coming from Austria, also a fabulous winemaker, this Weingut Hirsch in the Kammtal. It's in the Donau area, in the Danube area, the Kammtal. And it's absolutely lime-free mica soil. Number 3, there is no lime at all. So it's absolutely mica-free. And the winemaking is also totally different. It's whole bunch pressing, so no skin contact, no phenolics, so just whole bunch pressing. You have a wild ferment in stainless steel and big wooden cask, and then 8 months of lease aging, and it's a southwest facing slope, so you have the evening sun, so maybe less diurnal temperature shift, and also highly respected winery, and it's vintage 2021, which was a cold vintage, and it's always said that in 21 climate change had a break. And we really feel that in the wines also, the fresh acidity. And last but not least, we have a wine from Württemberg. Württemberg is in Germany always overseen. It's very cooperative dominated. 80% of the crop is crushed by cooperatives, and some of them are good, some of them are less good. But this one is a very highly respected VDP wine grower. It's also the new generation here. He went to biodynamics. And this one is from reed sandstone. So in former times it was grass, a reed sandstone. And the funny thing is it's high in calcium sulfide. And it's some studies mentioned that with this soil type, actually this terroir is fantastic for Sauvignon Blanc because this calcium sulfide enforces the production of thiols, and thiols are responsible for this greenish flavor profile, as a bit this box tree greenish flavors. So when you taste this wine, very typical for this single vineyard is this kind of anise, fennel, a bit of a herbal touch to it. Yeah, it's still young, 21, whole bunch pressing, slow pressing overnight, and wild ferment in big wooden casks. And now I would like to ask you, and maybe someone can run around with a mic, if someone is brave enough.
Maybe as a bigger picture, we have the lime to the left, and we say it in Germany, Tonschiefer at the Mosel. It's the clay, of course, with all different kinds of minerals, but we have the clay as a mediator, and then we are getting to the silicate.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you that as an idea.
Do they taste different? Or is it Riesling? Come on, just Riesling, boom. Peach, floral, petrol notes. Been there, done that, got the T-shirt. Bring me the next wine. Is it a difference in texture? I would like to know that. Maybe. Yeah. The prices. Oh, good question. Kalmit, about 30 euros. Marienburg is, I know that Marienburg 45. And Hirsch, was meinst du, Franz? This is also the Grand Cru, about 30 euros, 35 euros. And the Heidle is, the last one is 21 euros. Yeah, anyone. But Ricardo, are you brave? Would you like to say a bit about the difference? Or the neighbor? Yeah?
Actually, you have a question for the second one.
Yeah.
Could you repeat the type of soil of the second of the third one?
Yeah.
You say no limestone?
No lime. It's mica. It's Glimmerschiefer. It's mica. It's the correct. Or is this correct? The mica.
It's a very old silicate stone.
Mm-hmm.
Very hard.
Silica.
Yeah. Coming really from underground, can be found at several places in Europe, but here it's coming out as a mountain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's very specific, pure silicate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of this firestone thing.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about the first wine. I know that Germany is very strict about everything, but except for the sugar in wines. So, I mean, these are all dry wines, but the first one, is it also completely dry, or is there some residual sugar? Because it feels a bit softer. The texture is different from the others. So I'm trying to figure out here whether it's because of the malolactic, because of the skin contact, or is there maybe some little bit of residual sugar?
This is a very good remark, and it also says a lot about the influence of soil type and how we perceive acidity and sugar. This has 5.7 grams of sugar. But if you would make the same wine with the same acidity level and malolactic fermentation in the Mosel, this wine would taste with 5.7 grams sugar super bone dry. You know, because limestone is enhancing the pH, and when you have a higher pH, acidity tastes softer. And of course, also sugar is more perceived. So it's this inner relationship between these constituents. How acidity, sugar is absolutely vital for Riesling, you know, and and that's one of the points. I think the first one you feel really a Burgundian texture, right? Can we agree on that? It's very voluptuous, round. Maybe you get this acidity lift a bit in the finish, also from the aromatic profile, but it's not this tutti frutti floral Riesling, you know, no tutti frutti. So it's also the fermentation temperatures are higher, you know. This liner wants to have the structure into the wine, yeah. And I think for lime and Riesling, it's also this kind of pH level is super important to understand. What do you think about the second one, the Rotenpfad? It's this red soil. I think we have many different red soils around the world. When I think about Coonawarra in Australia, and you get this spiciness. Yeah, here's someone.
Yeah, hello, my name is Elena. Because there was some talk, and you mentioned about to especially concentrate on the mouthfeel, on the structure of these wines. So, and now knowing that, especially knowing that the first two wines are of more lime, and then the second two wines are of less, more of this silicate. But I feel like the wines from left to right, the structure, if you allow me, go from the first wine like a soft, comforting pillow fort, if you allow me. And then it kind of moves, you know, to more something like a tree fort, you know, something, you know, kids build in a tree out of sticks and stones and maybe end up in a steel something that maybe the last one even is made out of just steel and something like that. So that's how I imagine the structure of the wines changing in my mouth, if you get what I mean, even though all of them have fantastic acidity and longevity and minerality, but definitely the structure goes from this softer, as you said, Burgundian, towards something more steely and unforgiving.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much for this great explanation. I think it's a very fantastic comment. Totally agree on that, I think. When I want to add something to the mouthfeel, so there's also someone here. Yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Go Jacobs from South Africa. For me, I don't want to go too much off the topic because I realize you want to extract more of a discussion out of the soils, but I just want to compliment you on the flight and something that I've discussed with some other colleagues. You know, so as much as we've loved the flight yesterday with the Rieslings, you have to have a certain tolerance, I think, or forgiveness for biodynamic or organic wines when you taste a flight like that, and maybe an understanding and so forth. Whereas if you take a flight like this, even though the wines are biodynamic, it's just excellence. You know, it's just beautiful, fantastic, crystalline, pure wines. So if you use a flight like this to promote and communicate what you can get with biodynamics, there's no forgiveness needed, and the consumer will understand it, the wine critic will understand it. Yeah, just a compliment. It's a great flight.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, yesterday it was a bit, but we did it on purpose. We want to push you, and I really recognized that there were immediate discussions on the table, and I think, yes, they're discussing. So especially Julian Meyer. I think this biogene amine thing came with Julian Meyer yesterday. But anyway, yes. Okay, any other comments? I think the second one, and when in Coonawarra, you have this Cabernet Sauvignon in Coonawarra on this red Terra Rossa soil, you get this spice in the throat, almost like chili-like spice. And what I found also in the second one, you get the mouthfeel, you get really a warm throat, isn't it? So it's really in the back, first it is slow and then you get, it piles up in the throat. It's really a warm throat in my opinion. So that's how I feel about this wine. But tasting is so personal. You have to decide on your own how you feel this wine.
One question about Tonschiefer.
Yeah.
Georg was about the second one, Tonschiefer. Ton, clay, normally it comes in a soft form, and then the meditate or the, how you call it? Yeah, the meditation function is there because it's soft, it's flexible. But Tonschiefer is compressed clay, very hard. Can it has on the biodynamic function and then also on the taste function? Do you see the similar things, or will it break up at one point and has the function as clay or as tone?
It does.
It does.
Yeah. And the thing about clay Tonschiefer or clay schist is that this is now playing this mediating. So if you look at Clemens Busch, they have red clay or red Rotenschiefer, blauen Schiefer. So you have those clay schist in all different kind of combinations, being capable to play around with the different minerals.
But I think it's the communication. In English, we always say schist for Schiefer. Slate and schist. And in German, we very often translate Tonschiefer into schist. And then we are on the silica. And so also in my mind, I was...
No.
So, but you really would say Mosel, it's about clay, tone. Yeah.
It's clay combined with schist. Or with silica. Or with whatever is there. And what is very important in those places like the Mosel and in very often with great terroirs, don't forget about the iron. The iron content is not to be neglected. So what I gave you with my talk now was more a broad picture on the two polarities where you have obviously all these different other minerals which play an important role. But that's the magic about Pünderich, if you talk about that village where Clemens is, that they really have in a very little situation all this kind of different realities. So it doesn't mean that Tonschiefer there's no silicate, but you are totally right. In our perception on an international scale, schist very often is related to granite or silicate gneiss. Gneiss very often is schist. Yeah, if you go to Banyuls or so, this is more the schist-like situation. Or but this is a schist which. No, we're not doing the geological.
Yeah, but I think it's the bush is somewhere in between the number 1 and 3. You can exactly. It just goes more to the
It's fitting fully in our picture.
Yeah.
It's playing the mediator.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Dimitri we have to continue then also. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. A question about Rotschiefer is a type of schist. Yes, and just a comment about. Beautiful wines.
Yeah.
Thank you for this selection. My perspective of feeling about the acidity coming from the silica terroir. So you have this acidity. It's quite long in aftertaste, and it gives you a little bit like heating effect. So like a touch when you have a little bit of chili on the palate, but in an acidity way. So acidity that heats up a little bit. So. That's what I feel. Yeah,
okay.
It's you can feel it in the wine from the silica soil.
Okay, thank you for this comment. Absolutely. I think number 3, this acidity is razor sharp, right? It's just so really refreshing.
It's clarity.
It's clarity, purity, clarity, straight on. And then the last one, I would also put it somewhere in between the number 1 and 3, maybe. Or how would you do that? The sandstone, yeah. So just a perspective on these different soil types and
Excuse me.
It's different and to develop some vocabulary to describe texture. I think also for food pairing it's important because I think number 2, this red slate always gives you this chamomile, more herbal flavors, not this textbook Riesling, peach, blah blah blah. Yeah. Anyway, I think we have to pour the next flight then, because time is running, last half an hour. And any questions?
Well, I had one question actually related to the wine number 2, because I think it's really, there's something in the taste and aroma that to me is very typical Mosel, Saar or Ruwer. So I'm not sure whether it's the schist or, I mean, how would, you knowing a little bit more than I do, perhaps, though maybe you could explain to me why always there's this certain very condensed kind of lime citrus fruit there and all that. It just somehow tells me that it's from Mosel. So what is it? Is it the schist thing or something else?
In my opinion, you are the researcher, Dan, you have to answer it maybe more from a scientific perspective, but it has to do also with the nutrient supply in the soil. When you are on a schist soil, if you go to this vineyard, it's very poor soil. You could grow maybe some forest or whatever, but it's very, very poor soil. So there's not much humus content, so it's very low in nitrogen. And when you have low nitrogen in the soil, you have also low nitrogen in the juice. And this has, of course, an effect how yeast is working. Very often these wines are... We had yesterday this Mosel Riesling from Melsheimer was 49 months fermenting, so very slow fermentation. You get this volatile sulfur compounds as well, and that is maybe not this upfront fruit, but more this kind of a restrained fruit character. You don't get this, maybe only in a Spätlese or something that you get a bit more. Well, how would you just say that? Yes. Yeah. We all know, but still, this is what I would say is mineral wine.
So the comment was that minerality is strong. Sorry, you have to speak on the mic when you want to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think about that, Georg? About this very mineral character? Sometimes I feel that also...
We're talking Mosel here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, purest Mosel, yeah. But what we have to say as well, it's not only the nitrogen, it's changing now, but in the older days, when you did the harvest at the Mosel, you did the harvest very often in the late autumn, like end of October, November, and so on. It was becoming cold, so it was totally normal that the fermentation eventually in the cellar would start, and then Christmas came, it became really cold, and then the whole thing stopped over winter, and it would restart then in springtime. So it's not only this kind of physical level, it's also the outside level about temperature and so on. For this slow fermentation, so-called normal slow fermentation in the Mosel, and if you talk to Mosel winemakers, it's totally normal that you have so-called stuck fermentation, but stuck fermentation not in that way that what we understand out of stuck fermentation. It's stuck fermentation because the environmental conditions are like that, and they continue afterwards. It's not a stuck fermentation due to microbiological problems also, and so on. It can happen as well, of course, at the Mosel, but the general circumstances are like they are, because we are in a colder climate.
I think these volatile sulfur compounds are very interesting. Also, when you look at the barrel sizes that are common in the Rhine River Valley and the Mosel. In the Mosel, you have 1,000 liters, the Fuder barrel, and in the Rhine River Valley, you have 1,200 liters. So you have on the Mosel more oxygen ingress. And for me, it is really interesting when you taste, for example, Prüm. It's always said that J.J. Prüm, they're doing so much sulfur. They do a little bit of sulfur, I would guess, but they have stainless steel in their cellars. And when you go to Schäfer in Grach, they're making also fabulous wine. They have these Fuder barrels where they allow some oxygen ingress. So, and Prüm, always in the first 10 years, it's really, you get this kind of matchstick flavors and so on. And it takes some time until it really goes down. I think it has to do with this so many different relationships, but I think this nutrient supply and then how this act and what results that has also play absolutely a role. Yeah, my opinion. So, yeah. So we're doing that the same with red wine, and we have poured now. I think that's interesting because this is from the same wine grower, Mr. Gernot Heinrich. We have the first one is the Alterberg Blaufränkisch Vintage 2018. It's limestone, pure limestone from the Leitergebirge. It's a southeast-facing slope, so you have the morning sun but not the evening sun, so a bit of a higher diurnal temperature shift, and it's also below a forest. And I think, Franz, I remember you told me that, and when our vineyards next to a forest, next to a forest have always more reductiveness. I remember that. Yeah, they were like this, where you can also add them later on something on that thing. It's a wild ferment in open-top fermenters. 3 weeks of skin contact, and then it's aged in amphora and used tonneau. So it's a lot of amphora and not too much new oak. And the second one is the Edelgraben, which is slate, also southeast-facing slope next to a forest, wild ferment. Oh, it's the same winemaking. Absolutely the same winemaking. So 3 weeks skin contact, open top fermenters, 43 months aging partly in amphora. Same vintage, same grape variety, same wine grower.
And same mountain range, one has to say. It's not far from each other, and it's the same slope facing. Yeah, you know Gernot quite well. Do you know? Did you ever visit these vineyards? Because I think maybe you can also say a bit about that. Yeah. Cork.
Yeah. What's that?
Cork.
Sorry? The first one is lime, the second one is slate.
Bin mir nicht sicher. Bei mir hat er ein bisschen.
But you also get this Blaufränkisch, right? This, what you mentioned, Franz, this upright growth. I think Blaufränkisch also balance on acidity. and this kind of acidity and phenolic backbone in the wine in the middle.
And then I think it's also interesting on slate.
Yeah.
I'll go to the second one.
Franz?
I had my eyes shut. Not too long. What I think it's interesting, generally, I was not sure on his place, but on my place, on slate, you always have less violet color in Blaufränkisch. So slate
less what?
violet color.
Ah, violet color.
Less violet. So lime is for me always darker, and clay can be also dark, but gneiss or mica or like the really hard soil has less violet color.
What about the fruit expression in different soil types? Is it a bit different here?
So Blaufränkisch tends to. So I really think also on the clay it gets the hugging, and the fruit can be sometimes darker. So I always would consider more herbs and spice on schist clays, on hard soils, more herbs and spice. This is always my interpretation, and more fruity on lime and clay. General speaking, when you would ask me.
How do you experience these two wines? Any other comment on that? This really fabulous Blaufränkisch. Still very young. I mean, it's vintage 18, right? That feels. Also, the phenolic structure is made for aging. Oh, this kind of really some grip in the tannins, not too soft, and sometimes this kind of red wine they became so soft. It's why I also hate sous vide in the restaurant. You know, God gave us teeth. You know, we can bite meat. Yeah, please.
Is it true that the tannin structure in wine 2 is stronger at this moment, and that indicates that the wine can age longer? Is that in general like that, or is this just in this situation?
Then maybe you have to answer that.
I mean, in general, limestone wines, do they age longer or shorter?
No,
No.
I think you can't say that.
I don't have the experience. I cannot say it.
Yeah.
Please, Franz, take over because it's your.
No, it's the variety and very close to my region. And now I would say on limestone, the aromas, the aging can be the same long, but on limestone you can have up and downs, and sometimes the wine is closing, and sometimes it's really shining. And on the second one, this is for me always more. It's so reduced to the
bone.
To the bone. So this wine is shiny his whole life. So it will be definitely a brilliant aging wine, and you will open the bottle and you never have to decant it. It's always shiny. It's on lime it can get too reductive and too opened. It's moving.
Makes sense. Also with Pinot Noir and Burgundy, right? We all it's also always a lottery to open a Pinot Noir from Burgundy. A bottle that can be perfect at one day, and you open it 4 months later, and then you think that's not the same wine. It's quite of a challenge sometimes. It's a very good point. I didn't.
But for me, from the bigger picture, I wanted to give you as well, and knowing that winery very well, and knowing the vineyard very well, and it's the same conditions, not far from each other. For me, I can see that kind of roundness in the first one, and you pointed it out, this kind of clarity in the second one. But I'm talking for myself. I think taste is
very
subjective, but I think this bigger gesture can also be detected somehow in the red wine.
So it's very interesting then also to taste back. These wines develop beautiful in the glass. And then in the third glass we have a Pinot Noir, a Spätburgunder from the Pfalz area. It's a Demeter grower, the Weingut Scheuermann, some new kids on the block. They have planted a French clonal selection and it's very low yield. It's only 15 hectoliters per hectare, so 15 hectoliters per hectare, because it's very this kind of new Dijon clones which give you very low yield level, and without any green harvest. They harvest relatively early to keep the freshness in the wine. And so they always totally destem, because when they harvest, the stems are not yet ripe. He explained it to me, and 2020 was quite a warm year. So this 100% destemmed. It was 14 days skin contact, and they do only a soft pumping over to having this soft extraction. And then it was aged in 50 months in used barrique. So this is this kind of sandstone Pinot Noir. How would you put sandstone? Is more than silica, or is it more lime?
That's more silica.
It's more silica, okay. And last but not least, and we have, I have put Chateau von Rock from Saint-Emilion. I have to say, I was in 21. I did a big extended trip to Bordeaux to get a new glimpse on the new Bordeaux that is actually developing. I think, in my opinion, I had sommelier from 2000 to 2013. And when it went to Bordeaux, it was always about Cheval Blanc, about all this Mouton Rothschild, Lafite, blah blah blah. And I don't know how you feel, but I was so bored about this culture around Bordeaux. It was always this kind of old crocodile man sitting there discussing about Parker points, and I found it so horribly boring that I made, I just said, Bordeaux, it's over for me. I hate Bordeaux. But then a friend of mine invited me and said, you have to look at this new, Bordeaux is really in a big struggle. Of course, 5% is chateau, blah, blah, blah. But, they're ripping out now 10,000 hectares. All over size, it's 100,000 hectares, as the size as big as Germany. And Bordeaux Superior is very difficult to sell. And so a lot of people starting somehow from scratch, but it's also, as you said, chaos creates new ideas. And I really strongly recommend to go to Bordeaux, and also not going along your ego to make a selfie in front of Cheval Blanc to say to the world, yes, I was here, I'm so important, I got invited to Cheval Blanc. We also have to pick us on our own nose and about our own egos, go to the small ones and get some recommendation on the organic, biodynamic. I never saw as much amphora in my life as in Bordeaux. And also totally new things about agroforestry, totally things that they are trying, trial and error, finding new ways. And I was deeply impressed about Bordeaux, I have to say. I have chosen a Chateau von Rock. It was the first biodynamic wine grower in Bordeaux. It's in Saint-Emilion. It's sitting in the neighborhood of this côte. There's one part where you have Fichac and Cheval Blanc, which is bordering Pomerol, but there is more on this côte where you have this pure limestone soil, where, for example, Canola Gaffelier or Son, it's not far away. And they have in their portfolio, it's 80% Merlot, 20% Cabernet Franc, and Alan Muex told me that with this organic farming, he get much better results on Cabernet Franc. So beforehand, this blend was mostly dominated by Merlot, but with that, all the Cabernet Franc goes into the Grand Vin. It's limestone soil, as I already mentioned. It's all fermented in concrete vats. They built a new cellar, state of the art, unbelievable, beautiful, and it's a 30% new oak. So it's maybe a winery somewhere in between the new kids on the block and these classic Bordeaux. you could have chosen also some new kids on the block. I tasted some great wine, which was a field blend, and it was growing in an area which was always overflooded by the Chiron, so there was no phylloxera. So this was a lady, had 120-year-old vines, ungrafted. It was a mix of Malbec, Carmenere, whatever. It was an amazing wine. So all this you can discover in Bordeaux. So we should leave a bit behind this boring, but yeah, of course, Petrus is nice. Okay, you can drink it. The Chateau Lafleur is also not bad. Yeah, but anyway. So, what do you think about these two wines? About the Pinot Noir and I think the seductiveness of Saint-Emilion also comes from limestone, right? It's very seductive. Yeah, it's very. It's like this pillow, as the lady here in front mentioned, and very soft and round. Any comments on the last two wines? Otherwise, I think if you have nothing to add, I think we are perfect on time. So.
The last one is limestone.
Yeah, limestone.
But there's clay there too, though, isn't there?
It's also some clay in it, yes.
So, and then you said the third one is sandstone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not. So can you just clarify where sandstone sits on the ledger?
And clay.
Sandstone and clay. Sandstone and clay. The sandstone is formatted. I'm not a geologist, but how was sandstone formatted? By pressing.
Yeah, it's how do you, what's the English impression for, does anybody knows the sandstone? There is a specific name in English as well.
Pudding stone? Pudding stone? No. It's just
I mean, you have that in that region, in the Palatinate. You sometimes have coming out the basalt or the lime in pure phases, and this kind of you can imagine it's compressed sand, highly compressed sand. It has very often a red or brownish color, and specifically at that region, very often it gives you this kind of clarity and sweetness and softness to the wine. It gives you also in the Riesling. It gives you this kind of, it's going more to this kind of peach flavors, if it's from that sandstone areas. And this is now the Pinot Noir from that kind of situation. It's not pure, don't imagine that you have a pure rock here. It's well integrated into kind of a Hohe Burg. It's a well-known cru. It's a Premier Cru, it's not a Grand Cru. Next to Hohe Burg is Geisböll, that's a Grand Cru. But you have that mix out of, let's say, good soil deepness and sandstone.
No, I think it's a very charming wine. The Pinot Noir. I'm from New Zealand, so we're naturally disposed to Pinot Noir. But you see, we would say sandstone is volcanic.
Mm-hmm.
You have, in that region, you have volcanic activity right next to it. So you have the basalt right next to it. There's a big basalt mountain next to it. So you can have that kind of firestone taste or smell you have in that wine. That can be due to that kind of influence as well. Yes.
What I want to add.
But the sandstone itself it doesn't have to be volcanic. No. It's sediment. It's a sediment silicate stone.
What I want to add on Pinot Noir, I was long time judging for the Gourmillot wine guide in Germany. And it was always like that in the blind tastings, the Pinot Noir from limestone get always 2 or 3 points more than the Pinot Noirs from slate or sandstone. And sometimes I found that very unfair, because I think the Pinot Noir on limestone, like the big Burgundies, but maybe we are so directed to Burgundy, get the seductiveness. What you have here in this wine, you get the tannins are a bit more savory and a bit more spicy. They are maybe not so round and seductive as you get it on a limestone soil. And I found it always a pity because we have in the Ahr Valley this beautiful slate, Spätburgunder, and they never get these high points. But maybe we are so linked to this limestone and Pinot Noir together. All right, so this was it from our point. I think, Heidi, you are happy with the timing, or is there some other question? Yes? Yeah.
Wait.
I think she's throwing, you know.
Thanks, Heidi. Hi, I'm Juha Lihten from tastingbook.com. One question regarding those red wines and tannins. We never discussed that much about tannins in terms of those soils. Do you find that something which is just about the what you are basically trading on the wine making itself, or is there some impact on silica versus limestone in terms of tannic structure of the wines?
How it's perceived, maybe. You have to. It's difficult to say. Yeah.
But
scientific.
Once again, scientific. Yeah. Once again, I go for that perception. If I have a lot of tannins, and we could see that a little bit here in the Blaufränkisch, this clarity structure had that pointed out the clarity of the tannin structure as well, and that a rounding structure rounded up a little bit the tannin structure as a bigger gesture. But if I work a lot on the tannins, I can work a lot on the tannins with that and with that to make it as simple as that. But I think you can. This is very simple now to try to explain it. But obviously, if you have this kind of precision tannin structure, this uprightness, in the second wine, like Franz was explaining as well, I don't know if that's answering your question in some sort of a...
Maybe it's also how acidity perceived, also the tannins are perceived. Exactly. You know, in a limestone you have, in a limestone Riesling you have this roundness, and maybe also this has an effect on the tannins, how they are perceived. Yeah. The prices, I don't know the Blaufränkisch. What might, Franz, do you have an idea about the Blaufränkisch 40 something? Around 40, the two Blaufränkisch. The Pinot Noir from Scheuermann is about 30, and Chateau von Rock is also about 40 euros. For me, also one of the... I really have a lot of von Rock in my cellar. I love it to drink. Okay. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. And yeah, finito. So.
Thank you ever so much, Romana and Georg, for this last session. And of course, thank you, both of you, especially for the last day and a half. Romana, I want to thank you that you brought along Georg Meissner. And Georg, I want to thank you that you brought along Henry Murto for this. Thank you also for Mikko from Kyrö Distillery to join us today. And of course, Franz Werninger, that you also, I think, Romana's choice and pick to come to the symposium, and of course Jaume and Bianca yesterday as well. I also want to thank you, great thanks for all helpers, Christina, Hui, Aino, and yesterday also Kim, of course Pikku Finlandia, and our photographer Teemu. It's been a truly eye-opening day and a half, at least for me. I'm sure that everybody who leaves this room and no longer thinks only about the lunar calendar and cow horns when we think about biodynamics. I think overall we will think about how everything is connected. Even the pig murder of 1915 can have a connection. There's a lot to digest, I believe, at least for me, from this. And, we've had a pretty big focus on Germanic and Austrian wines. At the moment, only 1% of world's vineyards are actually biodynamic, but there is quite big movement going on in Germany and Austria, and I think they are the pioneers of this kind of farming. Very much thank you also for Austrian wines. Biodynamic Federation Demeter, not Demeter International anymore, and also Respect Biodyn for being here. We have now set the lunch wines and the last tasting wines also there at the back to take pictures of. And thank you everybody for your attention, for your promptness, and to join our 5th symposium. See you next time. Thank you.